It becomes habitual. Now it feels natural and it feels obvious. It feels like this is the way things are. It's hard to see through that illusion. But what feels natural is not always what is actually present. If we can't, if we are unable to see it, that's our ignorance. This talk is not about removing these feelings, these experiences, like what we see or hear or felt, but understanding what's really happening. It is about questioning that division which is inside and outside that is placed in the middle of these experiences, these feelings. When something is seen, the conclusion is there is something out there appears. At the same time, there is someone who is seeing that. What you see outside is the yourself itself. This that is the me, myself. When something is felt, the conclusion is always this is happening to me. I am the one who experiencing this. I am the one being wrong. I am the one who hurt. Oh, I feel happy. I feel excited. These conclusions are very quick and they are automatic. They are rarely noticed because that's how we are used to it. It becomes a habit and now we think it's real. Since childhood, we believe that to be real. Yet they shape the entire way experience is interpreted. Look at seeing. There is definitely seeing. But there is no line in seeing that divides it into a seer and seeing. It's just an occurrence, a something happening. The seeing occurs. That's it. There is no seer or there is nothing to be seen. Just happens. And look at hearing. There is hearing. There is a vibration. But there is no line in hearing that divides it into a hearer and heard. It's just a vibration happened and nobody owns it. Nobody has it. It's not belonging to anyone. It just happened and diminished. The division into this inside or me, myself, and that outside, so-called outside, is not found in these occurrences, whether it's seeing, hearing, sensation like feeling, touch, taste, or smell. There's no who is there. There's no one to be found. It's not wrong to name it. It's useful. It's helpful to communicate with people. But taking it as truth, that's the ignorance. That's the thing that creates the confusion. When you say the word, this is a name, it is not something you see. When you say me, this is also a name. It is not something you find in what appears. The name world is placed on colors, sounds, and sensations. The name me also is placed on thoughts and reactions. Because these names, these labels, are taken to refer to real things, a structure of opposition is formed. The world is felt to be out there. We think there is a real world outside. At the same time, the self is also to be in here. The self is felt. It creates, this structure creates a sense of standing apart. It creates a sense of being located. It creates a sense of being confronted by something else. But none of these are found in those raw feelings, experiences. Instead, it is added by the interpretation of our mind. It is an illusion built up from our mind. This Dhamma teaching is not about stopping the interpretation. It is about seeing through it, seeing it as it is, seeing it as we are using it to help us to communicate, but not as this is the ultimate truth. That's the wrong view. That's the ignorance. When interpretation is seen as it is less binding. It is still used, but it is not mistaken for what it is actually is or what is actually present. You can still say outside and inside, but inside yourself, even though there is no self, you see that these are only ways of speaking, communicating. They are not the description of how experience appears, or they are not how the world is. When this is seen, the sense of separation weakens. We cannot do it, but when we slowly, gradually understand this Dhamma, it automatically weakens like how it was formed since our childhood. Now it starts to weaken, not because it's destroyed, but because of the wrong perception, the wrong belief is weakened. This wrong view or the ignorance is the one who divides our experiences, feelings into two sides. It is the fuel to that fire. When something appears unpleasant, it is taken to be coming from outside, from the real world that we think that there is outside. At the same time, a reaction happens and we think there is a person who is doing it, who is reacting, and he owns that reaction. From this point onward, the opposition is born. When the belief in the division is questioned with the help of this thumbnail, it becomes less convincing. This doesn't mean you don't feel anything, you don't experience anything. It's not that you stop, you starting to stop seeing, you starting to stop feeling or see or hear or taste. Both pleasant and unpleasant feelings, experiences still differences still appears. What weakens is the framing or belief of that there is two sides for these feelings. In modern day, modern science explains and talk about how perception constructs a picture of the world. They explains how the so-called outside picture is formed. But in Buddha's teachings, it points further. It questions the assumption that there is a real inside standing behind the picture, and whether there is that real outside. If we understand if the so-called outside, that real world is also constructed from our sense of faculties, and the one who sees or takes that picture to be real or the I-ness is also constructed from our mind, then the structure of the opposition loses its base. It is something that can be checked. You can experience it yourself. Look at what people call inside, or me, myself, their I-ness. You cannot find where it begins, where it ends. You cannot give it a place where it exists. You might find boundaries in thoughts. I can't do it. I don't want to do it. Likewise. But you will not find boundaries in any experiences. That feeling. Boundaries appears as thoughts, the patterns, the habits we learn, we used since childhood. But they do not appear as what is seen or felt. It is just an experience. Your eye just see, ears just hear or vibrate. Same goes with the skin, nose, or tongue sensors. There is no good or bad or comfort or any idea in those. This is also why the Buddha's teaching doesn't say believe there is no inside and no outside. It says look and see whether there is an inside and outside. Check yourself, experience yourself, whether the inside and outside are actually found in what happens, what feels, what appears, or what you are experiencing. Like how we learn since our childhood, when this thumb is also looked, or when this looking is done again and again, the habit of seeing through this division, this inside and outside, also becomes weaker. You start to see through, you start to understand the truth. Weakening doesn't mean it's disappearing. It means it's still there, but now you know what's the truth, and you're using that to your life, your day-to-day activities, to communicate. What we call the outside is not found apart from the experience, appearances. At the same time, what we call a self is also not found apart from those experiences. We shouldn't believe that outside is not real and there is no. That's not how it works. Believing is another thought, another fake belief. It replaces one thought with another. But instead, you should experience it yourself. It is asking you to look what you call outside. And is it really there? Do you really see outside? Or is there a person who experiences it? When you say outside, when you say there is something, when you feel there is something, pause for a moment. Do not continue with the thought and look what is present instead of the thought. But it shouldn't be done using another thought. You just have to, you just need to try to see through what is present. There is color, there is sound or vibration and different sensations to our skin, nose, and tongue. Is there anything present that says this is outside or inside? Or is the outside a conclusion added by a thought?
තිරුවන් සරණයි. තිරුවන් සරණයි මහත්මිය.
තිරුවන් සරණයි.
තිරුවන් සරණයි මහත්මිය. මම මහනුවරින් මම සමන් කතා කරන්නේ. මේ මහනුවර පායික වැඩසටහන මේ පටන් ගත්තා. Zoom එක ඔන් කරනවද? වීඩියෝ එක?
සමන් මහත්මයා මේක නෙවෙයි මේ වැරදි Zoom එක.
ඕකේ ඕකේ. තිරුවන් සරණයි.
තිරුවන් සරණයි. We need thoughts to get this knowledge, to learn this, to understand this illusion. But we shouldn't always use thoughts to see through it as well. We should try to feel it, look at what appears, not using thoughts or adding more thoughts. If you look carefully, you will find that outside is not found in what experiences, but you have to do it yourself, experiment, experience it, not believe for the sake of someone saying, not believe it says in these Dhamma discourses. You can experiment yourself. You just have to check whether the label that we have given to an object or something that we believe that outside is real is really found in the experience or the appearance itself. Each time you are slowly able to see through it. That belief that built up from your childhood start to slowly weaken. Now check what you call inside. When you say inside, pause for a moment. Do not continue with the thought. Look at what is present instead of the thought. What is present? There is a thinking happening. There is a sensation happening. There is a feeling of movement or pressure. Apart from that, is there anything present that says, this is me, this is the me who experiences this? Or is this I-ness, is a thought, a conclusion added by thoughts? Do not try to answer these with thoughts. Just experiment and look at what appears. If you can look carefully and thoroughly, you will find that the insight is not found in what appears. You cannot name a place where this me, myself is, where this mind is, where this I-ness is. It is found only in the way we think. We think about what appears. It has to be done slowly within yourself. Experiment it. You don't deny those sensations or experiences or feelings. Instead, you check whether there is this so-called label, whether it's inside or outside, is found in what happens, what is occurring. You may notice that the habit to conclude there is a outside and there is a me who experience it is very fast, because it's a habit we have done since our child, since the first day of we learned things. Now it has become real to yourself. That's why you see there is something outside and there is me on the other side who experience it. What you see outside is the you, the I-ness itself. These Buddha's teachings are not asking you to slow the habit down by force, by another thought. It is asking you to notice it, how it was built up. how it was built up since your childhood, and how it has become real through the time, throughout this your life. Once you are practicing this, sometimes you will see it clearly. This is not real, this outside and inside. Sometimes you won't see it at all. That's normal. Whether seeing it or not, it's also not under your control because there is no me to experience it, to control it, to see it. Seeing happens when conditions allow it. This seeing through this illusion is also happening likewise. Do not turn this into a practice you perform like the usual practices we do. Do not turn into something you try to do correctly. This is not a method to follow. It is a way of checking the truth, what we believed was real, what we already assumed was real, the wrong view or the ignorance we had. When we have strong reactions, when strong reactions appears, that is the good moments to check those. See through. What is being reacted to? Is it something out there for real? Or is it just color or sound or sensation appearing just now? What is reacting? Is it a solid self inside? Or is it thought and sensations appearing now? Do not try to calm the reaction. Do not try to fight it. Do not try to change it. Just check the assumptions around it. Often you will feel that the reaction is built on too quick conclusions. There is something out there happening to me. At the same time, there is a me who is inside being affected by it. But these conclusions are rarely seen. When they are seen, the reaction is less convincing. This doesn't mean reactions stop. It means the reactions are not taken to be to belong to a solid self or to be caused by a solid world. You may also check this in simple moments. For example, when you are walking, what is present? There is a movement and there is sensation. Is there an inside and an outside in movement itself? When you are hearing a sound, what is present? There is the sound. Is there an inside and an outside in that sound itself? The division is not found in the movement or the sound, but it is added by the interpretation. And we are not doing it. It also happening automatically because that's how we are used to it. That's how we learn so far, how we did so far in our life. And also, this Dhamma teaching does not require that to be never appeared again. It requires that see through as it is something added and use it, but you know it is already alive. It is used to ease our life, to deal with this world, and that's it. You just have to see through it and change your perception about the pure truth. Also, this scene is not a special experience. It simply removes the layer of that misinterpretation as there is this real outside and the me who experience it. Over the time, as this checking, these experiments happens again and again, then the habit of taking the division or what we learned so far as real becomes weakened. This weakening is the practical meaning of seeing through outside and inside. You may notice not just by thoughts, but your wisdom. You may notice that the world outside is not real and begin to feel unnecessary. The words are not the point. It is the seeing it yourself is the point. When the seeing is present, the worlds fall away by themselves. The inside, or the so-called me, myself, will also fade away by themselves. These sentences, these teachings are not meant to stay with you as another knowledge or another thought, another words. It is meant to undo the way the experiences is being misread. When the misreading weakens, there is less interest in maintaining the views, not because they are bad, but because they are unnecessary, because it's a lie, it's fake. This is the practical side of pointing. Look, try to see through with the help of this knowledge what you call this out, what you call outside, and see whether is it really found in what is appearing. Also, the me, or this myself, this I-ness, can you found it in what appears? If the neither is found, do not replace them with new thoughts. Simply notice what is left. When they are not believed, when the labels are not believed, what is left is what has always been there. Experiences, appearances, feeling, and knowing, without adding the structure of this division, this so called me and the real outside world. We'll end our Dhamma discourse from now on. Tero everybody.
with great respect, and also I worship. May all you be blessed by Triple Gem. I worship Triple Gem with great respect, and also I worship Aryan Mahanse, our noble friend at this moment, who is guiding us on this pathway, and all the listeners who have joined at this moment and whoever listening later on. May all of you be blessed by Triple Gem. And also, we are very grateful to our Dhamma friends who are helping us from the back of the screen, behind the screen, on these events. So this is yet another session of our 24-hour English Buddothpado stream, and for the people all over the world who have a difficulty in understanding the Sinhala, or who do not have any idea about Sinhalese language, we are trying in our best to convey something, some message about true Buddhism. And this is actually what was disclosed by Lord Buddha nearly 2600 years ago. And we have some idea now that the things changed actually. Uh, Lord Buddha said during his time to the monks at some point these disclosures, these true Dhamma facts will be mixed up with the other inputs from different beliefs and by different people, so that you will not have the true Dhamma, which is like pure gold. It is will be kind of contaminated, and it will not be heard in the same way that I am disclosing now. And also, he said that the difficult parts of the Dhamma teaching will be ignored simply because the people who are preaching will not understand those deep parts. He gave a beautiful example at that time. He explained, taking a beautiful metaphor. Uh, there was a drum actually at that time, which was called Ani. The name was Ani. That drum was kind of thing that was made with some uh, pieces of wood fixed together. And of course, the skin of an animal would have been fixed to make the sound. So, what he said was the original Ani drum gives a particular, very beautiful sound. And with time, when the drum is worn out, some of the pieces of wood which has been fixed will have to be removed and replaced with different pieces. So with time, one by one, the original pieces of the wood will be replaced, and at the end, the sound of the drum, there will be a drum which is still called Ani drum, but the sound will be completely different. That was a beautiful metaphor given by Lord Buddha at that time. He said the Dhamma also will have the same uh, fate at the end, because there will be lots of inputs. Things what I have disclosed will change, and ultimately you will have something entirely different. So, this is what happened over several hundreds of years. Actually, in an effort to maintain it, some people may have done certain things in good faith, but what happened was, when there was no uh, inner transformation of that person who is preaching Dhamma, the real truth is not coming out. And as a result, we were more towards the Amisa side, not the practical side. What is meant by Amisa? Amisa means the material side, where we went for lots of offerings and trying to do lots of meritorious work, and we were expecting to collect more and more merits. And we thought that by collecting such merits, we will be able to go to heaven and have a comfortable life. And if we don't do the bad things, again, that will help us to be born in a good place, which means either the human world. Of course, in the human world also, we expected to have lots of comforts in the life, not to fall ill with serious illnesses, and have a comfortable life, and our loved ones will always be with us. So those were the material comforts that we were expecting by doing meritorious work, which is not actually what Lord Buddha appreciated. Huge offerings are happening at the moment. Different types of offerings are being invented by people, and people are rallying around them, thinking that this is a quicker way to understand or reach Nibbana, which is completely a fake, completely a wrong thing. Because Lord Buddha didn't highly appreciate all these material type of things. What he appreciated was the Pratipadava. Pratipadava means the practical way of doing the things to have this inner transformation. That means trying to understand this darshanaya, or the true Dhamma teachings, to understand how this thought mind is behaving, what is meant by mind, what is meant by thought, how the thoughts are formed, and how uh, this self perception or the self weave happens. So these were, when you have a knowledge, basically initially when you understand this mechanism, then it gets applied to the practical day-to-day activities. So the Lord Buddha gave that beautiful example of that Ani drum, and he said, with time, what I have disclosed will change definitely, and the people who do not uh, understand the deeper facts of Dhamma disclosures will pick up the superficial, easy parts only, and then go along that easy pathway. So that is what was happening. And we are very fortunate again to hear the deeper facts and the real facts, which are really different from the other beliefs and faiths. So Buddhism is simply not a religion. It's a philosophy, we know. It can be applied to any person from any surrounding. Because it's a truth, and you can apply it very easily to the your own experiences. So now we have this opportunity to hear true Dhamma facts, and we should make this opportunity, utilize this opportunity in the maximum possible way to understand what is this, what are these things which are preached every day. So you have the opportunity to listen to these disclosures or these preachers' sermons by different people, but more or less we are talking about the same topic, same facts, slightly maybe differently, the wordings may be different. So you are very lucky actually to understand these, to hear these facts. Uh, in this sermon, I thought of explaining some of the uh, raw Dhamma facts that has been disclosed by Lord Buddha. They are actually kind of basic facts, will be useful for you to understand these Dhamma sermons. So one is the Lord Buddha explained four, sorry, four natural phenomena of this uh, world. Yes, we can use the word world because we think that we live in this materialistic world, and then we have the idea that I am living in this world, and world is about several billions of years old, and it has been changing, and I have a changing life pattern, and at the end of my lifespan I'll be dead and gone, and I'll be reborn at some point, either in this world or maybe in a different world. So that was a concept as the people in the mundane world, all of us had it. So that was quite natural because that is what we heard, and that was the input that we received from small age. So, I mean, you can't find fault with that because we went down along the stream of water, and we never thought of trying to swim upwards. Now, with the hearing of these sermons, and little by little, the light in front of is becoming brighter. We have been in a dark room, and we have been groping to find the switch of the light, and groping in the dark means it's the avidya or ignorance, where we have no idea of what is happening. We assume a lot of things to happen, but we are we had no way of confirming what we felt, heard, or seen is true. So, what were these four natural laws? One is the Irtuniyama, or the seasons. Now, worldwide, different parts, different countries of the different parts of the world, different countries experience the changes of the seasons. So some will have very clear all four seasons. Some will have very minimal difference throughout the year, more or less the same seasons, same pattern is there. And sometimes these seasons become very unpredictable. Even though you are supposed to have the spring or the summer at a particular number of months of the year, the things sometimes drastically change. And sometimes even in the summer it's very cold, and people have to still use their cardigans and warm clothes. And people say that, oh, this is not usual. Uh, and why is it happening? Sometimes the snowfall is unexpectedly high. In some areas, the people will say there was no such a snowfall for the last 15-20 years. So those, and also not only that, the people will attribute it to the human activities. They will say because the human beings, because of the fault of the human beings, the way that they are doing certain things changes weather pattern. You can explain it in that way in the mundane world, true. But the seasonal variation or irtu niyama. Niyama means the law, irtu means the seasons. So it's a kind of a law. It can vary, and there is no doer actually. Even though you point the finger at yourself to the human being, it's a niyama. It's a kind of a nature's law. Things change. There is no authority behind that. There is no God behind that. And there is no responsible person. So you have to accept it as it is, because it is just a natural law. And you cannot blame anybody. And what the person has to do, just observe it. You can't give a judgment. You can't give criticisms. And you can't point a finger at anybody. This is the changing pattern, changing nature. So one is this Ritu Niyama, Irtu Niyama, changing of seasonal pattern, changing of weather pattern. So what is the second one? Bija Niyama. Bija means seeds. Niyama means again law. It explains the germination of a seed. The jack seed will give rise to only a jack tree, and the mango seed will give rise to the mango seed. You might try to explain it in the form of science. You might say that the genes are related to mango seed will give rise to the mango tree. So you can tell something from the science perspective. But who decides, or how it was decided that this particular gene will give rise to this particular tree? Was there some person, some authority who decided it? And who decided that this particular gene should not give rise to this particular tree? So again, there is no authority, isn't it? There is no authority, no doer there, and there is no particular mechanism that it was decided. It was just a natural law. So it's not complicating. Now, just imagine if any of the seeds could give rise to any type of tree, how complicated the things will be. So, the nature, by nature, it happens in such a way that it is not complicated, and it's easy to understand to the person in the mundane world that this is the natural law, this is the natural way it happens. So there is no argument about these niyamas or these laws, and you can't fight back about these laws, you can't argue. What is the third one? The law of cause and effect. That is called karma niyama. When there is a cause, there is an effect. This is something that is very important and that we elaborate in Buddhist teaching. When the cause is there, there is an effect. When the cause is not there, there is no effect. When the cause arises at this moment, the effect will arise immediately. There is no time gap between the two. And when the law ceases, when the cause ceases to exist, and the effect also ceases immediately. So, very clearly, I have to reiterate that there is no time gap between the cause and the effect. Where there is a cause, the effect is there. So, this is something very important that we have to understand. This is the basis of Buddha teaching. Which we are not talking about the karma that is taught or explained in many other beliefs. where the word karma is used. Whatever you are doing good will give you a good result. Whatever bad you are doing, you will have a bad result. So if it is a law, then a person who does the bad things, even if he change completely himself, will never be able to attain nibbana. So he will end up with the suffering. So isn't there a chance to change the self behavior? Isn't there a chance to uh, be good and then leave behind that uh, past? If this law is if this karma story is true, we have mentioned this earlier also, the Angulimala Thero will never be able to attain Nibbana because he has killed so many people. He was a serial killer, as you all know. And have you and me killed any people? No. So if a serial killer like Angulimala could reach the Arhat state, if he could become an Arhat, people like you and me who are struggling to understand this Dhamma should definitely have a chance. So the cause and effect, I have explained in some of the previous sermons, and I'm sure you have listened to these facts from the other speakers also, because these are the facts that we are kind of revolving around trying to explain. So the law of cause and effect is one of the main teachings, main explanations in Buddhist philosophy. So the clearer thing is there is no time gap between the two. Whenever the cause arises, immediately the effect is also there. For example, if there is a birth, the word birth I use here not for the physical birth that occurs in the mundane world, birth of your thought. Because in Buddhist teaching, Lord Buddha explained that birth and death means the birth and death of each thought, which happens in every fraction of second. So we undergo the birth and the death every fraction of second throughout this so-called lifespan of this physical body. So it's not something new for us. If you think about your physical death and the physical birth, they are just mental constructs or your thoughts. So the example I took was the cause is a birth and the effect is uh, the death. So always the birth is associated with death of the uh, thought. It's applicable to the physical body also. If there is a birth, always there is a death. Some point, some stage, there will be physical death also. So throughout this dependent origination or paticca samuppadaya in Pali, or in English we can call it dependent origination. There's a series of things explained which I hope to mention at some other point. So in dependent origination, all are cause and effect series. The beauty is all of them happen at once at this moment in a fraction of a second. So that is the third law. Then the fourth is formation of the mind or the chitta niyama. Now this is the most interesting part in these niyamas. Chitta niyama, and what we try to do here is to understand how the mind is formed, how the thoughts are formed, what is meant by thought, and the fact that it is not something within the control of the self. So learning about Chitta Niyama, it's part of your darshana, part of your studying or evaluating or researching about your darshana. And it's the most important part in this Dhamma teaching or Dhamma disclosures. That was what Lord Buddha was experimenting over years. That was something that he never received from the teachers that he went to learn. All his teachers whom he went thought that they have reached the nirvana level. They were arhats. Some of them even called themselves as Buddha at that time in India. But Lord Buddha, he was a hermit at that time, realized that they are all sort of in dark, still groping to find out. But they think that they have reached the ultimate goal. And then he left all of them. And that was the fight he had. He had his own fight with his own mind, with his own thoughts. And time to time, in different phases, the thoughts will come and give a challenge. And now we hear the word Mara Divya Putra in Sinhala. What is meant by that? Mara means the death. Divya Putra is a god. So the god who is in charge of death. That is the meaning of that Mara Divya Putra. So many times in Buddhist history it is mentioned that Mara Divya Putra, or this god of death, came and challenged and asked him several questions time to time. Even though it is written in that way to rouse the sort of interest of the listener, it's actually not a separate God, but it was his own mind. His own thoughts were coming up in different phases and trying to challenge and trying to kind of drag him backwards. So if he keeps a one step forward on his path, he will be dragged behind by two steps. So it was a very difficult task for this Siddhartha hermit to understand all these facts all by himself. So that was a real hard fight, a war with his own mind. And then finally he had the victory and he won, and he understood very clearly how this chitta niyamaya, or this law of mind, is happening. And he has done such a difficult task for us. So we are in the situation, very fortunate situation, where we hear all these true Dhamma facts, and our noble friend Aryan Mahanse is explaining them with very simple examples. So it's uh, very easy to understand. And also you have this opportunity to ask him directly at our question time from 3 to 5 p.m. Sri Lankan time. And also for the people who are speaking Sinhalese language, 7 p.m. to 9:30 p.m. There is a session which is meant only, well, on you can't say only, mostly for the people who have listened to this deshana for about 2 years. So those are the options you have. So coming back to this Chitta Niyame, it's a difficult thing because you have to use your own thoughts and then understand what is meant by mind or these thoughts. Uh, so now we know, after listening to some of these sermons, we know that mind is a rapidly flowing stream of thoughts. It's like a river, I would say. if you just put your hand to the river, you get some water in your hand. But because the water is flowing, you call it river. When the water is static, we call it a lake. And when the water is falling from the sky, we call it rain. But in all three situations, only water is there. When you see the wind blowing, how do you see the wind blowing? You feel it, isn't it? Sometimes you feel that the tree branches are swaying this way, that way, and the light-weighted things are flying up. Then you know that there is wind. Wind means the fast-moving air. So you give a specific name when some change occurs. So like that, you give this name called mind to a fast flow of thoughts. So each individual component is a thought, but because of the rapid speed, it looks as if it is something in one piece. You think that there is something called thought, something called mind, which was there in the past, and I have my mind now, and I am going to have the mind tomorrow also. And also some people divide it into two layers also, superficial mind and deep mind. These are all thoughts, just imaginations. But all what is here is a thought, fast flowing thought. So that is your chitta niyame. The other important fact about the chitta niyame, or this law of mind, is that there is no responsible authority who is doing it. It's a part of the mechanism. And how are the chittas, or these thoughts, formed? It's again part of the system where there are 5 senses for the human being, and different animals will have different senses. Number will vary, and humans have mainly 5 senses, and the function of those 5 senses continuously occurs. It's like some sparking of 5 points, and or it's like 5 fire circles are uh, circling at the same time. So these are the 5 senses. Actually, when I use the same time, I want to explain it. Since it is happening at such a fast speed, you feel as if all 5 are sometimes happening at the same time, but only one sensor faculty at a time. So this is a continuous process, and this is happening without a person's control. So there is no way that you can insert the label myself, that I am hearing, I am seeing, I'm feeling, and etc. So there is no person responsible for this. So this briefly, if I mention about this chitta niyama, or this mind law of mind, we have to understand that it is a fast happening thing, and the speed is of course not imaginable. And how it happens, as I just said, it is the collective function of the 5 sense faculties, and it's a spontaneous happening and non-stop occurrence as long as the physical body is functioning. So at different levels, initially these thoughts are not formed. That is also part of this chitta niyama, or this law. In the baby with the radiant mind, there are no thoughts formed. And subsequently, when the physical organs mature, where the sensor function occurs, taking the physical component as a base, the sensor functions will start to be more mature and to happen in more methodical way, and automatically these sensor functions will combine together. So minimum of two sensor functions should be there to form a thought, and the commonest two are the sensor functions of the eye and sensor function of the ear. So there is rapid vibration at these levels, and rapid vibration means there is something which is created as an illusion, something which looks like as if it is there. So commonest two, as I said, are the hearing and the vision. And because of the fast occurrence of the vibration of that physical part with that physical component, it gives rise to the or it results in to a feeling that there is a light and there is a sound. Mind you, one more thing important: light is not coming from outside, as we learned in our science subjects. And that is what the scientists are still struggling with, that because things that they thought has proven are changing. You can see that the science is something changing every day. So when it is changing, they are bewildered which one is correct. What was mentioned a few years ago is proved to be wrong now, and they are finding more and more new theories. So that is the nature, but these things actually have been disclosed by Lord Buddha 2000, nearly 2600 years ago. But of course, the wordings are different, metaphors are different to suit at that time. So the word Ruppanaya was used by Lord Buddha to the vibration. So vibration is a modern word and we can understand it better rather than the word Ruppanaya. So Ruppanaya and vibration or wave, all three mean same. It's a very fast occurrence of some, we can simply say there's some change in that physical component. And when it takes to the eye, human eye, there are specific cells which has this ability to have this vibration. So when there is a vibration of that particular component, we'll take the ear also. The eardrum is the one which vibrates. So when there is a vibration of this particular component, mind you, now you have to have the intact physical component to have this vibration. That is the most important thing. So when the physical component is functioning and when there is a vibration happening at that point, there is a light created or a sound is created. One at a time, both will not happen at the same time. So when this happens in such a way, which is a part of this law, it will combine to form a different type of a vibration, different type of a ruppanaya, or a different type of a rupa. The word rupa doesn't mean that something that you see. That is a word that we use in mundane world to see something. But the word rupa is used for all five sensor functions. The varna rupa is meaning the light, and shabda rupa means the sound. Rasa rupa means the taste, and Ghana Rupa means the smell, and Pottabha Rupa means the senses of the skin. That means the solidity, solid feeling, watery feeling or liquidity, airy feeling, and heat, warm feeling, warm and cold feeling. So those are the five vibrations that the skin can appreciate in the human being. So these vibrations occur then and there. That again is a part of this law, and there is no controlling body, and you are not doing it. It's very important to remember this as a thought at the beginning. You are not you are not doing it. There is no me in this drama. So what happens? The thoughts are the thought is a collective function of these vibrations, and the light is created, and then the sound is created. What happens now when the light is created? There is a vibration occurring at this level. There is synchronizing or kind of equalization, or you can use the word telepathization to a similar vibration that occurs somewhere. This is the mechanism of seeing. So, this word telepathizing is a new word, but many other words in English can be used: resonating, synchronization, or in very simple way, you can say it becomes equal, it becomes that, becomes this. So, that is how this mechanism of seeing, hearing occurs. Everywhere it's a telepathization. And if this physical component, the part of this system, this body, doesn't vibrate, you can't talk anything about seeing or hearing. So the essential part is this particular component, this particular physical part must vibrate for you to see or hear. So this is in Pali and Sinhala is explained with the word samanantaraya. Samanantaraya means becomes equal. There is no gap in between the two. That becomes this, becomes equal, becomes same. So the example of the two tuning forks which have the similar frequencies again is given by our noble friend Aryan Mahanse as one of the newer examples or metaphors to explain this situation. When one is vibrating, automatically the other tuning fork which has the similar frequency will also vibrate. So that becomes equal to this. That is the story. So everything explained in this law of mind comes under this category of telepathization. So there's a series of fast telepathizing for you to be able to see or hear. And each moment we know that the eye is not capable of recognizing what it is. So there is some seeing, there is some hearing at the level of the sensors. Also, there is some feeling of taste, feeling of smell, and the skin sensations. They are all at the level of sensors. But how does the identification or naming comes? That is where the role played by the thoughts. So we know that the baby with the radiant mind have no idea about what he's experiencing. He's experiencing something, but no idea about it. This is explained in Pali terms, ditte ditta mattang, sute sutta mattang, mutte mutta mattang. What does it mean? Seeing means only a seeing, it's limited to a seeing only. And hearing, a sound means only a hearing, it's limited to only a hearing. And mutte mutta mattang, mutta means the three sensations. The things come under this category is the sensation of your tongue, sensation of your nose, and the skin sensation. those three come under Mutta. So Mutte Mutta Mattang means what is felt is just a feel only, just a feeling only. So this is the state of the Arhat's mind actually. The Arhat will not have uh, attachments, or there is no story coming up with these sensor functions. Arhat has the thoughts, so that is something I have to explain, because beyond the radiant mind of the little baby, the thoughts start forming. So that is another part of this law of mind. So the thoughts will eventually be formed. So as an adult in our stage, or a grown up child cannot stop short of making thoughts. It eventually come up as a thought. So the difference in Arhat state is that the thoughts are formed, but no fire occurring beyond that. What happens in the persons in the mundane world is that thoughts are formed, and there is automatically fire or burning. The fire or burning is in the form of various types. Could be clinging, aversion, likes, dislikes, jealousy, hatreds, sadness. You name it, anything is there. So this fire is the one which goes down, completely becomes zero. But the thoughts are there because you need thoughts to survive in the world. So the Arhat state and the little baby's mind, there is a difference. Little baby has the radiant mind. He has only the sense of faculty, sense of functions. But the most important thing is that the glue or the sarsav or taints is there hiding. What is this glue? That is the current that got synchronized or telepathized at the level of the zygote, right at the beginning of the life in the womb of the mother. So that current is dormant and persisting, and that current is still there even if the baby is very innocent and looks very pure and calm and relaxed, but still the glue which has not been dissolved is there. So therefore, if a baby of that age with a radiant mind, even if the baby dies, there is no chance of uh, going to Nibbana or reaching the Nibbana level, because the current is still hiding. But in Arhat state, this it's equal to radiant mind, but without that glue. No taints, no hiding defilements, and it's all clear. It's there's no burning at whatever level, whatever the challenge which comes, whatever the stimulus is there, there's no burning. So Arhat state is again radiant mind. Thoughts are formed, unlike in the radiant mind of the little baby. Thoughts are formed because that is a part of the chitta niyamaya, or the uh, part of this mind of the law of mind. But using the thoughts, Arhat has understood this mechanism, and because of that understanding, uh, Arhat has reached the final level or the final stage of Nibbana. So there's no current remaining, there's no current dormant in the Arhat state. And when the physical body collapses, there's no place to go, there's no current to get synchronized to a different place. So that is the zero level, and the vehicle which was going on the road stops because no more fuel is pumped. That is the end of the life. By Lord Buddha, there was a beautiful metaphor given. When you do not add the wicks, when you do not add the oil to the lamp, and when you just let it burn until the end, the flame will be gone at some point, either when the oil is over, or when the wick is burnt out, or when both finish at the same time, and the flame is gone. Can you point out to a direction and say which this side the flame has gone? No, you can't. You can't. You can only say that the flame is gone. You can't show a direction to where the flame has gone. It's like the arhat's mind. When the physical body collapses, the the mind, you can't say where did he go. uh, you can't point out and say he went to this direction. So it's a beautiful metaphor coming from Lord Buddha's side, and it's again another aspect of this uh, chitta niyamaya, or the uh, law of the mind. So, isn't it beautiful? It's really beautiful to understand how this mind is behaving. And you know that the flow of the thoughts is not something that you are doing. You can't remember the things by force, isn't it? I mean, there are many instances where you try to recollect. You say that I'm trying to recollect this incident. How did it happen? Who came there at that time? Uh, Recently, I remember just an experience of myself. I was given an very old photograph, and I was asked, do you remember when was this taken? It was a group of friends, uh, several of us were there. And can you remember when was this taken? What was this event? And in the mundane world, a person would try to say, oh, I'm trying to recollect. What was it? What was it? What was it? Can you take the memories in the way that you want? No. Sometimes it never comes, never ever comes. Sometimes it quickly comes. And then on the other hand, there are thoughts that you want to get rid, actually. They are repeatedly coming. It's really troublesome. And then you might say, oh my God, I can't get rid of this thought. I can't stop this thought coming up. So, in both ways, simply the thoughts are not controllable, isn't it? Thoughts are beyond your control. Now, we discussed that the thoughts are formed in such a way that thoughts are uh, not made by somebody, it's a part of this law. That is one aspect. On the other aspect, the thoughts you cannot create at the way that you want, and also you can't get rid of the thoughts in the way that you want, and you can't maintain the thoughts that you love to keep. Anyway, they will be coming and going. The beautiful example given by our Aran Vahanse, our noble friend, teacher, is that be an observer like the space. The clouds are coming. Different types of clouds are coming. You can't stop clouds coming. You can't keep the beautiful clouds forever. You can't change the shapes of the clouds. You can't decide about the shapes of the clouds. And you can't break away or unite the clouds in the way that you want to make different shapes. So the mind and the thoughts are also like that. It acts according to this kind of nature's law. There is no me in this concept. If I am there, if there is a person, if there is an authority who can deal with this, how beautiful the things will be. I mean, if you are you are controlling your mind, how nicely can you do it according to your whims and fancies, isn't it? So this is the way it behaves. So you are really helpless in this way. Well, I mean, there's no person who is helpless. There's no person, but there is no way of controlling. Then you can't call that I am thinking, or it's my mind, and it's coming to my mind so often, and I'm trying to uh, decide and do it in this way according to my thoughts. Can you talk things like that? It has to be accepted, because the way that the seasonal variations are accepted, because of the way that the trees are growing with their own seeds, and the pattern of trees growing is accepted as a law, and also because the way that the cause and effect happenings are accepted as it is, the chitta niyama also has to be accepted. And there's no way of trying to have fight. If there is a fight, there is a person, there is a self. It is a self that emerges, and the self feeling which is trying to have a fight. So if it can be observed, if it is seen as a law, the nature's law, and there's no way of changing it, and the person or the self becomes a part of that. There is no self who is observing this on this side. The self becomes a part of that law. Self becomes a part of the nature. So ultimately what is experienced is what's called a sukhaya. Sukhaya is not kind of comfort or a happiness. That's a kind of a very relaxed feeling, just a feel only. There's no person who is enjoying it, but it is just simply a feel. So these are the four things that I wanted to explain, the four laws of nature. And we know that there is no doer here. Right from the beginning in Buddhist philosophy or Buddhist teaching in True Dhamma, what we try to focus is that there is a no self angle. Always things have to be seen with a no self angle. And this is where the help of the noble friend is essential, because there are many pitfalls on this pathway, and easily sometimes when you come to a certain level, some understanding, you feel, oh, it's there now, I feel very much relaxed and very much light, and I'm not having any fire, I am not having any frictions or uh, aversion or whatever. I don't get angry like earlier. So you become very contented and happy and satisfied at those levels, and you think that you have come to the end. It's one of the very big mistakes that many of our people who are on the path uh, undergoes. So it's very important to join the Zoom discussions and clarify whatever the doubts you are having. So I think from this part I have explained about these four niyamas or the four laws, and I hope it was clear enough. And we will try to discuss another point, which again is a part of your knowledge. But it's important to know these things, because these things have been disclosed by Lord Buddha, and they also they strengthen, or they uh, form the foundation for your practical component. When you realize that these are laws of nature, and you realize that there is no way of changing, and you get you get the self there when there is no self uh, trying to sort of go against these laws, uh, then it becomes easier to follow the rest of the path. So we will take another point from now onwards. Yes, newly. Very clear. So that also you can do it mindfully, one by one, maybe cutting the grass, planting some flowers, and manuring, watering. So that those things you can be mindful and do. But in those situations, always the self is there. So that's a huge difference. I mean, a person who listens to this might think, okay, what's a big difference? Sorry. So there is a huge difference. There is a huge difference in what Lord Buddha mentioned as mindfulness. And in those situations, it's actually a part of the mundane world where the outside world is true. I am here and I am concentrating on what I am doing. Now I am chopping vegetables and now I can see it, and now I am washing them. Now I am adding the spices, so on and so forth. You can go on until the process is over. Very clearly, everything is felt as real. Your vegetables are true, and your knife is true. The smell of the condiments, your spices are true, and the sounds of chopping is true. So everything is true. And then true means it's given a value. It's a thing, it's yet another thing that is happening. When there is a thing, when there is something existing or real, always the self is here on this side. So you can see how difficult it is to recognize this self perception. And uh, even a thief can be mindful, can't you? Don't you think so? Even a thief can concentrate and be mindful about the sounds, noises, and make sure that he sort of walks very quietly, and he can be very mindful about the sounds which might come up from the household, and stealing the things, packing the things, and making it very quietly and escape. If the dogs are there, sort of tactics to make them quiet. So this is also something being mindful, isn't it? So it may be something good, something may be bad. A person might go to the temple and do the sweeping, uh, and cleaning the pots which are there around the bo tree. So that also you can do it mindfully. So your concentration is there to the sounds, rustling sounds of the bow leaves, and the sound of the sweeping, and the hard feel of the eagle broom, and the feel of the sand to the feet. So that again is being mindful. So you have to understand, as people who are following this Buddothpada teaching, as people who are following the true Dhamma that has been disclosed by Lord Buddha 2600 years ago, this is a very important fact that you have to understand. Being mindful, what Lord Buddha said was, there's no self doing it here on this side. It is a series of sensors functioning. When you are chopping vegetables, the the ear vibration gives rise to the sound, and the eye vibration gives rise to the shapes or pictures, and the nose vibration might give rise to the particular smell of fresh vegetables. And if you happen to put a little bit of peas into your mouth, you will have the vibration of the tongue. And also, not only that, you don't need to eat actually. When you are chopping a particular vegetable, and the rest of the picture will be completed as a product of the mind sensor, isn't it? Even if you don't taste the particular food, but you see it, you hear the sound, you are touching it. So when those three senses are functioning, the taste of that particular food item, automatically you tend to feel, but the tongue didn't have anything to do with that. Just as a perception of taste, you can feel the taste. Remember about uh, cutting an orange. Didn't you get some saliva in your mouth? Didn't you get your mouth watered even without eating it? But you had a picture in your eye, you got the smell, and you could feel the texture of it when you were touching. That's it. But rest of the picture was completed as a mind faculty function. The orange, the thought came, and along with that, the taste also you got as a perception. And then not only that, the effect of that next one was a, a function of the body faculty, where your mouth was watered, you had saliva in your mouth. So that is a function of the body faculty. Similarly, when you are chopping some onions, you feel the texture, that is your body faculty. You get the strong smell, that is the nose faculty, smell faculty, smell. And the eye faculty will create the picture. And you might even get the perception of the taste of the onions if it is eaten as it is. And then you can feel that your eyes are watering, there are some tears coming up, isn't it? That is a function of the body faculty. So if you see from this angle, it's just a series of functions of the faculties, isn't it? It's a series of functions of the sensor faculties, one after the other. Did you do it? No, it's a sequence. It's a sequence of the faculties, sensor faculties, one after the other. But we feel as if they are happening at the same time. But always there's one sensor faculty at a given time. But because of the fast speed, and they are taking turns, and from one it's jumping to the other and then coming back to the previous one. So because of that fast speed of changing from one sensor to the other one, you feel as if all of them are functioning at the same time. So if you see this from this angle, and then you realize that there is no self doing it. It's a sequence, it is a part of the system. Having the saliva in the mouth and having the tears, those are also part of the sensor functions. So that is the mindfulness actually. So being mindful means, here what Lord Buddha explained was that no self anger should be a part, it's a must. So that is your sati or mindfulness. What is the second one? Investigation or researching yourself. That is called Dhamma Vijaya. So researching yourself is the most important thing, of course. Now you know the facts as a knowledge, and then you have to apply that to different situations and try to get it to the track of practical. This is actually what we are doing in these 1 day practical experience programs, where we have the knowledge for half a day. We discuss about the uh, darshana part, where how these thoughts are formed and what is this mechanism, what is this system, uh, and what is this self feeling. We all discuss in the morning, and then we try to apply that to the daily uh, practical component, where we try to do a walking meditation, and then stepwise we apply that knowledge that we are armed with to the 4 steps. So even when you are not taking part in such a program, this research, self-investigation or research or Dhamma Vicaya must be done individually. So it might take some time. A new person will have to listen to these sermons for quite a while. Some sermons you might have to listen several times, so that you get a very clear picture, and mm, then you revise what you heard. So revision is something very important. That is what I explained as Dhamma Vijaya, or the investigation. Each incident or each thing that you heard, you might be able to explore and find new examples, new things from your setup, and new ways of explaining. So it's based on that individual and the understanding. So it's important to do your own investigation, and then uh, try to get a clear idea about it. This is what Lord Buddha said. I mean, your own canoe, you have to make it by yourself. Uh, and using that canoe only, you can cross the stream of this samsara journey. Uh, then what is the next one? Effort or virya. This effort or virya is mentioned in several other places in this Buddha teaching. Virya or the effort is a must. I had a talk on both aspects of virya. Not having enough virya is also not good, and having too much of virya or too much of effort is also not going to be helpful. There's a beautiful metaphor given by Lord Buddha. If you are floating in the water, if you try to splash too much with your hands and legs, you will sink. And also, if you are not making any effort by making the swimming movements, again you will sink to the bottom. So both ways is not correct. Not having any effort means you are just lifelessly, you are there without moving your limbs. And too much of effort means you are trying to sort of kick too much to the water and trying to splash more water, and which is not the correct way to swim. So it has to be something intermediate. We see lots of our mothers, uh, they are joining the Zoom. They are kind of in a hurry to find something called nirvana. Now that is too much of effort. If you give a value to anything, and there what is becoming established is that self-perception. So even nirvana, even nirvana, if you try to find something with lots of effort, you want to do something and you want to reach a goal and you are trying to achieve something, there the nirvana also has come as a thing for you. Nirvana is not a thing, it's nothing to achieve. And whatever the fires which were coming up within the system, will little by little go down and fade away. That is where the nirvana is. So if you take nirvana as a kind of exam which has to be passed by somehow, some mother says that because I'm old, I want to get this done by somehow quickly before I die, which is a completely wrong concept. Actually, nirvana is experienced in every thought. We know that the thoughts are, every thought is a fresh one and freshly arising and fresh it ceases. So the birth and death is there. So every thought is fresh one. If it is so, there's nothing called uh, getting it done by somehow reaching that. You can't talk about something like that. Especially our elderly mothers, fathers, they become very anxious. They have this doubt, what will happen to me if I die? What will happen to me? So that is their concern actually. They will sometimes try to do something, try to listen to more and more uh, sermons, and they are trying to achieve something. And we know that our R.N. Mahasia, our noble friend, always sort of sometimes he talks to them in tough words to correct them, because nirvana is not something that you can find. It's not a goal to achieve. So trying to find something, trying to achieve nirvana is also too much of effort or too much of virya. Often we hear our noble friends saying, okay, stop doing all this Dhamma searching. Even stop listening to the Dhamma sermons for a short while. Relax yourself. Attend to your day-to-day activities at home. Relax. Cook a simple meal, prepare a cup of tea, have a bath, do any gardening if there is anything, and live in a sort of relaxed manner. So that is where too much of effort or too much of virya is there. And also, a person who is having very little effort, if a person is bit lazy to listen to the Zoom, a bit lazy to do the revisions, and bit lazy to sort of think and explore by self, and that sort of person has less efforts, again he's going to fail. So what is the next one? Joy or preeti. Now here again the word preeti is not something again which interprets the uh, happiness where there is an outside world and then I am here and I am happy. It's not that sort of preeti. So eventually the first three things that I mentioned, when there is mindfulness, where there is no self, it's seen from the no self angle, and the same person will do the investigation and also puts the correct amount of effort, then the self or that system will enjoy a kind of joy or preeti. So that is something that is experienced, feeling of joy or preeti. And what is the next thing? Tranquility. So the next experience or next thing that will be felt will be tranquility. Uh, in Pali, it is called passadi. You feel very relaxed and you feel light. Even though I use this word you, it's actually the system will feel some tranquility and uh, lightness. But remember now, all these things, all these seven facts that I mentioned, the factors of awakening, all of them, there should be the background of no self angle. So there is no person who is feeling a joy. It's just a feel only, without a person. It's a feel only. If there is a likeness to that joyous feeling, if there is some sort of uh, thought wanting to maintain that happiness or that joy feeling, then definitely the self is there. Whatever out of these 7 factors that I'm going to mention, wherever, if the feel is there to maintain that, or if there is a fine or subtle lightness to maintain, then of course the self is there. That is the self perception. It's applicable to anything in this Dhamma pathway, whatever. If there is a willingness, if there is a likeness to maintain or have it, some form of clinging or attraction to maintain anything, then definitely that is your self. So tranquility is also the same, or passaddhi. If there is a willingness, if there is a fine willingness or lightness to enjoy that tranquility, again there is self perception. So identify the self perception is actually not easy, I would say, because as I mentioned earlier, the previous in our previous discussions, we mentioned this again and again. Wherever there is an attraction or clinging or uh, some feel that want to maintain, that is a self perception. But the self weave is not difficult to understand or recognize, because those are like actually the large pebbles in your basket. Large pebbles are easily seen and you can remove them without much difficulty. But the smaller ones, finer ones, which is your self perception, that is the one which is difficult to identify. So, what is the next step that the system will experience is the concentration or samadhi. Samadhi is an effect or a result of this process. Again, there shouldn't be a person, there shouldn't be a self who is experiencing the samadhi. The word samadhi or the concentration is used in many places. One example is the concentration samadhi or the insight type of samadhi. Actually, in concentration samadhi, that concentration, there is a self. A self is trying to concentrate, whereas in insight type, there is no person as such. And the last one experienced is that equanimity. Equanimity or upekkha is actually a beautiful experience, I would say. It's without craving or aversion. It's a balanced situation, something quite balanced, whether you get it or not, whether you achieve it or not. Uh, the feeling is that of neutral. There's no craving to hold on to anything, and there's no aversion either. So, for example, uh, there may be a food that you generally like to have it. So, I mean, you don't have that burning feel to have it. It's there on the table. We'll take a kind of a food, a sweet meat, which is there on the table. It's your favorite food. So, I mean, you do not have that strong feel within you as a craving. Uh, wantedness to eat it. If it is there, yes, you can eat it and you can enjoy, certainly. But if somebody all of a sudden comes there and say that, sorry, this is meant for me and I have some friends to share this, can I take it? So that will not cause a fire within you. If it is there, yes, you can share it and eat. But if the other person wants to take it away, again, no matter, okay, go ahead, you take it. So that is your equanimity or upeksha, which is a beautiful experience, as I said. If you have this quality, the upeksha, uh, it becomes very easy to uh, face any kind of stimuli. So these are the 7 factors that I want to mention. These actually will bloom gradually, become stronger and stronger, and starting from mindfulness, it ends up at upeksha. So at the level of the upeksha, that system is very calm and uh, can uh, can respond to any stimuli with a neutral feeling. Uh, it's something beautiful, we can say, like a water, and be like a tree, be like the earth. So these are some of the examples that are given in some of the sutras actually. Uh, be like a tree is one of the beautiful examples given by Lord Buddha and also by our spiritual teacher, our noble friend R.N. Mahansya. A tree will provide the shade to a person who has done some harm to the tree, and also equally to a person who has helped the tree to grow. So there is no difference. Uh, the fruits will be given in the same way. Fruits are allowed to take, and the shade will be given in the same way. And also, it provides a purity to the environment by producing oxygen. Uh, but the tree is life, isn't it? Tree is alive, tree is breathing, tree is growing, tree is reproducing, and it will be uh, it will have various illnesses related to trees, and at some stage the tree will come to an end and then become a part of the soil. So that means the tree is alive, but the difference is that tree between the tree and the human being or the living beings is that tree doesn't have a mind, no vinyanas or no consciousness, but tree has the senses. Senses are slowly functioning, but they are not as quick as the other animals' senses. But they are very slowly functioning, but still they do have the senses. But uh, as a part of the nature's law, there is no combination of these sensor functions to form the thoughts. So, therefore, that is the difference between the uh, tree and the living beings. Actually, the state of the Arhat's mind is also more or less same. Arhat's mind also functions as long as the sensors are there. As long as the breathing is there, the sensors are functioning. Sensor functions are there. Thoughts are formed. And as a part of the thought formation, there will be happiness, sadness, those also will be there. But there's no fire underneath that. It's very superficial. There is no story making behind the thoughts. Just thoughts come and go. And as a part of the mind faculty, there will be feeling of sadness, happiness, sometimes some form of well, I don't think you can call it an anger, but some form of dislike, likes, those also can happen as a part of the function of the mind sensor. But it's not deep seated. What do I mean by deep seated? There's no fire underneath that. It happens just as a part of the incident, and that's all, that's gone. We know during the Lord Buddha's time also there are certain things that proves this. Once Lord Buddha was sitting under a tree uh, to the direction of the city of Kimbulatpura, which was his birthplace actually. And he apparently, according to the history, it says that the wind coming from that direction is very comfortable. So he liked that wind. But there was no craving for that. There was no fire underneath that. There was no desire to experience that. But he knew as a part of his sense of function, it's comfortable to think about the wind coming from that side. Also, there was another situation where uh, towards the last few months of his life, he was in the city called Vishala, and then he was to leave that city to the other city where he was uh, going to uh, finish the last few months of his life. So before he set off, apparently he turned back and had a look at the city for the last time. And he has indicated that this city, I like this city. But again, there was a likeness, there was a pleasant feeling, but it's not a kind of roaring likeness. It was not a sort of firing, craving type of thing. But there was a likeness in that mind. Uh, Also, there was another situation where there have been some disputes among the monks in the temple where he was. And Lord Buddha advised several times the monks, but they wouldn't listen. They were having their own way. And he didn't like that setup. So there was some dislike to that situation. So he left the temple and he went to one of the forests for some time. So this is the nature of that mind. Even the Arhant's mind is like that. It's a radiant mind where there are no defilements at all and there's no fire burning underneath, but the likes, dislikes, the sadness, all those things will come as a part of that process. So, so that is the story about this thought process. We have been talking about how the thoughts are formed and how this mind is behaving. Uh, the most difficult sensor faculty to understand is the mind faculty. Whereas the other five faculties, it's not too difficult, I would say. Now, how do you, now talking about the eye faculty, something that I wanted to mention actually. We know that light is a creation of the eye. We know that this talk about light coming from outside cannot be applied in this Dhamma, even though we have learned it as a part of our science subject. In that way, you can't actually explain about the nocturnal animals' ability to see everything in pitch dark. If it is something coming from outside, then you can't explain that, can you? So like that, all five faculties create something. And the mind faculty, we know very clearly that mind faculty is a combined result of the other 5 faculties. But the instances when the eye is kept open, when the eye is functioning, when the eye is vibrating, you tend to get a row of pictures coming up one after the other. Now, right now, you can turn your head from one side to the other 180 degrees. See how many vibrations are occurring and how many pictures you consider to be seen. Could you control or stop the things that were seen? No. As long as the eye is functioning, as long as there is some appropriate vibration happening, there is some synchronization of these vibrations to something else, and you assume that you have seen that. Similarly, if the ears are functioning and if you are in a place with multiple sounds, you call it a place with multiple sounds because your eardrum is vibrating uh, constantly and equalizing with some of the vibrations near you. So that equalization you name as I heard this, I heard that, I heard that sound also. Yes, I can hear this. So that means there is telepathization or equalization or synchronizing of your vibrations to something somewhere. You never know what it is, but it's become equal to some other vibration. So this thing, a function called hearing occurs. So could you control it? No, there is no way of controlling the ear as long as the functioning ear is there. Now, similarly, we'll take the skin. You feel so many things, isn't it? You think that you feel the hardness of the chair. You think you feel the coldness of the blowing air, and you feel the softness of your dress. So you think so. You think that you feel these. What happens actually? In that particular place, there is a vibration, and that vibration becomes equal to another vibration. And then you think that that is the softness of the cloth, that is the hardness of the chair. So, similarly, when you talk about the mind, the thoughts are formed in the same way. Now, there are instances where you are not concentrating of any of the other 5 faculties, but you say that I was in a deep thought. Remember about such a situation? Yeah, you might say that I was thinking, I was in a deep thought and I was trying to recollect that. Those are the ways that you explain. But what happens? Actually, the thought which sparked at this moment is a repetition of another spark which happened some time earlier. And that point, always, it is a function of the 5 sensor faculties. So without the 5 sensor faculties, you can't talk about the mind faculty. Always, it is a repetition of another a thought. That means another collective function of the 5 sensor faculties at that point. So if a system is functioning and if the mind is, that means the mind is working. Can you stop this flow of thoughts? Some people are talking about not having any thoughts. It's really sort of a funny thing to hear. Can you stay without thoughts? No. You know that every fraction of a second, a sensor is functioning. When the sensors are functioning, eventually you have the thoughts. So there's nothing called not having thoughts. thoughts are always coming up, and it's a sequence. What happens is sometimes you don't feel the thoughts as very strong, and the thoughts become very fine. Then you feel as if there are no thoughts. Another person might say that I'm really bothered about these frequent thoughts. So that becomes a problem then. A person who is not having strong thoughts, or a person who says that I don't have thoughts, will not bother about it because it's comfortable. This happens sometimes when you are doing concentration meditation. They say, I don't feel my mind, I don't feel my thoughts. And our noble friend R.N. Mahasi explains that as hiding of the mind. You cannot exactly uh, identify the thoughts which are occurring in such a situation. So, hiding of the mind is an explanation given in such a situation. Actually, it's not so. I mean, there's nothing called hiding, there's nothing called not having thoughts, but not being able to identify the thoughts is the explanation. What about the person who is troubled with the thoughts? What can you do about it? A person might say that this thought about my being scolded by my boss, or this thought about my uh, being insulted by a relative, or maybe yes, any kind of thought that actually repeatedly coming is a result of reinforcement. So, when the thought is not understood as a part of this process, when the thought is given a value, when the thought is given a kind of reinforcement simply because of the ignorance, that means simply because it is not understood as a part of this process, then that thought can recur more often, can become more stronger. So, what should be done? Is there a shortcut for that? No, there's no shortcut. Actually, what you have to do is just polish your knowledge about the darshana, about how these thoughts are formed, what is the process, and that being something uncontrollable, there is no owner to this process. When you understand this process, there is no involuntary pouring of fuel to this fire. That means there is no involuntary reinforcement of these thoughts. We use the word abhisankarana, or volitional formation is something that goes close by, but I don't know, it might have better explanations, better words in English, of course. That means kind of reinforcement of this thought. That is simply because you do not know the process of forming these thoughts. You take it as real. The system adds a value automatically. I am really bothered up with this thought. It really troubles me. What am I to do? It's coming again, and it's there whole day, and I can't think of anything else. I can't plan anything else because of this thought. You hear all these complaints, don't you? I mean, you yourself may have complained in the same way. So, that is a way of putting fuel to the fire. You are reinforcing that thought, and more you reinforce, it will recur more often. So, as I said, what should be done? You should understand the process. As long as the eyes are functioning, you get a continuous stream of pictures. As long as the ears are functioning, the stream of sounds will be produced. As long as the skin is intact, you will feel so many things. one after the other. As long as your nose is functioning, you can't stop getting the pleasant fragrances and also the foul smells. Unless you tightly close your nose, do you have a control about it? No, there's no control. And closing the nose is a temporary plaster to the wound. But unless you have a fault in your nose, you can't stop feeling this smell sensor. And similarly, tongue. If you put something on the tongue, whether you like it or not, if you put something bitter, you will feel that bitter taste. So, similarly, as long as these sensors are functioning, there is this continuous process of forming the thoughts. And when you do not understand this process, automatically, involuntarily, a value is given and your thought becomes a thing. Your thought becomes alive. When the thought is alive, that means there is reinforcement and then it will come more often. So, as long as you are indifferent to the thoughts, the frequency of the thoughts will be less and less prominent. And with time, any thought will anyway get less often. You know, one of the beautiful examples given by our Aran Mahanse, our noble friend. You meet a friend while you are walking on a walking track. After a long time, you are meeting him, and then you will shake hands, you will have a hug, you will take a little time to stop and talk to him about his whereabouts and the details. So that is how you will embrace a thought when it is fresh. The value which is given to that thought is much higher at that time. Equally, the self is very strong in that. So the thought is strong, which means the self is strong. Both are same, two sides of the same event, same fact. And you meet him again the next day or maybe in 2 3 days time. You will spend a little less time with him. You might stop for lesser time and you might still shake hand and then go on your own directions. Again, you meet him in 3 4 days time. That time you will have a little wave and then pass him. uh, in few more days, if you meet him again, now that he becomes a regular person to meet at your walking track, and you will have a smile and passing. The next time, even you wouldn't bother even to look up at him. You will look down and then pay attention to your walking. Now, this is something, a beautiful metaphor given by our Aran Mahanse. About the thoughts also, your response will be in that way, isn't it? Right at the beginning, you will embrace the thought. That is, I'm talking about a person who has no idea about this true Dhamma facts, about this true Dhamma teaching. So the thoughts are embraced, thoughts are given the full life, thoughts are given enough fuel to burn, and you have this burn within you with that heavy thought. But with time, or when you learn about this system, when you understand these Dhamma facts and you realize more and more what this system is doing, how it is happening, then that value which was added or the life which was added to that thought, or how much it became a thing, or in other words, how strong the self perception was, it becomes less and less. So, this you can experience even in the mundane world, the normal happenings to any person who is not into this Dhamma. That's a natural process. With time, it can happen. But if you understand this mechanism, if you try to find exactly what is happening in this mind, automatically that furling process will stop. And then, even if that thought comes again and again, you are not bothered. You have that equanimity quality, upeksha, where uh, not bothered simply. The thoughts are coming as usual, and thoughts will go, and that's it. It's a kind of let go type of concept. So that's the beauty of this Dhamma, where you understand this process, and more you understand, you are really awakened to the truth. You are really awakened to your own film. You are no more an actor, and there are no observers either. You are not an observer. Right at the beginning, you are an observer of your own film, but the observer also becomes dissolving, fading away gradually. Then, without an owner, the film is running. Until the physical body comes to an end, the film is running. You are no more an actor, and just there is the audience. There's no audience. The whole is empty, but the film is running. So this is the story of the life events. So more you understand, it becomes more and more beautiful, and the feeling of relaxation is more, and uh, you will be able to understand the other systems when the fire on this side is very minimal or becoming zero, and there is no current to be telepathized to another life at the end, when it comes to zero, at the end of the collapse of this body. uh, so I think we are nearing to the end of this session. I'm sure these facts you hear again and again from different Dhamma friends who are doing the uh, sermons throughout these 24 hours. So you will be able to understand when the same fact is explained in different ways by different people. So hope this session was of some use. Uh, we will meet up again, and I want to worship uh, Triple Gem, and also I want to worship Aryan Mahase, our noble friend, for this guidance. It's a massive guidance that he's giving, and he's directing us and correcting us whenever it is needed. So we are trying to convey the things that we understood in a very much smaller way, but always we need the guidance of the Aryan Mahase for these teachings. So we are very grateful to him, and also we uh, uh, may uh, you be blessed by Triple Gem, and also I am very grateful to our Dhamma friends who are helping us with our technology. We'll meet up again in another session. Teruvan Saranai.
Good afternoon, everybody. Teruvan Sanna Sir. Teruvan Sanna, everybody. Let's continue with the book reading. The Truth Dhamma Has Awakened. Volume 2, page number 26. Even though you have this knowledge about how you don't exist, you do have another problem. And that is, how are we to realize this pure truth? What should we do to realize this truth? Isn't this your problem now? Many people request me to teach them a practical method on how to analyze the formation and the cessation of the five aggregates. Good afternoon, everybody. They want to know how to develop the Udayavaya Jnana. Let's continue with the book Therefore, reading. We are going to teach you how to go on the path. Now, we are going to reveal to you the way we practiced the
So there is
analyzing
no
of the
single
Udayavaya
solid
of
mind that
the
we can
thought.
point our finger at.
Even
It's
though
just some
we
flowing
present
thing
this
where
to you in a
at a
day,
very fast
we
speed
had to
thoughts
practice
are occurring,
this for a very long
and
time
then
before
uh,
we realized the truth
the
ourselves.
it's something an
We
example or a
realized
metaphor that is given by Lord Buddha, and also it has been disclosed again by our Aryan Mahanse. It's similar to a river which is flowing. When the water is flowing, you call it a river, and when the air is blowing, you call it a wind. But when you try to hold the flowing water, it's just some water in your hand, but you label it as river only when it is flowing. So similar examples we have had. Uh, wind is another example given in one of the sutras. So similarly, there is no thing called mind. Mind means just a flow of thoughts. And the speed is one of the very decisive factors in most of these facts that we are trying to explain now. So the process of formation of the thought uh, is something that we have to uh, understand, because as long as the physical body is persisting, or the physical body has the breathing mechanism, there is sensor function. The five main sensors uh, are active, and then there is a simultaneous uh, action of these sensors. We label it as a thought. So thought process is not something that is controllable, or a person or a system cannot change the pattern of thoughts. So this is called chitta niyama in uh, Pali and Sinhala, which means it's a kind of nature's law. So the formation of the thoughts and the way that it flows and the types of the thoughts which arise, they all come under this law, which is a nature's law. There are several laws like that in Buddhism described. Uh, so one is the Chitta Niyamaya, or the law related to the mind. Similarly, we have heard thing called Bija Niyamaya. Bija means the seeds. So the nature's law related to the seeds. an example is that if you plant a mango seed, it will give rise to a mango tree, not some other tree. So that is the bija niyamaya. Then there is something called ritu niyamaya. That is a seasonal variation. Again, it's a nature's law. So these are described in Buddhist teaching because these are not controllable or not changeable. So you can see that the thought is something often when we are talking, we tend to call it, I am thinking, or this is my thought, the way I feel. We use it in different ways. But always we can see that there is some form of ownership to this thought. But really, can you say that there is an owner? Can you label it as my thought? If you have this ownership, there should be a way of altering or controlling or stopping the thoughts the way the person wants. It doesn't happen like that. So then can you say that my thought or my mind? No. There is no owner, there is no way of controlling. So therefore, it is just an independent flow of thoughts. I can see Surangika also has joined. Teruvan Saranai, Surangika, are you in a position to add something?
Teruvan Saranai, Dr.
Teruvan
Sakuntala, and
Saranai.
Teruvan Saranai, Dhamma friends. I didn't listen to the full reading of Shani's. What was the
Yeah, it was
beginning of
actually,
it, Dr.
very basic things about the thought and the fact that Avaran Mahase has been sort of researching on that for a long time, but didn't start about the proper mechanism of forming thoughts. It's just some very basic facts about the thought.
Okay, right. So I think we heard in the Sinhalese Zoom yesterday, or in the last couple of days in the groundbreaking Zoom discussion as well, in the Sinhala medium as well. Quite a lot of profound explanations and an expansion of the true Dhamma, isn't it, in the last few days. And I think even today, R.N. Mahansa, our noble spiritual teacher, always elaborates and gives us a very deep and meaningful talk on this aspect of how the mind works. Is there any such thing called the mind? And the identification through ignorance with the thought culminating in this false sense of I or ego or self. So that is fundamentally the teachings of Buddhism. By understanding, as R.N. Mahansa, if ever he comes on to the Zoom discussion, he starts off with just two things. He says, who am I and what is the truth? The two key questions that you can ask anyone is, for one thing, everyone is entitled to the truth. It doesn't mean that it is for Buddhists or for a particular type of people. Everyone in this world is entitled to know and know the truth. So it's irrespective of religions, caste, creed, and so on. And the simple question he asks is, are you in the body, or are you the body, or are you in the mind? And if you're not the body, is the body you, or is the mind you? And he always says that, can you control anything? Can you call any aspect of your body yours? Is that anything within your control? Old age, sickness, and death, and so on. That is the fate of this physical so-called body, as we call it in a conventional world sense. Is there anything there that that is within your control? There isn't. And then if you think about the mind as well, the thought process, Dr. Sakuntala spoke a few minutes ago about the fast occurring speed of various factors, which through misconception we name as, for example, the wind. The fast moving air current is called wind, but is there anything called the wind? There isn't. The fast moving flow of water is called a river, but is there any such thing called the river? There isn't. Similarly, it is just the flow of thoughts. If you think about the word mind, it is just a terminology used for the fast flowing thoughts occurring in a series at such a rapid pace. But you call them your thoughts. You say, I think, or I thought that, or I this is what I think, and this is my opinion, so on and so forth. But if you actually try to control your thoughts, if you try to sit down for meditation and say, no, I want to now be silent, and my mind needs to be silent so that I can concentrate on a particular object, and so on, can you actually do that? Do the thoughts just stop based on your request or based on your wish? No, it doesn't. At some point, most of us have tried to engage in silent meditation or through concentration meditation, and we have always grappled or been challenged with the thoughts, the fact that they constantly disturb, and they are irrational, they are random, they are unpredictable, and whether you want it or not, they keep streaming through and they keep coming at whatever time, at whatever pace that it does. So in that sense, can you actually call those thoughts your thoughts if it is not within your control? So then if the body is also not you, and none of your limbs and heart and all these things are within your control, then clearly the body is not you. And you take the thoughts. So are the thoughts yours? If they are uncontrollable, if they are unpredictable, if they are random, is there any control over it? And therefore, can you actually say that you own your thoughts? You can't. So if the body is not you and the thoughts are not you, this is what our noble teacher always asks, then who are you? How did this identification of you or me or myself come into being? That is the whole thing that is unraveled through this true Dhamma that is being discussed through these Buddothpado English Zoom discussions. The thought and how the thought comes about, how the sheer speed of vibrations manifesting in our senses and sense faculties bring about basic light consciousness, sound consciousness, touch, taste, and smell, and so on, to form what we call the mind consciousness, i.e. the thought, is the way we unravel to find out how this whole thought pattern occurs. When these thought patterns occur, these thoughts bring about what we call or make a reality of this external world. What is only made up in the mind, and the mind consciousness is projected out to the external world, and suddenly there is a world, and suddenly there is an existence feel, and a sense of being alive, and a sense of self or I or ego is born. This identification is the result of this sheer vibration that is happening at a speed, but only through our sense faculties. This false ego is the thing that is driven, and that is driven only through ignorance. There isn't anyone actually doing it. It is just a process. It's a mechanism. To understand it, one has to have a full understanding of the sense faculties and see how this whole mind consciousness comes about. The identification, or when one actually considers the thought to be real, in every thought, it is actually a mind object, whether it is your mother, whether it is your father, whether it is the chair, the table, the house, the car, your favorite, I don't know, your favorite football club, whatever it is. If you give a value to an object, if you consider it to be real, you invariably give a value to it, you think it exists, and in that existence, in that belief that that exists, the I or the self is born. And that is where the duality occurs, because of ignorance and because of the fact that there is an unknowingness of how the consciousness actually works. The mind consciousness, which is an interpretative mechanism only, which is occurring only through the perceptions and the sense faculties. The Buddha himself has said, understanding this world is done through understanding the six senses. Why? Because it is through the six senses that this so-called world is created. Without the senses, there is no world. And in order to gain full realization, liberation of the mind, the complete understanding of the sense faculties is absolutely important. So maybe if there's someone else who can contribute from that point onwards, everyone's online. I see Dr. Kokila has joined. Everyone's online.
Yeah, is it the topic more towards the latest Ramahan says discussions, or was there a topic as such?
I think it was just the thoughts.
Thoughts, yes.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Anything to? I actually joined a bit later. I'm sorry. So the thoughts. I mean, it's very difficult to understand that we are thinking about them. I think that is highlighted even today morning thing. I heard, I couldn't finish it, but I heard how Nancy was trying to tell some others how, you know, when mother is talking, that mother, about what you are thinking, in that sense. It's a bit difficult for us to understand that, yeah, I am thinking. And when you understand that, you just like, oh, okay, you know. But then that is the most important thing, that to understand that none of the things that you think is true. None of them are true. So whatever the thinking world is not true. And beneath that, whatever the things that you feel is not true either. So this has to be felt. But if it is not true, and if you keep understanding this, I think that's all you can do, isn't it? There's nothing much we can do. At a particular point, we just know that any thought is not true. They're all constructs. Yes. There's one point that some others bring out, is that yes, answer, the thought comes and goes. That's not what we are talking about. Not that it comes and goes. It's not that point. Whether it comes and goes, it's never, we can't call it Nirodha. Nirodha is aware in that sense. When when we see cessation of suffering, it's not comes and goes because there is something to come and go. That's not what it means. What it means is thought is just a construct, that's all. It's not something there, but we use thoughts all the time, it's fine. But so the power behind the thoughts is reducing. What is the power? Power is coming from the feel that thoughts are true. It's like the same thing as the light, because you feel the light is true. You feel the sound is true. You feel the touch is true. Similarly, you feel the thought as true. This is all that is happening. And that is all due to ignorance, that's all. Because this all are due to the speedy vibration of the sense of faculties. That's all that happened, nothing else. And the power we were talking about, that Suranga was trying to educate us, was all about that power. That power, where is it coming from? It's coming from the sense of faculties with the ignorance that otherwise, if someone has the wisdom, it's all due to the sense of faculty vibration. So, anything else to discuss?
Maybe we can discuss something that was mentioned in one of the discussions done by our RN today morning or 9:30, because the 2 pages that we read actually had some very basic facts, nothing much to discuss, because how the thoughts are formed will be discussed in the next few pages.
I didn't listen to the 9:31.
Yeah, 9:31, just I can mention few things. One of the things that he mentioned was that the value given to the thoughts. Actually, when I use the words value given, there is no person who is giving the values. It's just a part of the process where automatically some form of value is given to some of the topics or some of the stimuli that is as a part of this repeated reinforcing that has happened. So what he mentioned was that the stimuli which gets some value automatically, they are the ones which reflects the self vibration on the other side. Other side. Now, one example he gave was that now if 10 people are looking at a coconut tree, the different people have different thoughts, or the value of the thought coconut tree is different in each individual or each system. So a person who is earning with the help of the coconuts might have a great value, whereas a person might have an average sort of neutral type of value. And maybe another person, even a person who is not consuming coconuts, will have just very basic value onto the same stimulus. So this RNHAS explained with the two Pali words, Nanattakaya. Nanattakaya means different bodies, different systems, will give rise to Nanatta Sanya. Nanatta Sanya means a different perceptions. So he didn't actually go into details about these perceptions in this morning discussion. But from what we have listened from him over the time, we know that different perceptions are always the result of the different experiences that gathered, or in other words, the different data which has been fed to the system over time. So the value decided by each system is decided by these different experiences or the different data. So that is why the final perception varies from person to person. And then he said that if there is the complete conversion of the mind, where there is a very clear understanding to this teaching, will have a similar perception, even if the systems are different. If all of them have this internal transformation by understanding exactly what is being taught in this Buddha teaching, will have the similar perception. That means, in other words, that is the anatma sanya, or selfless perception. Then he said it is the nanattakaya, that means from different physical systems or difficult systems will have one perception, single perception, which is in Pali ekatta sanya, that means one perception. That means, in other words, the selfless perception, or anatma sanya. That was one of the things that he explained, which can be related to what we are discussing. I don't know whether Surangika could listen to that. Anyway, we can talk around these things about the mind and the thought today in our session.
Dr. Sakuntala, that aspect there, I didn't quite get it. I did listen to the rest of it. Dr. Kokila, perhaps you can explain. Is there something called Nanakaya Ekatta Sanya and Ekatta? I know there is Ekatta Kaya Ekatta Sanya, isn't it? Is there a Jnanatakaya Ekatta Sanya as well?
That is what I mentioned. Nanattakaya ekatta sanya means when there is internal transformation, when all the systems, the people,
Okay.
all of them sort of come to this internal transformation. All of them have
similar
this
non-self vibration, isn't it?
Yes. That's what he said.
But is there a Ekattaka Ekatta Sanya as well? Because I know there's a couple of them there.
Yeah, I think there is one that I can't remember exactly. Once I remember, he
Dr.
explained.
Kokila, maybe do you know what that
I
is?
can't remember actually.
Okay.
No, we can talk around these same topics about the thought and how the thoughts are behaving, or the behavior of the mind.
Yes, and
around
I
that.
think the reason why he started that explanation was I think you were trying to answer some other person's question, wasn't it?
Yes.
And I think it was revolving around there can be thoughts where we don't really pay it. There can be thoughts or mind objects where there is no real attention being paid to it, and if that is the case, are those thoughts actual volitional formations, or was that also part of the discussion? Because I think at that point R.N. Mahansa said if you are focusing on something that then has a volitional formation or an abhisankarana, isn't it? And the person can perhaps feel as if, I mean, there can be other thoughts that are coming, but there is no focusing on that. So therefore, those are kind of irrelevant. And what is focused on is the one that becomes the volitional formation, and in that there is a self vibration, isn't it?
Yeah, that's what he said. Yes, only when you focus, it becomes a volitional formation. And also he said, now as a reply to what I asked, he said that different levels of now when you focus on something, the value given to that can vary, and not only from the same, as by the same person. If you say, for example, if you are seeing different objects, the value given to the different objects can vary. So depending on that level, the self vibration also can vary. I'm talking about one single system, one person.
Yes, that's why
I don't know whether
the
it's clear.
31 planes is there in every thought. I mean, in a thought, and then depending on the next thought, it can be another course vibration, isn't it?
Yeah.
Maybe Dr. Popda, you can elaborate on it.
Yeah, actually, I have to listen to it because I have listened to this before, but it's not in at the moment. I can't get around it, because if I say something, it should be really relevant to those words. But anyway, apart from those words, like the Pali words you said, yes, we have so many thoughts in that sense. The value is so different. Imagine your family and a neighboring family. But the neighboring family also can get so important if there is anything happening with the neighboring family. Imagine something like having an argument about the margin of the lands. Then suddenly the neighbors are very important now. Unless that time, neighbors are not important. So this the amount of importance, or the amount of attention, can be very very difficult to understand. And so the importance, or the burning, can be so much different. And if you think about a similar example, you might think that, so I have 5 kids, or good olden days, people had so many kids. Whether you felt all the kids are similar? No. And even a twin, how twins would feel is quite different. And even within one person, the difference between friends, different between any one single thought, can be so difficult to understand. So I think most important thing would be trying and understanding the power, nothing else. I don't think I don't think nothing else does matter, because the power at the end, what matters is self perception. What matters is actually self vibration. When it comes to that point, we just realize, okay, whatever happens, most important thing has been the self vibration. It had been the vibration in the psychot as well, to go back and understand. So that is the vibration that has been the most important thing, because the importance has been changing, importance has been shifting. Actually, it shifts, isn't it? Once this side neighbors or that side neighbors or the front side neighbors, it doesn't matter. But the importance keeps shifting. It can be one child at one time and another child at one time, or it can be one time mother but one time father. But we understand, even though it keeps changing, we finally come to the understanding it's a self-perception that had been playing all these things. And then deeper than that, you understand it's a self-vibration is the culprit, kind of culprit. You can call it, I don't know, the English doesn't match all these descriptions, but it's kind of the root for everything. So when one understands that, it becomes so clear that that it has been the driving force. And when we keep understanding that it had nothing to do with this sense faculties, it just has no place at all. We through true Dhamma, with the truth, we keep understanding that it had no whatsoever say in this sense faculties or the so-called process. Nothing. It just was like a virus for the system. Even if you talk about in the computer words. So the main problem was the vibration. Main problem was the self-perception. Main problem was the self-thought. But before that, we keep feeling that the most important thing would be the self-perception, maybe arising from each and every important aspects in your life. It could be husband, it could be wife, it could be daughter, it could be son, and this can keep changing. But what is the important thing here? It's self-perception, isn't it? Anything to add? But I'm not talking about what because I haven't listened to that, and my the exact wording I don't want to change
No, I
it.
think, I think we have better to listen to it again, because I also had to leave halfway. So maybe we can listen again and discuss, because that was a very good.
Yeah, we can
there were
discuss
some,
tomorrow actually.
yeah, that's right. Yes, I think.
I think he after that went on to there was a person who asked young person who asked a question, and he did a further extension as a result of her question, or one or two of her questions as well, going into every aspect of the self and ego. So I think it's well worth listening. It was one of again an extremely profound talk this afternoon or this morning, the 9:30. So, but perhaps we can speak on the aspect of the
And
power.
also ego is actually the last bit, the self vibration. It is the last bit, Manodacharya. That is the last bit. That is kind of the, when we say ego, we have so many in English. It has so many meanings. Even children who speak English, who study only English, they would take it as a different meaning. So it has been taken, the word, but Manodha Chavidya is actually the last bit is actually about the self vibration. Yeah. What were you going to say, Suramika? I just wanted to add that.
Just about, I think yesterday or day before, so she talked about the power and how ultimately it's the power that ceases. And when the power ceases, the vibration becomes non-vibration, because I think all this time we've explained it, saying the vibration has that underlying power, and it is the vibration that almost causes the power. But he said that when this reversal happens by understanding the true Dhamma, and when that full conversion happens, full realization happens, what actually ceases is the power. The power is diminishing. Whilst on the path and with the full realization, it is that underlying power, the current that we have called the self-vibration, that what we have called power is the sense of I, the ego, whatever it is that we call it, the driving force, we call it the current, we call it the power. But it's finally that power that then ceases to reach that non-vibration, isn't it? Because that was a key point that he made yesterday or day before as well. But it's ultimately understanding that how did this power come about as well, isn't it? The I and the ego became so real because of a sensation that was occurring in the senses. It was that so-called manifestation of a sensation, the feel that got generated as a result of it, and then the underlying power that arose as an underlying current that became this so-called alive field, the thing that led through ignorance any living being to call it self, to call it, to give it an identity, to give it a self, isn't it, and an ego. And it is that gets attacked when one understands the true Dhamma philosophy, because right from the start, we break down every aspect of it to show that there was no soul. This is no soul Dhamma. And if there was no soul, we just break down the identity bit by bit to say that where was the soul? How did the soul or the identity or the self come about? It was always just a misconception. So when you attack that aspect, that is where the whole thing starts crumbling down, isn't it?
Yeah, and also I think he mentioned when there are two opposite ends, the current or the power is there. And wherever there is a current or power, there are two opposite ends. So it's just sort of, it's a circle-like. The vibration or the wave means that there are two opposite ends, and then there is a current created. That is where we explain that every vibration has a power. That means the vibrations which creates a light has this power as a collective thing there, because each wave has some form of power. And on the other hand, wherever there are two ends, there is power. Wherever there is power, there are two ends. Two ends in the sense two opposite ends. Now, one of the examples that is given in science, very well-known thing, is that gravity power. So gravity power is the result of the two opposite ends of the earth, the northern and the southern ends. So likewise, the mind power is, again, there are two opposite ends to ends, which means the feeling of existence and real non-existence. So it's like the two ends of the battery. Again, the power is created when there are two opposite ends, the plus end and the minus end. So similarly, for the thought power, the two ends are that the feel of existence and the real truth, which is the non-existence. He explained about that duality. I think in the same the Deshana that you mentioned, Surangika, the duality means, in other words, when there are two opposite ends, the current or the power is there. So the feeling of existence or this self-feeling is a result of the two opposite ends. Am I correct?
Yeah, it has to be felt though. This is the thing.
It has to be
to be
felt.
felt. Yeah. So
Yes.
the out of mind experience, kind of, we can say it like that. And when it exposes the vibration or the feel, when the power is not there, you can definitely feel that there's no two ends. Not
Yes.
at all. Not at all. So this has to be felt. That is the challenge, I think. That is the challenge. So the importance is knowing these things helps you, but knowing these things will not necessarily lead you there. The main thing is to let go and
That was Sanai. Today also we are going to start our Zoom session. Then I have to discuss it. I have only 1 hour every evening. Then first of all, I want to worship our Arnwansa, Cleron Sana Arnwansa, and in here then we have our lot of Dharma friends. Then Cleron Sana, all our Dharma friends, and yesterday also we discussed small thing that means is our Pratipadaava, how we can develop and how we can attain, then what is the important of that our Pratipadaava. But that one we can discuss it's very important part, and that headline then we can discuss is with long because Arun also trying to discuss this every time. Then how is the attending Pratipada program, or what is the importance, and because of why that kind of any practical meditation systems, then we didn't heard in before our ancient time also, but I think it's because a lot of people is thinking mind meditations is that is the pathway, but after that, then day by day, it will all the humans and all the peoples and they attend and that mind meditations when they become has problem, then they try to stay within same mind. Then afterwards, they at that moment they have to get a small feeling. Small feeling means without problems they can live in it with a small period. It means that meditation time only. Uh, but is Buddha's always is explained that that is not the path when they because of when we are sit that mind medications, then at that moment then we can get in that field. Then that is why, but Lord Buddha is explaining in that total different ways. That's why it's very important that Pratipada programs in the nowadays, I think in all over the areas in our country, I think is they doing in weekends and our all 4 days they have to attend. They can attend any everywhere because it's all the facilities are now already built up in our countries because it's I don't want to say has to attend in any programs, and that's also very important thing. But main reason is effect of that our RNA effect. Then it's very helpful in all over the people. That's why we also attend in this moment. Then everywhere, then we have to busy period in our life in day to day. But if we have any chance to attend in this kind of sessions, then it's very important for ourselves also. Today also we can discuss extra detail also for our Pratipada program because yesterday we discussed 1, 2 day and third and fourth day also, and 5, 4 and 6, 7 day means it's 7 day. It's not only 7 day program because it's a life pattern. That's only when we, because anyone is little bit difficult to in attend that program for the in home their home own place. That's why they divide in only 7 days because of lot of people they have some uh, private things means is they all the peoples are they are not stay with temple because a lot of people they have a normal life. That's why and they cannot attend in long period in some many practical medication place because of that's why RNVC also build up that 7 day program. That is our starting point only. Then otherwise when we train in there, then we can feel about it. We can know we can get the good knowledge in there also. That's why then it's divided in 7 day. But it's our when it is practiced in totally and 100%, then we can survive. We can stay with all the life with that Pratipada program. It after that we don't want to effect for extra effect because already we practice that. Then that means then in our eye creations and our that means all the sensor 5 sensor creations. Then after and mind creations, then how we build up our mind and thought process, then all the one is included in that program. Uh, After that, some people then they have more questions means then if they is depend in that knowledge in that himself, then when they have more questions, so they have trouble points, then they can ask and they can ask some lot of question for himself. Then that means is our vidarsana. It's very important for all the peoples. For us also, then it's not we us also we we asked for a lot of questions and our trouble points of we solved that in first beginner seasons. Then after that, now still then we had some we had a lot of doubt point, but now is we little bit now we little bit sold out in a lot of areas. That means then when anybody is attend that program, then he can get the beginner means is he can get startup theory and all the method also. Then otherwise he can practice in alone. Then we don't want to attend in extra. We don't run it in all the time, but it's very helpful for because we can discuss. There are more peoples, and it's very important for himself. That's why I also said this. We don't want to attend. We don't want to stay with 1 day or 7 day. We can when we get the idea, then we can live out. And after that, we can uh, do it in self in ourselves. Then everyone because of already we can in the whole day we can join all the zooms. Then I think we have 5 or zoom sessions also. And just yesterday we discussed main reasons is 4 5 days. And I like to discuss is what is the importance of 5 6 days because of all the our when we are when we are doing all the works in our normal society, uh, we think is in normal human, I means in normal people, he think is he's in there. Then that's why he faced a lot of problem. He want to solve it. He want to sort out that all the one because he need it all the ones. He want to sort out when they have no when they have not enough the things. They want to find out all the ones. That means he's in there, no. That's why it's very important. 4th and 6 days. Then because they can understand at that day, they can experience in our body creations and our body day-to-day life work is still going normally, and then we don't want to attend for himself by ourselves. We don't want to attend because his attachment is little bit leave out with that our work. Attachment means then we can focus our inside in there in the after the 4 or 5th day. Then we can focus. Anybody he cannot touch that in who is the himself. Then it will be take a time. Then otherwise he cannot experience kriyasita. He cannot experience. Then when he is touched our himself, then he can experience and is that going leave out. It's not doing in. It's not happen to 1 day. It will take a time. Then because of it will take a time. Uh, Otherwise, then we have already our inside power means is our generation power. Because of we spend our more life period in the more it's depend in our age also, but some people is I cannot say what is the correct age. Then some people is they live in 60 50 years, but some people they are child, but it's not depend in the child. It's wave means that they have inside power. It depend in our when he face our pet when he face our day-to-day life, it will be created automatically. That's why so we cannot say age wise. Then mm, creations, then we have outside and we have a inside means. Then they have a plus and minus. Like we can example we can say that we can say there are outside and inside means, then it means automatically build up in spinal voltage. That means it's like our battery system. Then that voltage also is running to in positive place to minus place. That is our normal electron process, electrons pathway. That also same. This also same because we can. This is an example, but we can understand our neuro system also is there have a small voltage. That means that one we can focus it in the first sessions, then first season. Otherwise, then we can understand all the theory and but the practical pathway means we want to touch our inside feeling. Without that. Understanding without that understand we it will be take a time to going forward because of it is the main reason where we want to live without we want to understand for himself for myself then we if it is cut if it is stuck that place then it will automatically live out then otherwise it's not a reason for India to live in without people. That's why it's very important for fourth and fifth date. After the long, when he is doing that practical sessions, when he understanding all the mm, ways, when he resolved that all the problems, then he don't want to focus in every time because of that Lord Buddha's way is not that happen because that is very free path because we don't want to more affect to more when guys try to understand suddenly he also I think faced a lot of problems because when he's tried to more because he attend in any time means day to day life then he discuss with anywhere and he discuss with every person but it will be take more it will be faced more problem because of we want to leave out our knowledge and that days then afterwards we can feel it small in our inside in we it's all is all the happens and all the our works is going automatically means then after that means is our curiosity. Yeah, we can understand without person feeling. That is the way. That's why it's very important that yesterday also I'm going to say I was to say then why is important. That's why I try to discuss with today also. And our in that program then I have 6 days. Aren't Anva says explanation then is our loba dosha moha then if it's depending the people wise uh, if we touch our person then we have our day-to-day life then that means it's very that one we want to use that all our works then we want to focus our inside then what we need what we are doing to do what we are doing to go what we are what yeah that kind of thing that means our day-to-day life we can focus our what we need means we are here what we need so that one we want to eat then that means explanation to our beginners period afterwards we can without that means after that our experience for Sakkaya Dushtya that means then otherwise we can we can fold out in all our myself feelings. Then after that we can live with without person means without curiosity. We can understand all the ones. It's not knowledge. Then anybody they have a needness, they have a likeness. That means then he had all the um, argument for them for that our society. That means we want to think about that place. We want to stay there. We want to look out then all our self creations and our inside burning also. Then it will be we want to look and we want to understand just only. Otherwise we don't want to. We cannot do anything. Then this is only it is that because of that is the nature. We cannot do anything in our body sensor and body creations also. It automatical work. We want to understand only. Then otherwise we cannot do anything. Means then yeah, it's not happened. Then how we can reduce our inside burn. Then we don't have any options. We don't have a mechanical part. We don't have any other medicine also, because of its generation system is automatically. If we understand in our senses, five senses, and our mind also, then that burning point is it will be going to lose. Then that is the and Lord Buddha's way. Then if we trying to do something, because he is there, his person is there. Uh, that's why I know in these seasons also, Anwan says explanation is going to be very deeply and yes, it's going to very deep. But people wise, they want to do, they want to look, they want to become nirvana. They have that means in how can explanation in English? They have all the that means so on. Sakradagam, Anagami, that kind of thing also is anybody is in focus in there. That means is their person is here because all the one is they have a power, or they have a image, they have a vibrations. All the names or anyone is there, anybody is there, anything is there. That means they have power, they have a vibration. Small things also. That's why then 100% we want to understand it's not in there because this non-vibration is how can explanation is a non-vibration. Then that's why I say in we want to leave out our finding mood also. If last week also I discussed with my our Dhamma friend, then because he don't have any life day-to-day life also, it's not busy life because of already successful that all the that background also he retired that all the jobs also. But that means then he try to he try to his age also is to be going to death. Because of that means then they are scared little bit. That means they want to be find to speedily that nirvana. That also very difficult to find out because of Lord Buddha's period also. In we had a lot of history also. Then if they have if anybody is find out if they have to find out speedily or they need to find out or something, that kind of thought also means image, that this image means a vibration. Then nirvana we cannot explanation through word or to the to the experience. We can say something, but we cannot say it don't have any word. Because if any words, then they had any meaning. That is the meaning means then it's a vibrations. Then how can we explanation is that since that's why it's little bit that point is little bit, not little bit, it's very difficult point to explanations. that's why a lot of people is stuck to here. Then, but it's more worry because of it will take a time. For us also is take the time. Then at that we think about in different ways, and we find out we had more corrections. Then end of the day, then he can explain. He can feel out in little bit in startup period in without person feel. Then that is also. Our fourth and fifth day experience and sixth day also. Because of we cannot divide in the day wise, then but that program we can decide in the day to day life. But we have to focus in our Lobadesha Moha. Then without that Loba or Dosha Moha, without that experience, then it will be become. That non-vibration mode it will be become then that means but it's we cannot say in it want to be in understand himself, then otherwise is our Kalyan Mitra also he cannot explanation, he can say only, but he cannot trust. Then some people is doing some drama, or some people is doing they want to be become good person, they had the more important of that nirvana, they that means then Kalyan Mitra also he also cannot do anything. Then because of we want to focus our himself, then we want to look after that Dhamma session without that any faults. Then we want to be open our mind. Then we want to look after in 100% directly and 100% correctly. Otherwise, it will be not it will be not happening to in become that non-vibration mission, because yeah, that is a other important thing. And just in this practical sessions, then last day means it's divided on only 7 day, but last day means is I am not going to explanation is a day wise. It's last day. There I have some details. That means then we want to leave out all our we want to leave out all our knowledge, and what kind of thing we learn about that field. Then we want to leave out all our knowledge. Then we want to live in without uh, disturbance in the life. That means if anybody is trying to uh, if anybody is trying to doing in uh, excuse me. And lastly, I discuss if anybody is trying to focus in, he he fo- he focus more effectively, more he attend in the, he try to understand. He want to be he want to be discusses all the thing, but uh, just some people is think, then they want to understand clearly without the with this within this month, within next month. That means they had a more uh, that means they spend more power. That means and mind also it will be become hacked, because that we discuss in that is dhamma means in without mind. Anybody is following it through the mind, then mind is cannot manut is not enough, mind power is not enough to catch that non-vibration, because already mind means its vibrations. uh, in that physical body also, that means our mind also don't have any other don't have any other features, because all our body and human self and example in our small cells also, it all the one is vibrations. That means our physical body, and our mind, that means our electron system, that means neuro systems also, it's also vibrations. That is the main reason. Then when anybody is going to be focus is totally means very effectively, but that's why then he cannot understand even uh, I think it will be become a very hardful mind, very and very stressed mind, because it cannot touch. Then this one also we want to understand. Then it is very easy, then we want to leave out then all the knowledge, then we don't want to think about that. That's it. We don't want to discuss this, we don't want to explanation of lonely. But when anybody is trying to become leave out and all the our all the our practical scenarios, then but if they want to be safe that all the documentation or something, it's no problem. But we don't want to attend, and we don't want to attach we attachment in our total life. Then we want to live with with like a neutralized. We want to be leave out of all the dharma knowledge, just only. I mean, it's not. We want to say a lot of our friends, they want to touch, they think about that vibrate, because all the words they had a meaning, no? Then that means vibration, non-vibration, vibration or non-vibration, and power. Mm, and that means we can say power, inside burning, or that means burning means they had power, they had meaning. Meaning means our vijnana. That's why then we want to be sold out that mind creation. Yes, we can wear it our normal life or something.
Buddothpado, PeoTV, Dhammasamma. First of all, I would like to pay my humble homage to Buddothpado, our advisor, our noble teacher, who guiding us every day to understand this pure Dhamma, true Dhamma. Tell myself everyone. Actually, this Buddothpado sermon is very important in your life because when you listen to it, you can understand some sort of difference between the Dhamma sermon that you have heard before and what is the truth. Actually, we couldn't find the truth everywhere. So when you listen to this Dhamma, you will realize how this Dhamma is truth, how it is really happens, and you will feel some sort of happiness, quietness, calmness, and the suffering, your attachment is going to change after hearing this sermon. Because you know why? Because even though we have heard different type of sermons, that transformation you will experience. But by these Dhamma sermons, can see your transformation inside. That is why it is known as a practical Dhamma. The practical thing, you feel it, how the way you are behaving now, how you behaved earlier. So today we are going to discuss this true Dhamma in this channel. So the Ayamas is main aim to give truth. Try to reveal the truth of it for this world, because Ayamas looks for people has suffering. So Ayamas feel compassionate towards the people, those who are suffering, not only you and we all suffer due to different conditions. Because we don't know the truth actually. What is the truth? The truth is actually how your thoughts has created, how your mind is created. Because you always live without thoughts. Thoughts are your way. When the thoughts become real to you, thought become real to you, that means your suffering starts. So, dear noble listeners, today let us have a chance and to discuss the true Dhamma. When you quietly look at the outside world, if you do not see what is really happening inside your mind, you haven't noticed the silent fire inside your own mind. Now, when you think of when a house burns, everyone runs with water to stop the flames. But when the mind burns with anger, greedy, jealous, fear, no one runs, no. Why? Because the fire of the mind inside us is invisible. Because we can see outside fire, so, but inside our burning cannot be seen. It is invisible. Therefore, Aryan also clearly taught us they are the one is the thoughts. It is not true. It is a spirit occurrence of vibration. Every word we speak, every action we do is suffering. Every suffering we feel all within from this inner fire. What is inner fire? Maybe anger, maybe jealousy, maybe attachment, or you may have fear, like that. These are inner fires. All these sermons is about learning to see the fire, see the burning, and try to understand how it comes. And then gently extinguish it with wisdom, I think. What do you mean by extinguish? Extinguish means your burning, your suffering is going to diminish. Because each and every thoughts have a burning. It is, we don't know whether it is burning or not. We see when we attach to someone or attach to something, so it is also a burn. It is also a burn inside your mind. We think it's very good. When the happiness comes, that is also kind of burn. But when we don't know actually whether it is a burn or not. Therefore, we have to understand the fire, inner fire inside. Because we always think the thoughts are real and everything is due to happening for us because of the outside. Are coming from the outside matters. Actually, this is not true because we don't know how the outside world has become the real for us. Therefore, we have to understand what is outside, what you call as me, mind, or myself. The ego we are having, the self-identity we are having, how it has created. The basic thing you have to understand is to understand your thoughts, how the thoughts have formed. So, as long as we don't know the truth, we think life's problems are outside. Example, my job is difficult. My family is not good, and at that means I have a lot of problems in my family. And the society is unfair. So that is how the pattern of thinking, everyone in this world, because we think the problems are outside, not inside the mind. Therefore, the RMS is pointing out the deeper truth in this. The real battlefield is inside the mind. Imagine 2 or 3 people facing the same situation. So for an example, then someone becomes angry. But everyone is not getting angry, but the other remains peaceful. But the truth is, the situation is the same, but the mind is different. The way you are thinking is different. So where's the problem is? We think it is outside. Actually, it is not outside, it is inside. Just because your thoughts actually, or mind is like a wild forest. Why we can say, as an example, I'm telling you, the thoughts like monkeys jumping, one after the other is jumping from branches to branches. Likewise, we also do the same thing in our thoughts, also the same, one after the other, one after the other. So thoughts are arising and disappearing each and every moment at a fraction of a second, it vanishes. Desires like creeping, something, but we don't know. We slowly get attached for our desires, what we like, what we prefer to have. So sometimes the anger is like a hidden snake. Snake is not going to bite each and every time. It, like a hidden snake. When we have this, because when we cannot understand that inner world, what we have already constructed, the mind, the thoughts, we become dangerous to ourselves. So therefore we have to understand the truth. We have to understand the truth in our life. If we don't know the truth, then you suffer one thing. So therefore we have to think about how we, when the thoughts arising, how we react on it. The burn inside us, the fire inside us. Actually, we couldn't recognize them even when the fire begins to start, when the fire come out as an anger, jealousy, hatred, like that. Why? Because we don't care about this. We think it's correct, right? When someone have stolen a valuable thing, when you get to know the person who has stolen your valuable thing, you may try to attack him. That's the anger, that's the burning inside you are having. But we think it is justice. We have to find the truth and we have to hit the person, we have to give him a punishment and we have to try to avoid these things happening again, like that we are thinking. And we cultivate anger with this person. Anger is a dangerous feeling arises from your mind. Because when you are angry, it's your defilements. cannot be reduced because anger is a kind of a feeling dating through your thoughts because the outside world becomes real to you. That's why the anger comes. You can notice it because, but we cannot control anger fully actually. We cannot control anger. The burn inside cannot be controlled at once. But you have to take some measurements to prevent these things, but it is something else what you do. Now, with understanding of your thoughts, I'm not telling you let them to take, let them to steal. No, not like that. Even they have stolen your valuables, the way you are reacting, the action immediately coming inside is different. Even though you are shouted at him, and also saying there is no anger inside, you can respond and you can shout at him. You can do justice. But the inside your burn is different. You are not burning, but you can react. The reaction is sometimes you may be not reacted. You are not going to react in a harsh way because inside feeling is different now. That is why the Arunaj is telling us the practical Dhamma. Yes, it's true actually. You feel this because, for an example, so actually in my life, I hate the noise, big noises. I try to avoid these noises but I cannot control it because my house is near the only one, not road, but near to the road. The vehicles are running at very fast speed, and they put horns even. So someone shouting. There is no control over the vehicles. They are running after the other, they are running behind one after the other. It is just like a race. Actually, I hate these things to see. So it was a problem for me because I thought of why is this? Always big noises are coming due to the road near to my house. So I was thinking, why is this? The vehicles, there are too much of vehicles running on the road daily. So can I stop this thing? No, there is no control over the vehicle because the problem was outside. I attached to the outside where the sound is as so noisy like that. I cannot stop hearing the noise coming from the vehicle. So how can I blame them? How can I blame my ear sound, the sound, the emanating, the vibration happened inside the ear. There's no control over that anymore. How see the ignorance? I was ignorant. So I try to avoid these things. Can I do this thing? No, because outside is not responsible for these matters. My disappointments and my anger and my disattachment, because I think always they are coming from the outside. See the ignorance. what I have. Even though now, I'm not telling it is not controlled fully, but I have some kind of uneasiness when the noises are coming, but the level of the uneasiness is not that much powerful. The powerful of the thought, uneasiness, that means it's a burn. Uneasiness means burn, it's a burn. Has reduced to a certain level now. That's how it happens when we understand this pure truth. There is no person to fear. It is a vibration coming, is happening inside the ear. So when I understood it, the burn inside I had begins to fall. So likewise, in your day-to-day life, you also feel the same, I think. So some people, I don't like, I hate my life. So I want to drink poison and expect him to die. How silly we are. Because we think the burn came from the outside because of the person. We didn't see the burn inside us. The thoughts, and as long as the thoughts become real to us, the burn remains. We didn't see the truth of the thoughts actually. We are thinking, I cannot leave this world. And this thing outside world is permanent. And happiness or sadness came from outside. Like that we are thinking. Because we are in the darkness. And blaming to the others. So Aranas is explaining this in a nice way. Outside world is not responsible for our body that comes inside. Now think there is a small baby in a family. The mother gets attached to the baby. That's the nature. We can't stop this actually. It's the nature to survive, to have a survival. It's the nature of this world. We cannot separate. We cannot stop the nature. We have to understand what is the nature. So what happens is when the baby gets sick, when the baby gets sick, the mother is trying to give him some medicine and is so highly worried about the baby. Because the baby is a precious thing for a mother. Precious one. We always feeding him, petting him like that. And loving kindness. Everything is there between mother and the baby. But it doesn't matter actually. The burden inside the burn, but the burn, how the burden came because the baby became sick. The burden having with mother's mind. That's how we have to understand. Because even the baby becomes sick, the mother can manage it in a wise way. So what she has to do to give him the medicine and take care of it, it doesn't matter. The mother has to do it. But the burden inside the mother will go to change. She does everything she do, but without burden. Burn is safe. As long as the burn is with you, our soul is there. The mother can manage the situation and she can handle the situation. and she does everything what she wants to do, but that's not right. But thing is actually, we cannot find our burn. We cannot identify where we are, how the burning come, how the burn occurs. I think when I was listening Dhamma sermon, I heard one of the lady talk to Aranas regarding an orphanage matter. Actually, it was really interesting. She revealed the truth of her feeling towards the place where she is. See what she has seen in that orphanage. So what she went for an almsgiving for the eldest one, and there is an orphanage. Even the orphanage, they went to offer alms for elders and the children. She said actually the place, the elders' place actually very clean and nicely tidy and very well organized, and she had a pleasure when she offered the alms for these elders. She told like this actually. And when she went to the other place, the orphanage, the children, when they offer alms for the children, actually it's a tea time, I think. It was a tea time, they offered some shorties and tea. They were planning to give them children. She said actually the place is very untidy. The water and the tea spills over the floor, and they couldn't walk because of the water spilled over the floor, and the children, some are not actually well, some are suffering from cough and cold. When they came near to her, she felt some kind of unpleasant feeling towards the place and towards the children. She revealed that, but she experienced in that situation, how she felt. And she told actually, Aranvasa, I have had a burn inside. I saw my burn inside. When I went to the place was untidy, not clean. So it is actually happening to us even though, because she is having another feeling when she's living at her place. She doesn't have any kind of feeling when she was at home because the surrounding is different. Because it's a maybe quiet place. So therefore the burn inside her cannot be seen because it won't come out within you because there is no opportunity to come out your burn. So when we exposed to the other, when we interact with the society, the place, whatever, you can see our burn actually. The animals is told yes, you are pure, telling the truth, you saw the burn came inside your mind. Yes, actually, we also have such kind of experiences in your life. She has seen the truth and she revealed the truth even. She didn't say, and also I don't feel comfort. I had an unpleasant feeling around about this place. Yes, we have to tell the truth. For me, even if I have gone there, I might also have the same feeling because we don't like to have unpleasant environment. We don't like to go to unpleasant places. We don't like to go to such kind of place because we have a craving. So if you can handle this situation, if you can do without burning it, it's just an incident. So it is your internal transformation, your unsatisfaction, your desires, this life was can see. That's why we could not find out our burning when we stay at the same place. When we expose to the society only, we can our hidden thoughts and our hidden craving or our hidden defilements will come out actually. Yes, even though you are in a safe place, you are thinking these are thoughts actually, but your hidden thoughts, your hidden defilements cannot be recognized. So that it is really important to interact with the society. So I also feel the same when I am going on the road. The vehicles are coming at very fast, running on the road very fast. I have a fear sometimes they might come to they will hit me, the vehicle hit me because of the driving, the way they drive their vehicle. That is also coming. I have a fear. This is not getting to the not get aside from the road. We have to walk on the safe, but the fear inside is there. The burn inside is there. So we have to understand this. That explanation is the Aryan Master's advice is really wonderful. Master gave her a nice explanation what regarding the incident. And that's how we see the angle of this Dhamma. See, they are a different angle because we have to find out our hidden defilements. When we feel temporal pressure by listening this Dhamma, but there are so many things that have hidden inside because due to our habits and yes. Habits are normal actually, but when we see it's a habit, it won't be a problem for me. So with realization is within have inside the relaxation is inside you. See the beauty of this Dhamma, go toward like this. And the other thing the Aranmasi highlighted, when the Aranmasi went to Thailand, the boat cannot be eaten because that taste of is not familiar for us. Yeah, and also we try to take this food. I don't know that, but in this incident, what I understood, if we can't eat, we can avoid it rather than by forcing eating. It doesn't matter. And also highlighted this, there is no burden inside. If you can't eat, it doesn't matter. You can avoid it. You should not eat when you by force when you are trying to eat. There is a problem inside. But I also have the same trouble because some food I don't like to I don't like to eat. So I avoid these things. I also thought there may be a problem because avoiding means I dislike. I dislike means have a problem inside the mind. But yesterday also I realized if you can't eat, it doesn't matter. You can avoid and you can have what you cling to actually. When you're clinging to that, when you are greediness, that is the problem. You have to understand. So you have to find out this wrong way to measure to identify your burn inside. Sometimes I also had the same problem. Because when we go to another country, the food we have to take the differ with our one. So sometimes we may face some difficulties taking them. So if you can't, what you can eat that actually, but you don't want, you can avoid them. That's the problem actually. So it's a very nice example. So I also when I heard this one, I also cleared my doubt over that matter because I also have the same trouble. I also had a struggle in my day-to-day life. So that is how we have to understand. That is why we feel it practical. So how nice this Dhamma. It's a beautiful thing actually. We are not just sitting and listening and not like that. See the beauty of this Dhamma, right? Actually, it is the way of explaining is really wonderful. It's a fantastic sermon. I haven't heard that part. So some situations we are unable to think whether it is a craving, whether refinement, whether we have gone deeper into the thought. We have a lot of problems when we face in different situations. So by hearing this thing, we can clarify your doubts because we have a lot of doubts because we could not see the truth because the ignorance is there. These unseen areas that we couldn't recognize is really important to understand actually. It is turning the light. You are focusing the light towards your mind likewise. The light is the Dhamma, and what is giving us true Dhamma. It is a pure light. Yeah, and we can turn in the blindness into the light towards the light. Because we have solutions for our problems. And after that, we are not running out of these thoughts. And we know the truth. And we are practicing. When we know the truth, we can practice it. This is how it happens. It is not a refinement. It's the way it happens like that. See how nice it is. Because we have to observe the craving and your burn. Without burn, if you don't have burn, that means not fully right, where you don't take as correct money. So not fully, but there is no burn, then we are experiencing burn, our studies. So we are trying to find out Nibbana is something else. But we are experiencing, but we don't know whether it is the experience of liberation of your mind. That's the another word. If you can do your things leisurely, that means without burning. So The animals is telling like you are sitting on the nippon, you can't see it. Because the mind always try to find something new. It may be like this, like that. But listen this carefully and try to observe what is our animals is telling actually. You feel it. That is what our animals is explaining for us. We have to understand this like that. So what you do is you are not going to change anything in your life. You do your things leisurely. You treat your husband. You treat your parents. You treat your children in a nice way because you know the truth. Without burn inside. That's the internal transformation in your life. This internal transformation is really wonderful, actually. It's really wonderful. So you are a listener of this Buddothpada sermons. I hope everyone has this kind of internal transformation in your life. That will happen actually. No one is doing it. Happens automatically because the power that you have given to your thoughts less, getting lesser and lesser. Then what happens is the burns also getting lesser and lesser. So then what happens is your anger reduces, your fear fades away, and claim you become weak. A peaceful happiness coming inside. The inside peaceful, calm and quietness, freedom will experience. Freedom because we don't feel the car. Relax because our thoughts are very heavy because they are very powerful. Because of that, we feel uneasy and tired like this. When the mind power is less, your tiredness will reduce actually. Then the mind is become quiet and calm, the relaxation. Like when you put a big stone into your bag, when you are carrying it, you feel very heavy and you become tired. When you get the stone out from your bag, the bag it's not heavy, it's very soft, like the heaviness is not there, like that. You feel the freedom of your mind. It's a freedom you can experience. But no one is experiencing it's creating automatically inside. Because as long as the mind power reduces, underneath the relaxation and freedom will generate through your wisdom. And then what you do is you don't not going to change the world outside. You see the truth. When you see the truth, you are not going to change anything. You do what you want to do. See the beauty, see the bravery. There are refinements. You feel that your refinements are much stronger than earlier. Because you know that the outside world is not true. And even your thoughts are not real, they are illusion. We are all illusion. We are living in illusionary world. The world is your thoughts. The thoughts are not real actually. It's the past occurrence of vibrations. like that. When you see something, it's a combination of what? Sound wave, color wave, and the other waves mixing each other and transforming into a new vibration is known as a thought. These vibrations inside happening in the sensory organs is a natural phenomenon. How can we say it is true? It is an illusion because as in the word is given to the image that you can see, your thoughts are creating. All the vibration combines each other at a high speed and transforming into this vibration as a thought is not into a new vibration is known as a thought. That's why when you touch something, you feel the you see the image and you feel the solidity or hardness and or softness. When you test it, you can feel some kind of taste on that particular object. All these vibrations are combined, have this on your have in your thoughts, but we can separate them. They are all combining and make transform into a new vibration. This combining system we cannot understand. It happens automatically. The combining starts after the words are given to you. That's why the mind form information is there when we conceive the radiant mind, there are no thoughts. The thoughts have not formed in radiant mind. But when the words are introduced when the child goes to the kindergarten, the art classes. Example, that not my example actually, the art class has shown us we have to go back to your Indian mind that is known as prevailing messaging. How your mind, the words came, the data came to your mind, came to you. When you have been introduced by words to the sound and combine each other with other vibrations, all our vibrations and transform into a new vibration is known as a thought. When the thought becomes real, your soul is automatically creative. That's how it happens. Now it's clear, I think, this suffering and the burn, when you much closer on your thought, get closer to your thought. The world is your thoughts. It's your own thoughts. It's your own. You get the feeling of your thoughts, and you are reacting in different ways. Because the thought when the thought becomes real to you, then the burning, you are burning every day. But the outside world is not responsible for your burning, because your burning is an invisible fire. Invisible fire. Example, inside. You can't see the invisible thing. You just feel it actually. You just see it. Therefore, the real battlefield is to see the truth of your burn, the struggle with the outside world, the struggle you are having with the outside and the thoughts You have to go to see the truth. You have to contemplate on this truth. If you contemplate at the first level, you feel there is nothing called as thought. These are all vibrations. These vibrations are not real actually. How can we say the vibrations are real actually? Then you don't see, I give you, I want more this, and this is not enough from him. Like that, you are not going to clinging. Whatever you have, you feel comfort. You're satisfied what you have actually. That means I'm not telling you, I'm not saying that you're not going to stop your job, you're not going to stop to treat your husband or vibration. Why should I do like this? So no, not like that. Don't take it in a wrong side. You do your things naturally. So how wonderful it is actually. Actually, it's a wonderful thing to see. The internal transformation, when you have the internal transformation, after seeing the truth, it's really wonderful. So that's why we need to our life. Without a teacher, how can we see the truth actually? So this teacher is giving a guidance and always correcting us where we're wrong. And you can share your experience with our answer. How I feel now. Is there anything else I should know? What is the mistake I'm doing in this thought? Likewise, when we have a discussion, for us even, we have a lot of things to understand with your discussion actually. It's really important that we discuss certain areas that you are facing, any trouble or any difficulty when you are going this far. Actually, it is really worth for each and every listeners because they can realize their unseen truth, unseen errors. So when the RMS is highlighting, you should look in this angle and you can see your burn. You have to listen to this. I am also sometimes studying like this for your betterment actually. It is wrong the way you are thinking, the way you are taking this Dharma. Understanding is actually wrong. Yet we have to understand why your Advanced is saying that. Because the Advanced is responsible is to correct ourselves. When we go wrong, actually we have to worship Advanced. But the Advanced to Dhamma we are worshipping, not to the person. The Dhamma we are worshipping day by day. So how wonderful this world when we see the truth. So the world, the inside, the happiness you feel by hearing this Dhamma is really wonderful. So therefore we have to understand this true Dhamma and see the beauty of this Dhamma. I try to understand the formation of your mind. There are a lot of sermons in this Buddothpado channels and other Desana. And when you go to the website from the beginning, every sermons are there. There are more than 5,000, I think. It's near to 10,000, I think. I don't know. I'm sorry, I don't know. Actually, it is more than 5,000. I don't know sermons. So, whatever you want, where you have gone wrong, you can clear your vision by listening this to them. So therefore, I would like to say, please come and listen this to them. And that is why we are trying to give a correct message to this world, because people are suffering in this world. Now see, the Middle East, the war already have started. They are fighting each other to show their power. Sing for these people, because it's utterly useless. Killing someone else to show their power. What is the purpose? We are not living every day, we are dying. We have to face the death. It is also it's a natural thing actually, but we are living in this world, not living actually. Towards we live only few years in our modern world till our last breath comes to us. We have to live it, but we have to, when we live with the truth, actually, it is how wonderful our life. Only humans can do this. Others can't do it. When you go to heaven and listen to them, it's really a misleading concept you are having. This guy, it's wrong idea. I also had the same vision, because I didn't have any option. Now I see the truth of this heaven and other world, 31 planes in this world. It is the vibration, it occurs, it's there when the vibration happens, it's there, it's formed. If there is no vibration, there is nothing called as substance to see. Who has shown this truth? We are truth. We are noise. So I had a strong belief in the heaven. Now that idea is not there. I know the truth, but not fully, but I can understand. It is due to a vibration occurs, the telepathizing. When the vibration tallies each other, then the world is formed there. You see, different planes, in 31 planes are in us explaining. Who can explain like this? On the other hand, I believe actually I have never heard such a sermons in my life. I have to tell the truth. I have to reveal this truth to the world. It's really fantastic. So therefore I want to tell you, please listen to this. This true Dharma is really nice. So when you realize this thing, you see it in your day-to-day life. It is a practical thing. That is why Aranaza has made a practical part to show the truth. Those who can understand leisurely, and those who can understand. That's why Aranaza has made up this practical part for your convenience to understand. So, how nice are life, noble teacher. So, the importance of this Dhamma you can understand now. Therefore, listen this and try to learn something, at least something, and touch this Dhamma with your wisdom. When wisdom arises, you will be able to see the truth of this thing. So today I would like to conclude my Dhamma session. I have to hand over to the other speaker and Terma Sarnayan. Again, I would like to pay my humble homage to Buddothpado Announcer, Terma Sarnayan Announcer, and may Triple Games bless you all. Have a good day. We'll meet again another day, new day. And Terma Sarnayan, everybody. Thank you very much.
you are there. So you cannot say that you are different to the book. Therefore, the book is you. According to the Buddha Darshana, or the philosophy of the Buddha, you are the same as or equal to the book. You equals book, or the book is you. You cannot say you are different from the book. There is no thing as I am standing here and I see a book. The fact that you see a book means that you are the book. If you see a table in front of you, it only means that you are the table. If you see a brick wall in front of you, it means you are the brick wall. There is nothing as me or self. It is only a seed. There is nothing in it. It is not real. There is only a hearing. There is nothing in it. It is not real. There is only a feeling of touch. There is nothing in it. It is not real. In other words, you do not exist. The Buddha said, Ditte ditta mattam, sute sutta mattam, mute mutta mattam, viññane viññane mattam. The meaning of these are, there is only a seeing, there is only a hearing, there is only a sense of feeling, there is only a sense of knowing, nothing else. All what we explained above is only a knowledge that you acquired from this sermon. Now you know that the book means me. We also know that the table seen in front of me is me. Terasan, everybody.
Shani, could you please summarize what you said? I just joined. Sorry.
Yes, Terasan, right, Dr. Hopria. So it said, like, if you see something outside, that means you exist at that same moment. So, and yeah, so there is nothing else, me or self. It's just like seeing is just a seeing and nothing else. Likewise. Terasan, right?
Okay. I think, yeah, so we worship you as usual. We'll start the Zoom discussion today in English medium, and so we discuss this Dhamma every day in this non-self anger, and hopefully we can develop a discussion on this same angle, and there's always several points. I think what Shani is talking about is the sense of faculties. So sense of faculties do have like an action, yes, and that's it. There's nothing else. So how come that happens is due to the speedy vibration. That's all. Actually, light is speedy vibration. The eye sensory cellular function. It's a vibration, and if it happens very fast, then we call it light. It's not actually we see light. That's not how it is, but that's how we implied before. That's how we understood before. That's how we talked about it before. But now we know there's nothing actually called light. What happens here is just the sense of faculty, the function of the sense of faculty. So I can see Sudharma has also joined. Sudharma, do you have anything to add about that? And do you have the book, by the way?
Yes, Dr. Kokila, I got the book. So which page did she read today?
I'm not sure. I don't have the book. So
Shani is already still there. Shani, sorry about this. Which pages did you read? I think it's as Dr. Kokila mentions about the seeing is only seeing. It should be page 24 and 25. That there is nothing in it. It's not real. There is only a hearing. Maybe Shani is busy. So, Dr. Kokila, what at once, when you said that seeing is only seeing, hearing is only hearing, that is directly related to third point of contemplation. So, you also have mentioned several times that although we go by and take it as a procedure like with 4 stages, it is all one. I mean, it is integrated always. But this time, as there was a newcomer in the program, Dr. Kokila, it was very evident how this step-by-step practice helps someone, a beginner, to get this message properly. And so once when Miss Asanti was doing this program, she explained very well this third, you also might have said it so many times, third and fourth points of contemplation works if somebody has a thorough understanding of first 2 only. That there is nothing external and there is nothing in the so-called mind or the stimuli, then only one feels that seeing is only seeing, hearing is only hearing. Otherwise, because initially when we were presenting these points of contemplation through Zoom a couple of months ago, maybe a year ago, what happened was so many ladies who were listening to it. Actually, I also did, just imitated. Okay, the first one, the eye perceives something, and mind identified is as a chair. Eye perceives a shape. Mind consciousness identifies it as a kettle or something like that. So
Thiruvan Saranai, I worship Triple Gem respectfully. Also, I pay homage at the feet of our Kalyana Mitra, Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse. Thiruvan Saranai, Dhamma friends. This is the time to talk about truth. Lord Buddha revealed 2500 years ago and again awakened fully by Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse, showing a very clear path to overcome life's sufferings and become the ultimate bliss. I am presenting now the self-translation of Darshana Samapattiya, true Buddhist philosophy preached by Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse 5 years ago. This is the second sermon of true Buddhist philosophy, Darshana Samapattiya of Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse. Thiruvan Saranai. In Paticca Samuppada, Dhamma describing the law of cause and effect. Viharana, living explanation. Sankara Paccaya Vijnana. Consciousness happens due to the thoughts. Vijnana Paccaya Nama Rupa. Names and images creates due to consciousness. Namarupa Paccaya Salayatana. 6 senses creates due to names and images. Salayatana Paccaya Passu. The touch happens due to 6 senses. Passa Paccaya Vedana. Feelings occurs due to touch. Yang Vedetitang Sanjanati. Vedana Paccaya. If we look at the Dwadasakara, 12 ways of Vedana. Vedana Paccaya Tanha. Tanha Paccaya Upadana. Upadana Paccaya Bhavo. Bhava Paccaya Jati. Jara Marana Soka Parideva Dukkha Domanassa. Now here we must know correctly, properly, Paticca Samuppada to realize Nibbana. Otherwise, Paticca Samuppadaya is used for continuous cycle of birth as well. What we called samsara, we can see duality in Paticca Samuppada. Mind creations are suffixed, immediately arisen at present on one another. Due to avidya, ignorance, thoughts arising. Even for a little baby, sankara creates due to ignorance. Vindīm, feelings. Handinīm, recognition. Danaganim, identification. there is a body created due to past karma, comes with skandha. We talk about a body consists with eyes, ears, nose, tongue, skin, and mind. There is a state of feeling, sensing, and identifying. That sensation happens in the body created by past karma. Small child does not know anything by birth, but when we look at the baby's body and mind, there is a question whether the baby carried a mind from the birth. We can understand Skandhanam Patibhavo Ayatanam Patilabo Ayam Uchati Jati. According to Jati Dhamma Sutra, when the baby's eye creation, eye sensor happens, baby will be able to see. That means once the baby's flesh eyes developed and the Chakku Prasada eye sensor activates. It will take some time. Still this baby is having Prabhasvara, pure consciousness. No thoughts. Once the eye sensor activates, baby's eyes will catch objects. From outside, others are feeding birds according to the objects around, such as mum, 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 mama, dada, dad, dada, dada, dad, dada. Due to avidya, ignorance, sankara, thoughts are coming from outside, not from inside. There is a process from birth. Just like in a tree, kriyasita, action mind, we call in word of mouth, can see that in animals also. When we look at this world, activation of body senses are different. We know the bat is not using eyes, but activates a radar system. By using this radar system, bat is making decisions about the objects in front of it. Here, activation of senses may change. Likewise, a worm's sensor is skin. There are many differences in the senses, but sensing through senses only. This is a very delicate process. That is why Satara Satipatthana was imposed to understand how the mind creates and to redeem from mind. These are Rupa, images, Vedana, feelings, Sanya, signals, Sankara, thoughts, Vijnana, identification. Satara Satipatthana means skandha. Kayanupassana, understanding our soulless body. Vedananupassana, understanding there is no owner for the feelings. Chittanupassana, thoughts are not belongs to us. Dhammanupassana, understanding the thoughts creating in the mind. We will be able to redeem from the mind once we can see the creation of thoughts. When somebody, a seeker, saw this process of creation is not true, Maya, illusion, thereafter his mind will be able to catch the false nature of this reality continuously. Earlier, we discussed this simply according to the questions asked from us. Mr. I feel that, Aryan Mahanse said, I feel that we will have to talk about it further with examples. You may agree with it. Aryan Mahanse said, I was talking about Tripitaka. Chakkuncha paticca rupecha chakku viññāna. Tinnan sangati passu. Eyes and object blended with identification. Three things combined in the touch. Yan sanjanati, sanjanati tang vitakketi, vitakketi tang prapancheti. Here, due to the outer sensor, light waves, tree and shadow created, shown as Tinnan Sangati Passu. Three things combined in this touch. Outer space and light waves affects Chakkuncha Paticca Rupecha Chakku Viññāna. There, mind occurs in the senses, but identification is not happening. At this point, conventional name, prediction name is not there, but the identification nature is there at the beginning. Therefore, it is taken as Chakku Viññāna, eye identification. but we are creating our own eyes and the image as well. Therefore, the identification happening is also created in our own mind. To avoid the confusion and easy clarification, here shadow created by the sensor, Tinnan Sangati Passo, collection of three things. This shadow created with light waves, tree and the earth is not belongs to light waves, not belongs to the tree or not belongs to the earth. Shadow creates due to causes, that is, law of cause and effect. One who understood this cause and effect Dhamma, freed from causes. Same thing happens understanding Paticcasamuppada through wisdom, realizing Nibbana. Paticcasamuppada means continuous rebirth and death life circle caught into the samsara whirlpool. But a seeker sees the Paticcasamuppada through his wisdom. He will realize this as a Vijnana Maya, consciousness magic, such as Sanya Maya, illusionary signals, Penapindaka Rupa, images such as foam rises, bubble, Bubbulancha Vedananancha, feelings are like water bubbles, Sanya, Sankara, Vijnana. These examples show the impermanent nature of these parts of skandha. When we are matching this Dhamma with practical experiences, a meditation, we ask the seeker to watch each and every object appearing in the thought creations and to redeem. If the object is a sound of rain being objective to the mind and sota vijnana sita and ear consciousness mind focus. At once the sound of rain is not coming from outside. It is a convention created in the mind. The seeker should see this. Up to now, we are continuously clarifying the same thing, and therefore we must give a brief explanation about some examples and come to the point of Anidassana Vijnana, non-visual consciousness. When the consciousness is not falling outside, how the Kriyasita, action mind, happens. There is no value for Namarupa. Object, then the seeker will getting rid of that. Looking at this from the practical point of view, this is only an action mind. There is no owner. Nothing is there. Nobody is there. Just an action mind. When you see your action mind during the actions in 4 postures, you will be able to see the revealing of process. You will have to see this through a wisdom vision. Prajnavantam ayan dhammo nayan dhammo duppanyassa. This Dhamma is for the path to overcome suffering and for wise people and not for the idiots. If we take few examples and look at this matter according to Vedananupassana, there is no feeler for the suffering. This should be seen through deep wisdom. As an example, in the sitting pose for meditation, Paryanka, a normal experience, you feel suddenly a signal comes from the mind by the side of Nama, namely that painful feeling is coming through the leg. Here, tying knot to the body. Combination of kaya, body, kayat body, pahasat touch, kaya sampasyat, touch of the body. A signal occurred, and the knowing of vijnana, consciousness, imagination, thinks that the pain is coming from the body. That means, having cheated, the pain is coming from outside. Like a deer fetching water from the illusion, using kaya sankara, thoughts connected to body actions, pampering the paining area. By hand, you are trying to get rid of the pain. But this pain is only a pain. There is no owner for this pain. It is just a process. The wise person, seeker, knows this vijnana maya, illusion of consciousness. There is no leg. It is only an adoption mind. There is nobody as myself. Myself is created in the same process. That knowing is me, myself. Bahirin prasadavat vima, censoring from outside, means when the light waves comes from outside, due to censoring the colors where the mind occurs. There is no any other mind. No mind comes from the young age. At this very moment, it is occurring and disappearing. This point must see through wisdom. If we happen to hear a voice of the rain, Sota Vijnana, feeling the sound consciousness, and the Sota Sampassa, feeling the touch of the ear, knowing by Manovinyana, mind consciousness, blending with the signal. The point of knowing the sound of the rain, a dog barking, a crow is crying, all these are conventions, nothing outside. If we happen to see like this, we will be able to redeem the deception of Vijnana Maya. Illusionary consciousness and see the truth. This will happen in the 4 postures with all the arising objects. Yoniso manasikara, practical knowing of each and every objects through wisdom. Animitta samadhi, indefinite samadhi is here. Seeing each and every object means not nimitigata samadhi, one-pointed samadhi. It is animitta samadhi. Indefinite samadhi, that is seeing the occurring and disappearing of objects. Likewise, you can see there are a lot of examples in your 4 postures. When you extend the folded hand, fold the extended hand is each and every incident. Your manovinyana, mind consciousness, gives a signal. Likewise, you are going to drink water. When you see this process through wisdom, when the vijnana, consciousness is not falling, the seer is disappearing, you will see the kriyasita, action mind, without any object. Here you are seeing the kriyasita, action mind, like a tree branch is shaking, is not very easy. Knowing by arguing with sanya, signals must have the knowledge of sankara, thoughts. Manasat, mind, dhamma, thoughts, combined with mano sampassa, mind touch, creates mano vijnana, mind consciousness. Accordingly, there is no owner for the pain. We can see always meeting something from outside, creating senses and collecting karma through them and fell into the samsara cycle of rebirth. If we did not see that through wisdom, like a whirlpool, creating thought draws and going continuously, find something from outside means samudaya, creation occurring. Seeing that is samudaya jnana, knowledge of occurring. finding something or somebody. Conventions from outside means samudaya. Result of the creation is suffering due to tanha, craving, attachment or detachment for the creation. Not knowing this is samudaya. Not knowing attagamaya is samudaya. That is, not knowing the occurring and disappearing is samudaya. This is also called samudaya anyana. Knowing the occurring and disappearing is samudaya jnana. If somebody sees chaturarya satya, samudaya, nirodha, marga, four ways of creating sorrow, how the samudaya creates existence of pain, dukkha satya, samudaya satya, nirodha satya, marga satya. Practical experience of seeing the occurring and fading of objectives. This is the place where seeing skandaya, udayavaya, aryakanta silaya, heaps of thoughts occurring and fading. When our mind is not going out, it is anidassana vijnana, mano vijnana. Mind consciousness is very important here. Mind can aim Dhamma. Thoughts only cannot go out. Here we are creating senses and going out to see again. Senses are creating only when the vijnana consciousness fallen down outside and caught by Maya illusion. Otherwise, it will come to the point of ayatana nirodho nibbano, prohibition of senses in nirvana. Willingness of watching, hearing, feeling is passion, the intention, like or dislike. Sorry. For the object caught from outside is the reason for karma, dukkha, samudaya, occurring pain. Willingness is passion. Unwillingness is hatred. This cannot be achieved by talking words. The seeker should analyze his experiences through wisdom will be the path. A path of practical experience is set for that to see the objectives. If the eye sensor occur, meeting outside will happen, and chakku vijnana, eye sensor will be born. Vedana, feeling, sanya, signals, sankara, thoughts, included skandha, arose again. That means if we deceived to the vijnana maya, consciousness illusion, we will create senses and going outside to feel the things. If we are not deceived to the Vijnana Maya, that is consciousness illusion, there is creation of thoughts the other way around. Deceived to the Vijnana Maya, consciousness illusion, collection of karma happens. That means creating delusion, keles. That means creating the world for feeling pleasure, creating world thinking there are objects, people, animals, objects attached to the soul means heaps of upadana loka world, because upadana caught by the illusion, a bhava, new being is creating. These are words. You must see these with the big meaning through wisdom. Creating a world, something is occurring means birth and death is there. Bhava, new being is occurring. Creation of lot of things like this means a world, a bhava, a being. This moment is a dose of knowing only. If the knowing of mano vijnana, mind consciousness, not remembrance, see through Chittanupassana, it is going out and meeting the world. Then we can meet the objectives coming from outside. Must create the senses to go out and see. Eye sensor should be there to look. Creating the ear sensor to go out and hear the sounds. Creating nose sensor and going out to smell the smell outside. Creating body sensor, skin sensor to feel pleasure, body touch. Creating tongue sensor to taste. If you have passion for the things, heard, things you saw, things you tasted, things you smelled, things you enjoyed, creating thoughts at present and feeling pleasures is creating dukkha samudaya, occurring of sadness. Reasons for samudaya occurring at present is meeting the outside. You are meeting the wetness of tanha, craving, delusion, tie not because of the duality of outside and inside. Once Lord Buddha has taken an example. A rope is rotating to same side from both ends. That rope will not get tied up. It will not become a rope. There is a big meaning here. If we are creating from the mind itself, nama, name is the cause of rupa, image. It is not belongs to outside. Likewise, this rope is rotating to one side from both ends will not get tied up. Then it is unraveling. Like this matter should be seen through the knowledge. reason for samudaya occurring at present is meeting the outside. If the eye sensor created meeting outside, chakku vijnana, eye consciousness occurs. Then vedana, feelings, sanya, signals, sankara, thoughts occurring. Again, in the creation of thoughts, you can see the Paticca Samuppada Chakra, creation of thought cycle. If we want to give up the world, we must understand the creation of the world. Redeem is also at that point. This will be easy for a person who is knowing Chittanupassana, watching the thought process very well. The seeker who knows how the creation of vijnana, consciousness happens, will not be deceived to the outside objectives created by vijnana, consciousness, which are not true, only illusion. That person, that means the seeker, is not having a willingness to create senses for to see, hear and feel. For him, a wisdom is occurring to understand the nature of the vijnana, consciousness, which is a maya, illusion, not true. That seeker will meet the yoniso manasikara according to wisdom and consciousness. This seeing of truth is called darshana jnana, philosophical wisdom. Will remove from sorrow. As we have discussed up to now, understanding the creation of vijnana, consciousness, is nothing from outside, only a knowing of the signals blended inside the mind. This you must see through the wisdom. If you can see this process in each and every thought, you will redeem from the outside world. Vinaya loke apitta domanasana. If so, you will overcome suffering. If so, meeting something or somebody from outside means, according to the knowing that occurs in the mind, catching that with mind is the upadana situation. Most honorable Maha Arahants also having the knowing, but the keles is not falling. Rupa Prajnapti, image conventions are not gathering. Nama, names and Rupa, images are not tie knots. Things created in the mind will not meet from outside. Arahants sees the truth of each and every objective, and they have realized it in the Arahanthood. That fact is very clear. Therefore, we also must see each and every coming objectives in the mind. Must see every mind creates in every moment and show the truth to the mind. When showing the truth, that mind will redeem from that mind. In that, the redemption of mind means Nibbana. If somebody is there in this path who realized this, he is having this Darshana Samapattiya, philosophical wisdom. He knows this philosophy. He knows how the world is creating. Now the Pratipada, practical experience is for him. Then see each and every creating mind and redeem from them. One day will reach the ultimate point of redeemed mind. This is called Animitta Samadhi. The seeker will get into Cheto Vimukti, liberation of mind. He will receive a blank look, blank sound, Kriyasita, action mind. There is no owner for anything or anybody. He will redeem from the world, but not the person who is having only this knowledge. Certainly, when we see the truth, no need to give up the world, automatically vanishing. If there is a possibility of occurring nirvana, nivarana, kamachanda, vyapada, tinamidda, uddhacha kukkucca, vichikicha, and we are trying to overcome and freed from it. There is a doer who is giving up, is only a worldly, pruthakjana level, mundane level. Suppression, nivarana, and getting dhyana is of no use, same as this. These are impermanent, vanishing at any time. Something occurred due to a cause is vanishing once the cessation of cause. The seeker who goes in this path should be very pure, must give the opportunity to the wisdom to realize the truth. Otherwise, you cannot go with your solely greedy way. The seeker who is unraveling the lust screen will receive the lust-free level of nekkam, nibbana. The seeker who is in the path knows where to add the practical experience, the point of which where nama, name occurs. But make that point not to occur rupa, image. This seeker is trying hard to redeem from the samsara, cycle of rebirth, while filling his own belly, trying to make truth as real means. Satara Irdipada is automatically growing up. Pancha Indriya Dharma is growing up as well. That means Pancha Bala Dharma, Sapta Bojjanga Dharma are growing up continuously. Growing up Satara Samyak Pradhana Virya means growing up චතුරාර්ය සත්‍ය. චන්දං ජනේති වීරියං අරහති චිත්තං පක්ඛඤ්ඤාති පජහති, giving birth to unborn merits, improving the merits born, decline the unborn vices. Likewise, Satara Samyak Pradhana Virya, Satara Irdhipada, the seeker who is having Chanda, likeness, Chitta, mind, Virya, trying, Vimansa, inquiry, is trying hard to see the mind will know the growing of Sati. This Bodhipakshika Dharma. Growing of Satara Irdhipada means growing of Pancha Indriya Dharma means Shraddha, Virya, Sati, Samadhi, Prajna. Shraddha means seeing this Dharma, truth. Virya means trying to realize the truth. Satya means even without trying hard, seeing the objectives in the mind. Accordingly, this seeker will overcome attachment and detachment of his mind and become a depersonalization. That person is a bhikkhu. Bhikkhu means trying to realize the truth in this order. Sabba dukkha nissarana, nibbana sacca karanattaya, imang kāsavat gahetva, anukampang upadaya. Asking priesthood from the guru priest to practice the path to nibbana. Take pity on me and give me the pabbajja, priesthood. The same story is here. At this point of growing up Sattis Bodhipakshika Dharma. All these are together as same. Growing up Arya Ashtangika Margya, who is having Darshana Samapattiya, will become Sammaditthi. The seeker who is having Satya Jnana is also having Sammaditthi. Until that, he is in the mundane bhumi, pratakjana bhumi. Pratakjana bhumi, the place of here is a very dangerous place. There is truth there. You are in a deception. At any time, you may face an accident or a disaster. But telling this by word of mouth, is a thought. The experience in your realization. Have you seen the angels like an old man, a sick person, a dead body, a priest? You must always look at the truth of this world. Redemption of sorrow is only for the seeker who sees, who knows, and who feels. In this Dhamma, more than the language, if you can be in silence, the point where redemption of thoughts, you will touch the place where Anidasana Vijnana is. Be in silence a moment and allow the truth to arise. If you are meditating, you need solitude. Seeker who seeks this Dhamma truth in imposed practical experience needs solitude in this order. Also need Sivpasaya, food, clothing, shelter and medicine. Lay people should provide these needs to this bhikkhu, priest. Otherwise, how this priest will be able to maintain his body? This should be seen through wisdom. Yoniso Manasikara means this starting point of samsara, cycle of rebirth, starting point of nama, name and rupa image. Yoniso Manasikara is set up at the point of nama rupa paccaya vijnana. Consciousness happens due to names and images. This point must be seen through the wisdom and this Dhamma should match there. Each and every mind creations are happening there. Redemption from the mind is also happening here. Likewise, each and every objectives are seen and redemption from them are happening. At some point, the seeker's life will transform into this Dhamma. That seeker who realized this Dhamma through his life will not set up in the samsara cycle of rebirth hereafter. I shall be concluding for today. I worship Triple Gem respectfully. Also pay homage at the feet of our Kalyana Mitra Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse, Teruvan Saranai, all Dhamma friends.
May Triple Gem bless you all. We'll start the Zoom discussion today. We worship our Anwanse with great gratitude for his noble guidance. There's no much friends joined today, but we can continue talking about a topic which pops up. Is there anything specific in your mind, Suranpai, or what can we bring up?
Dr. Fogla. Nothing really comes to mind. Or maybe yeah, it's just certain, how the day's activities go on. Ultimately, this Dhamma, everything is normal. It's sometimes funny, isn't it, how one has always had this notion of nirvana and this post-Dhamma or post or advanced stage or whatever it was, those thinking that was there before. And ultimately, it's just life is normal, life goes on. I really don't know what I was going to say, but it's just normal. That's what I was trying to say. I had a very hectic day yesterday and today, but and sometimes it's funny when you're doing back-to-back different types of activities, chores, going out, bringing things, taking my mother to the doctor, coming back, working, deadlines, coming back, going to the kitchen, baking, cooking, guests coming, dropping, going to the market, coming back, and my mother says, you must be tired, you must be tired. So, stop and she'll do certain things. But true, my feet are tired, and after some time the body is tired. But am I tired? Is the question, isn't it? So there's no words that come at that time. Sometimes one tries to find words, or the system tries to find words, but doesn't even get expressed in words. I just wanted to say that as a starter, I have no particular Dhamma point that comes to mind. I had to listen here and there to the talks today also. But I think Anand Mansi gave a good talk yesterday as well as this morning to
I couldn't listen to this morning one because I was so busy as well. Couldn't listen at all.
I think he said something, I can't remember what it was actually. But I listened again this morning to a little bit of what you referred to yesterday, Dr. Kokila, about him talking to that person yesterday in the Zoom 5 o'clock about not being in the mind after like 3-4 years of listening to the Dhamma, and that all that is there here is to be, there is to, whatever that is there is to be felt, not put into words, and try to think that you can gain something or gain a realization through the thinking process. It's almost as if, you know, when he expressed the words of giving an ultimatum, it really sinks in, isn't it? Even not only for that gentleman, but for other listeners and other practitioners out there who may not voluntarily or not by intent, but probably without applying enough effort, or probably because they are applying too much effort, are still in the mind, isn't it?
I think in that that sermon, not today morning, yesterday morning, I think that's this
Yeah,
happened.
yesterday morning, yeah.
And that was so beautiful that that even the Kamatana he gave to him was so beautiful. I mean, in the sense Aranwanse, what Aranwanse gave to him, because it's very difficult. You know, it's a lack of true Dhamma as well. That's what I felt, because true Dhamma is all about kind of going backwards and but with the mind, kind of, it's just take some time to sink in that this is nothing you can achieve by thinking. It just has to be felt, and so that's where you kind of calm down. So, and for that to happen, that understanding should come before even experience. Experience comes very randomly. It's very you can't really judge by anything, whether you are trying too much or the trying less is according to the Satyajnana. You try hard also because of the lack of truth.
Yeah.
And if you are not trying also, that is
also lack of
yeah, that is ignorance. So it is everywhere, it is ignorance. So some might think that if you think hard, a lot of mothers would say this happened and thought came. But when Aranwanse says, yeah, thought came, but it's not the best, there's some more. I mean, we have heard this long time ago to ourselves. So you try to say something and Aranwanse says, what you think? You're thinking, isn't it? And you're like scratching the head and thinking, oh my God, am I thinking? And so the messages he gives are very subtle. Even the smile or the laugh he gives is very subtle, even though we laugh with him. So we have to get these clues properly and, understand that because beyond some point, we just have to go by the feel. So the feel your teacher, feel the guidance, feel the the path or the vision. They're all in the field side actually, but specifically the path can have the thinking side, but the fruition itself is not at all in the thinking side. So it is difficult, but there's a lot of things to pick up from Aranwanse's discussion. Sometimes it can be too overwhelming for someone whose mind is so full of things. But message here is mind is full of things, but not the feel. Feel is ananta kind of thing, like feel doesn't have a doesn't have
have a shape,
boundaries.
isn't it? It doesn't have a
Boundaries. doesn't have boundaries. So, but the mind has a boundary. Mind, you know, sometime in the evening you might be like, if you're tired, basically tired. That's actually the physical tiredness is also there. I'm not talking about that. It's the mental tiredness I'm talking about. So it's very tricky sometimes to understand that thinking process is kind of it's overwhelming. We never understood that before. We were thinking like non-stop. But now we know. Now we know that the thinking is really difficult, and when you try to do something with effort with the mind, it's tiresome. But the you might feel the body tiredness. That's all. But this understanding of Dhamma, the ignorance or the lack of Satyajnana is also again ignorance. Because someone is having a problem when someone says you're thinking, they are not towards the feel. So that's why Aranas is saying at least try to feel the body, the other 5 sensory organs. Because even other 5 sensory organs is covered because of the mind. So that's a nice thing that he was given. It's even though Aranasi said it's only to him, it's important to everyone because this people are not used to the feel side of it. I think long time ago, it was mainly in the feel side. Not much thinking side. So the feel is more powerful. But no self Dhamma is very rare. Because you can feel, but you feel the life feel, you feel the non-life feel. It's all tricky, like it is all unheard Dhamma, all never experienced stuff. So that's a challenge. So from beginning to every stage, I think challenge is there, but challenge is to let go. That is the challenge, I think. Let go what? Let go of the urge. Because it's an urge. You will not let go of any urge by urge. By urge, you can't let go of urge. By force, you can't let go of any urge. So this is the ignorance that comes here. If you know the truth, if you're fully aware that urge has no say in this Dhamma, you just calm down to the level of oneself.
No, actually, Dr. Kokila, at that point, the urge, when it comes, you can stop it. You can think and stop it. But that is not the final way. If you're thinking and stopping without the true Dhamma, then that is not the way, because that's like trying to suppress that ball under the water by pressing against it, right? Sooner or later, it's going to come out. But if you are doing active contemplation at the point the urge came, then and see from how and where and how did that urge come about, then that is sufficient towards the awakening of the wisdom later on, isn't it? But I get your point that you can't stop the urge. The urge has to melt away by itself of its own volition.
And remember when we were little, we used to see, not even little, when we were adult also, we used to see how people would, fight to observe, give something to Lord Buddha, offer something to Lord Buddha. And, I have seen people trying hard, like sometimes you run, you don't see that you are even stamping on someone else. That in such a hurry, and thinking that I might miss the boat, I might miss the opportunity. But actually becoming Buddha status is completely different. Actually becoming Buddha status includes, or Dhamma status or the Sangha status, it includes Satyajnana. It includes this understanding that actually there was nothing. There was no self, there was nothing. So that is very strong, It's never our pattern, the humans or any animal in that sense. Only tendency is to kind of try to survive and try to reproduce. That's all that had. So that's like it's like a tree, but the tree has no life in. So, but in the sense, understanding Dhamma, you urge to do things like in that way, because with a great urge, we came to this path. We listened, and suddenly we felt, this may be true, and you kept on trying to understand it. But at one point, when you come to the one point that feel has to surface, then the urge should drop. That doesn't drop by force. That doesn't drop by anything. That doesn't drop just because Aranansa is saying to drop it. That drops with the understanding that actually mind is not true. Mind is actually a perception that flows. So flow of perceptions and flow of perceptions which are not true. The baby, the small child, baby didn't have this self-perception, the duality. It was just a vibration. But after duality arises, they are trapped in this bubble, inside a bubble where you think it is a new normality. And everything seems so real. You get engrossed in this film so much that it looks real, family somebody can maybe sick, it looks real, but what's the difference between an arahant and a normal person is very subtle, because everything outside looks same, the body looks same, dressing would look same, may look same, actions may look same, talking may be looking same. It's just the feel which is different, which is very intimate to that system. So one is and one to know that you haven't actually come to that status is also so much wisdom, because otherwise that means you're just floating. You don't know what's happening. So it's very important for you to understand that this the mind doesn't actually have a purpose. I mean, we thought the life had a purpose, yeah. And when life didn't offer a purpose, we get so flustered, we get worried. We thought that I'm here for this, I'm here for that. But to become the earth, to become like a tree, to become like water, to become the nature, there can't be a reason. That's like flow of water didn't have a reason as such. Gush of dirt didn't have a reason as such. But the whole world, when comes alive, it's like everything is having a reason, you know. This tricky part is that perception. There's a perception like that everything is real. Everything has a value. Everything is happening for a reason. Everything you don't have any other sense. So understanding is a good one. Feeling is a challenge. Feeling that it is not the case. Because if you become the part of the nature, there can't be any reason. Let's just flow. So if you think about a piece of maybe a rock, you know, it keeps falling down from a mountain. We don't know where it would end. It just floats, fall down. Likewise, it's the same. It's just the sensory functions happening. The only difference is alive field. That's the problem here. The alive field gives you kind of a feel that you are the entertainer, you are the receiver, or you are the deliverer. It's kind of centered here. When it is centered here, you can't become the piece of rock that is falling from top of the mountain. You feel like you jumped from rock to rock, you know. You thought you jumped from rock to rock. You thought that you lived up to now. You thought all these years I studied, I did the exam, I did a job, I maybe came abroad, I found a job again, and so on and so forth. I have kids, or I have no kids, or whatever. So the rock thought that rock has a story. But what actually is happening is just a flow of events which never, why it didn't end there. Imagine the rock fell down to the top of from top of the mountain to the bottom. Why it didn't stop there? Because there was a notion that it's real and you are doing it. And that is nothing to do with that rock at all. It's just another vibration that has no affiliation with the actual system. This vibration is the problem. We are not actually tackling with anything else. It's just the notion that this life field. The life field is the fuel for the big mind we have. It's a human thing. Worm didn't have that. But worm also has a small area of vibration. There's no big mind like humans. So like the worm is not going to think like humans. I jump from this rock to this rock. Then I waited there because I was tired. Then I'm jumping again. No, worm is not thinking like that. Worm has the vibratory nature of the field. But there also, that worm is so helpless because there's no story like us. But still, there's no help also. There's no way to stop that vibration. But the humans, even though they are, appear stupid and thinking everything is happening in their own way, suddenly might realize something. When someone feels the suffering it carries, like Lord Buddha, like our advance, and go on researching about that and come to a realization that there was never a self. It was just a piece of rock falling down. It's very interesting, and when only the humans can actually listen to this and actually comprehend this. No other animal has this ability because they don't have a big mind anyway. Even an animal is not thinking I'm jumping from this rock to this rock. They do it with the fear. They don't have that big agenda. I should go to this country and have this plan. They don't. So there is a dilemma of big mind, but at the same time, this is the only way that you can actually feel the whole 31 realms. Because every level is in this one thought. After the thought formation, before the thought formation, it's only the one level, that is the non-form. But after the thought formation, you have the all three levels. Then only one can actually traverse or pierce all three levels. Because just piercing one level can't happen, and it's not going to. You just don't feel anything about the sensual world. Still you have you're trapped in the mind world, perception world. Still the problem is there. Because every perception has a value. So that the iCloud is still heavy. I mean, it's a metaphor. It's so important to realize this, that you're trying to become the small baby of yourself, while being on this body and while having this big mind. It can happen in one stimuli, and if it happens in every stimuli, you're called an arahant. It doesn't necessarily mean anything. It just everything is happening, but there is no life there. So we have so many words to say that it doesn't necessarily mean anything, the words. Importance is trying to feel this. So if someone is talking about just the sensual world, there's a possibility that he never thought about the form world and the non-form world. That's where the RN1 says task becomes difficult, because you all are trapped in several levels. But he can't do much either, because he can only say, he can only guide, he can only remind. The telepathizing to the non-vibration should come with the effort, with the right understanding, with the research, with the you know, with understanding of them. So his task is so big. So we are just trying to, you know, help a little bit, maybe even 0.1%, I don't know. So, but it's huge because this era, everyone is so horrendously trapped inside the mind bubble. So he goes according to his field as well, trying things that may help.
Yeah, I think Dr. Kokila, the whole issue is, and why this is so challenging, is that the default position that has been known to mankind is the sense of I, isn't it? That, as you said, everything is revolving around the I feeling, the feeling, and that everything is in relation to me, isn't it? Even if it is event that is happening where you are not directly involved, that unspoken meaning underneath is that it's you here hearing of this random event, say somewhere in a different country or something or the other, completely unrelated to you, but still that notion, underlying notion is there that I heard about it, or I got to know about it, or that thing happened, but then now there is still the person who knows about that random thing. Nothing is expressed out loud, isn't it? But that underlying feeling captures all that. It's not spoken, it's not expressed. So that is why it's so hard to, you can't say dislodge, hard to find a new norm. Even to say new norm is also kind of wrong because it feels artificial.
Yeah. Because it feels as another state, but this is absence of.
It can give the wrong impression to people. It's just to take away that it's like taking away the earth, isn't it? Now, growing up and from the time we as conventional
It's
beings,
actually a feel. No, imagine that rock I was talking about. Imagine rocks getting a feel that rock is falling. Just imagine. It's a disaster now because rock originally didn't have that. Just imagine as a metaphor. Rock usually doesn't have a feeling now that rock is falling down. But imagine the rock gets a feeling that rock is falling.
That the rock is falling, yeah. The rock is actually the self, isn't it? The perception, self-perception.
Yeah, that only a perception this humans or any consciousness is consciousness just itself is the alive feel. So that when the alive feel is there, it is felt as something is happening here.
It's like the earth that one has thought as real and being so solid under one's feet. No matter what happens, I can, you know how we say in Sinhalese, "Paya gahala inda puluwan" type of thing. That the fact that that one is having one's feet firmly planted on the ground, if you say it in English, and the solidity, the confidence that that is not going to go away, type of thing is now disintegrating. It's like, I mean, in New Zealand, people, the earthquake scenario. If you have gone through one or two of those instances, it's like, okay, this thing that we thought was so certain that was going to remain unmoved permanently is now kind of not just moving, but like shaking uncontrollable. But that's, of course, even that is not really a good metaphor. It's difficult to find words, but I think the one that you said, the rock being this massive, massive egoistic self, I, everything that has been taken to be real for ever so long, is now on the path to extinction, but it can't
And the
cope
other
with it
thing,
type of thing.
the other thing is, even an arahant would feel the pain in the body when if you're actually falling down. But that notion of that it's happening here is what is absent. So it is very, very finite, very, very tiny thing, like it's very subtle. I don't know how Lord Buddha actually should be. I mean, I think praising is endless. Even Narayana says praising is endless. When you think about these experiences, to have the experience and to understand this is what happened is unspeakable, because it's just looked at in a different way. Because a lot of people talk about this, even the out of mind experiences. They never understood anything like this. So they had the alive feel all the time, and they just felt as something happened, but still looked at that in the same angle, the self angle. So whatever happens, self angle never went away. That's why we are here, basically. That's why we have this system at this moment. In the sense, we were born. This manifestation. So we understand it's a challenge, but why we are saying not to give up is it's manifesting there. When it starts to manifest, it's there. There's always a possibility you can synchronize to that. Always the possibility is massive. Randomly, someone in feeling this, but has no ability to explain it, is Pacheka Buddha. They lose the life feel, but they don't know what happened. So this manifestation that it could be even explained to someone is extraordinary. It's 0.00000% wise kind of really rare. But it is manifesting at this moment. So we'll feel you like everyone.
I was listening to, I found a clip of that Anya Samini Sindriya. I was going to send it to you and Dr. Sakuntala, but I forgot. I'll send it soon. But in that, this was not the main one, but he has, I explained it several times over different talks. In this particular one, he said, Dr. Pokida, that I think that's what he said actually. So the feel of things not becoming a thing, the fact that one is feeling it, is that to that extent there is still self-vibration, which makes sense, isn't it? And self-vibration, which is company, isn't it? Atma company, self-vibration. Yeah. And it is that feeling of things not becoming a thing that then continues to dissolve. And that it's dissolving is the anidriya. And but still, to the extent that it is dissolving, but to the extent that it hasn't dissolved, to that extent, self-vibration is still present until such time it completely dissolves, which is the Arahat stage of Anyatavi. So I think we discussed it that day, but actually I hadn't thought of it in the way he explained it. So it made quite a bit of sense because, I think we discussed that day that whilst with the Dhamma that things don't become a thing starts to come through that inner realization, that vibe until such time the self vibration is completely dissolved, the feeling that something doesn't become a thing is still felt.
Self-perception.
Yeah, so that if it is felt and then if it is felt, that means there is a feeling, right, that is known to the system. And that is the part that still needs to dissolve. But he said that these are not things that can be taken from the mind. These have all got to be felt, even those in 3 indriyas. But he also said the self-perception, I think, is still there as long as that feeling is still there, that things are not becoming a thing. And then the feeling of it not becoming a thing starts also to dissolve. And then the final stage that it's completely dissolved. Which means that things go back completely to normal, and the awareness that it is not becoming a thing is no longer there, isn't it? Because if there is an awareness, that means there is to that extent a self-perception, which is why when R.N. Mansa explains, correct me if I'm wrong, Dr. Bogler, which is why R.N. Mansa explains about the Adhigata Samadhiya, super awakening, which the Arahats only have, as everything happening in the normal way. But that there is that so-called Sukhaya or something, that supra happiness or whatever you want to call it. But for all intents and purposes, everything is normal, apart from that supra happiness sense which cannot be shaken. Would that be a correct way of putting it?
Well, I think it is. It's not.
Again, to be felt, isn't it?
Yeah, it's very difficult to say. But what I can add here is, in one stimuli also you have all these levels.
Yes.
To achieve Buddha status in one fraction of a second is also, it's just the same thing. But with the changes that happen after that is the starting of the dissolving of the defilements. So the dissolving of the defilements keep happening. And then when the worldly perceptions are not a thing at all, like 100% not a thing at all, then all you have that feel of awakening. But then there is a slight enjoyment of that.
Yeah.
Very subtle thing. So that's the thing that is going to happen. I think that bit is enough in the long run, because in the long run that's the important thing. But in one thought also you can feel all of these levels where you feel the the vibration, you feel the non-vibration, but there's no becoming of that because it just slips, But when you become non-vibration, that's a different story. That's the titiya. So the becoming non-vibration has its own path. We can't do anything about it.
But this is the challenge also, isn't it? Because I heard Alan once saying to a mother, first he said, "You're good," that the field has risen, and that she was suitable to come to the Zoom and various types of things. But then she started going on about how she used to listen to this Dhamma only and something, and then he cut her short and said, "So you can't rest on your laurels just because that was said. That doesn't mean that you don't have anything more to do. If you think like that, that means you are still not there yet. And all you have to do is to reflect on this nature, meaning not nature as in outside nature, one's own nature, and be open and aware and frank about anything that arises in this nature, whether it is, whether there is, I suppose, I think what he was trying to say was be sensitive and aware of any vibration without saying almost, saying it's done and dusted type of thing. So, and then other places, he said, there's nothing for you to do, but so this is becoming so fine and finer, isn't it, Dr. Bokila? And that is why one absolutely needs the guidance of the spiritual noble teacher, because it's getting so fine that if you try to think about it from the mind, like I'm trying to express now in words, just purely for the sake of the discussion, one can kind of go around in circles.
Yeah. Yeah, and from point of view of a normal person who has this tradition of thinking that I'm jumping from rock to rock, every step becomes like that. I understood. I felt. Even when you talk about the field, then it becomes, I felt.
Yeah, exactly.
So
it's
the
like
whole
another
thing
mini
is
achievement, isn't it? Like
yeah,
inside somebody's putting a little tick on everything, isn't it?
yeah. It's the rock is getting an understanding that rock achieves something by jumping from one place to another. But nothing like that happened. But that is what the notion is. That's what the feel is. So that's the thing. So if our enhancer says something good specifically, you kind of can get elated thinking maybe I'm okay, you know. That is ignorance. This is the whole thing. I mean, it is normal. It's normal.
This you know, it's difficult to describe. And if you describe, you're putting words to something that words cannot be put to. But if we take, for example, the IS with that, you know, that power of attraction that our advisor says, that is always there. And because of that itself, mundane people can be, what shall I say, mundane people can be thriving on it. The fact that it has the ability to attract, ability to connect, ability to move from stimuli after stimuli, seeking excitement of the sensations and senses and so on. But if that I is equated to a rock, and that rock has felt that weight forever so long, and then suddenly imagine and say the rock is, you know, bound by the gravitational power, and even if it wants to release itself, this is all hypothetical, I'm trying to explain it, even if it is like a metaphor, even if it is trying to escape the weight of itself, it's pulled by the gravitational power to be closest as much as possible to the earth. But hypothetically, if for some reason the earth shatters or something like that happens, with the rock then getting suspended in space, the gravitational power is no longer there. It's now suspended. If I'm trying to convey the non-vibration, field. I don't know whether that was a good metaphor, but what I'm trying to say is the gravitational power of getting drawn into something all the time is now not there in that space, isn't it? The fact that there is nothing tying you to any.
But
Yeah.
I'll add something to that metaphor thing. Just imagine what you said. Now it's in the space. Now this is a story that we are depicting, so we have to remember that. But we'll go through the metaphor. Just imagine that even that. Just imagine like a Brahma who is in Asanya without this correct vision, or even below Asanya. Just imagine the life field will be there, even if it is after 80 kalpas. The life field is there. Just imagine this. Imagine the calamity or the kind of what happens. The life field has no boundaries, like what you said. So there's no Rupa. Loka is not there. So when this home world is not the case, it just comes to the field. It's like a field, a vibratory nature. And just imagine how helpless that vibratory nature is. Because you have to, that vibratory nature has to wait, I don't know for how long, to telepathize into a human again. Like a human vibration again. That's what Almas is saying, very tricky this part. If you don't have the right vision, it's a very tricky path, you know. That's the risk. If you have the right vision, that even if it's a vibratory nature, that system, if the non-vibration has felt before, and it will just become a non-vibration, because there's never a misunderstanding that the vibratory nature is self. In the sense, it is not even thinking level. It is a feel only. That the feel that it is here, feel is felt here, is never going to be misunderstood if it's in Suddhavasa, you know. It's a very difficult story, you know. Becomes unspeakable, but I don't know whether you got it. I was trying to tell you this. Because
if you don't have the right view,
trapping is there in the field.
Trapping is there, yeah.
So it's a very finite. One side you are in trouble, one side you are not in trouble. We never know unless someone speaks up in a Zoom discussion. One never know that which side you are in. So that's the importance of completely feeling the non-vibration in the beginning, so that system has that no self-perception, because the no self-perception is going to get wider and wider and wider and wider. Same way that the self-perception got wider in the baby. Duality.
Yeah, now it's happening the other way around. Yeah.
Other way around. Other way around. The duality is actually disappearing. So it's a complete, even in the field side, there's the misunderstanding, because it dropped in the beginning. There's no misunderstanding here. There's no nothing. So even if it is a sense of super tranquility, because that is what is going to happen if someone is actually in this path. That's what is going to happen. That super tranquility is not going to be a problem. That super happiness is not going to be a problem. Because the system, not in the thinking level, even in the feel level, is fully used to that now, because it has happened once. So that's the importance of samadhi. To samadhi to happen properly, like to get confirmed, I mean, there's always path. Everyone it's a path, but the path itself is not confirmatory unless a life feel is surpassed, or a life feel is completely fully realized that it's not actually a thing. Then the self-view breaks. Then there's no problem. If the self-view is there, that's why when mothers open their mouth, becomes a bit tricky, you know, like it's all about whether the self-view is there or not. That's all our analysis is actually trying to find out. The self-view is shaken, they are kind of suitable. But then that means at least they are fully aware about the path. Doesn't necessarily mean that there is fruition path. Doesn't necessarily mean that at all. So you have to be very careful, because there were times, so much time, that people were asked to come to the Zoom and then he had to say, don't come. So it's very tricky. Because once you start talking and endlessly, everyone feels that self vibration is so high that can't happen, you know, like it can't continue to happen. And it might give some time, but it can't continue to happen. That's the thing. But if he feels that if it is coming down, he's like okay with that. It doesn't necessarily mean that something is going to happen within next 5 days or 50 years. It doesn't necessarily mean anything. It's just that what he feels, or whether this person's burning is coming down, because that's a kind of a thing that he can feel. That's all he can feel, whether his or her someone else's burning is coming down or not. So there's always comparison. How he will know is, you know, when we talk like 5 years ago, how we talked and what the reactions are and how heavy the reactions were, everything. It's kind of a sensor. Just imagine, Surangika, just imagine. It's a sensor, kind of a sensor. It's like you going through, you know, in the airport, you go through a thing to sense whether you're carrying anything. It's like that. Your ego may get detected. It's beautiful.
Yeah, that's actually a good example, Dr. Bogan. Ultimately, it's a sensor, isn't it?
Yeah.
And everybody's fooled with that.
And the feel, again, feel is the sensor about your own ego, about your own vibration. That's the important thing in the first fruition level, that what is the full vibrating nature, what is the non-vibrating nature. So it's all in the sensor, because you have to know that sensor in the airport should know which things to detect. So it detects its vibration. So this developing of this sensor is what is going to happen. Yeah.
That point there, I just remembered something that happened this afternoon. So you know how that thing becomes finer and finer. So as I mentioned right at the beginning, the two couple of hectic weekend. Yesterday was hectic, and today we had people around. So all that was fine. So all that was done. But then in the evening, once the guests had gone away, I had a cup of tea with my parents, and then this thought came, I need to relax. Let's, my parents like to play Scrabble. So I said, why don't we play Scrabble? So that thought came and that was expressed, and both of them readily agreed. And then just behind that thought came another. Almost it came to the surface, and it like, how do I say it? So, you know how something is trying to come your way, but then found another route and went away? It was trying another, the thing that is this self was trying to come, the question of wanting to play Scrabble was coming up again as, is this self view, self vibration? And then it didn't come. It tried to come and it didn't come. But there was a semblance, absolute some tiny semblance of it trying to come and then kind of veering off and going. So that is the fine point there, isn't it? Because which is so difficult to realize 100% to this system, that it's a system, that whatever thought, whatever
No,
thing,
that is importance of patyang venawa. Patyang
patyang,
venawa is
yeah.
because the lack of that is there, because whatever happens,
Whatever happens, exactly, yes.
Yeah, whatever happens,
it is the system.
Yeah, that doesn't come just automatically. It doesn't come within few days or so. It takes long time, and also that's the importance of being, Ananda Thero knew that he wasn't an arahant. That's a very important point here. Because none of the monks talk about these levels. None of the monks in Sri Lanka or in the world, they never talked about this nirvana or the actual experiences. They just were beating around the bush. To my level of research, because research can be different, my level of research, I don't think anyone is going into the finer lines. They don't, because they can't.
I'm sorry, Dr. Okula, I did not hear the last bit. Nobody's going into the
finer aspects,
fine aspects. Okay. Yeah, true.
Yeah, no one can, because it's very finer levels. Because even what you said, even a monk who has been in a really good status for about 10-15 years suddenly get a cannula in and get some anger and misunderstanding, that's terrible. That's just avidya, or ignorance. So how the ignorance is that's a terrible thing I think Aryan Vance is trying so hard for us to be able to understand that none of the Buddothpado listeners should fall into that calamity, that problem, because it's never a self. Never a self. So that will not come just by thinking. Just by thinking, it is never going to happen. There should be a non-alive field to actually put that break into that system, that there was never a self. When the stimuli is not taken as a thing, there was never a self. That means it was only the thickness of the stimuli which mattered. So that's all. Whatever mattered was the thickness of the stimuli. In the sense, you know what I mean, yeah? Thickness. So the value of the whatever you felt. So that is all what is left. And then the self-view is shattered. Once it is shattered, it's shattered. There's no attribution to self at all. Whatever happens, your body is getting burnt now. It's hurting so much. That's the importance. Even if you go to asanya, there's no, in the sense, even if you go to that state of non-form world, in the example, just an example, non-form world, still that misunderstanding is not there. the ignorance is low to at least that level, because the self-view is shattered. So you know that if there is something bringing up this burning, it is the thickness of the stimuli. That's where the actual careless come to place. Then it becomes a defiance. What is a defiance? The thickness of the stimuli. Once the thickness of the stimuli are like fully broken, that means the sensual world and the form world. Form world is tricky, it takes time. So that once they both are shattered, there's only the awakening feeling. No, awakening feel. Yeah. No, nothing to do with the form world. It's a feel that is going to be prominent. The feel of awakening. But there's no misunderstanding here. So there's the ego is slowly coming down, not going up.
Yeah.
But if someone enters the path, then the ego is going up and up and up. It's like a warning red light. That means that person is actually getting worse in the path. So the punishment can be actually the form of the advice. Arananse doesn't shout all the time. If the Arananse shouts, that's a warning that is given in the form of shouting. Sometimes, he doesn't shout at all to some. With the level, that's actually that doesn't do well with that vibration. So he acquire different trick to that vibration, so that it's all according to the field. Because Arananse doesn't want anyone to drop from the path, Yeah, it's very interesting actually. But when I say interesting, it's not that well the interest I'm talking about. It's so like unspeakable, that's all we can say.
But in that third point of contemplation, with that awakening, there is a realization that what is manifested to the senses are still manifesting. And then with that only comes the realization that without the self, that there is no self. The third
the problem
point
is the
of
second one.
contemplation.
The problem is the second one. Actually, contemplation is okay because that is the practice level. But actually, the problem is the second one. So the breaking of the form world is very rare.
Yeah, that's the hardest one, isn't it?
Yeah, because contemplation is all right. All four we can contemplate. Like we can contemplate even like million times, billion times. But actual experience, when it comes to the experience, the form world should not, if the form world is strong, you never actually can feel the vibration or the non-vibration.
And it can be experienced in the walking meditation, isn't it? And then, of course, there's no such thing as only walking meditation, as Arananse says. When you practice it, then ultimately, wherever you are, whatever you are doing,
even that is tricky.
awakening must be.
even that is tricky because everyone goes into the usual, the whole
Default mind process.
No. Default mindset is fine. That is thinking also. They will keep thinking and thinking. No, imagine whole samsaric journey, the meditative states are also there now. There's a possibility of entering that.
Yes, I think recently also Arama said somebody went into the samatha concentration side.
That's importance is in that this self-perception is there. This is the thing. You don't know the difference until known otherwise.
Yes, and that is also again very subtle. And I suppose when a mother comes and says in the Zoom, Mahan, I did this and this is what happened. Then from there, I mean, depends on how much one can, what shall I say, telepathize to that wave. One can then feel that that person has gone into that kind of meditative state, isn't it?
Yeah, and that is very possible because the whole, you don't have to have meditative states in this life for you to telepathize into these status. It's very easily you can have the self-view and go into the meditative states. So risks are everywhere. We take the risk with knowing. Then you're okay. It's okay. But Arahant tells all the time, don't care. Don't worry. Because if you worry about anything, nothing happens because you are trying to be your baby. You're trying to be your child, your own child.
You're trying to get back the radiant mind.
Yeah, so actually, if you are thinking too much, if you're putting in so much effort, this might happen, this might happen, this might happen, this might happen. That's all the mind,
Yeah, true.
The whole system is tricked. Hacked. So that is why take it easy is the main message. Take it easy, let go. Whether you feel the, even if you feel the thing, that's why Aranons is saying, if you are getting shouted by someone at that particular moment, if you felt the awakening, if you still feel that whatever that you felt in the thing, that is all right. Otherwise, it's just concentration meditation. That's the way to understand. Because this actual path of this no self Dhamma, whatever the states are permanent, not temporary. The concentration meditation, these are temporary. So how you understand is that's why Aranvansi is saying concentrate on your keles, concentrate on your defilements, concentrate on what happens. Yeah. So when you come to the normal life and you get angry at the easiest thing ever, then just drop that idea that you had something. Concentrate again. So V-ray is there, research is there. It's okay. It's just that, mind doesn't like to believe anything like that. Mind doesn't even like to let go. Mind originally is a gravitational force kind of thing. You're trapped in the mind.
Yeah, absolutely trapped in the mind.
So that's a force. Chitta Aropana.
That is why that kind of space metaphor is, because if you think about things like difficult, and that I think recently also Aryan Mansa said this, how can one describe the feel? And that is why the Buddha used so many examples, because there's no other way to describe it, isn't it? So he has to take examples from the mundane world in order to convey the feel. so that, there's whoever's intellectuals, will kind of get it that way.
Yeah, and if you say, ask you to write a essay, gasak kata karai, what will, if it's an essay about tree talking, we can become the tree and say so many things, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Why did you hit me? Why did you try to cut me? Why are you plucking my best fruit? Why are you destroying my flowers? You are so rude. This I feel so cold. I like the darkness, but I like the sunshine more. I mean, tree can talk a lot, isn't it? So gasak kata karai. Same way we are talking. We are actually talking, thinking that this actually happened. When we talk about the essay, we feel like it's a narrative, but here we don't even feel like it's a narrative.
Yeah, true. I mean, I don't know whether you have experienced it or true. Sometimes, these things pop up, various things on Facebook and all. A couple of years ago, I remember reading, quite some time ago, actually, I remember reading this thing about how trees don't judge. And about that, the famous example about a person who has constantly sat under the shade of the tree, and then come and plucked various fruit from the tree, and then when he grew older and all that, he didn't have anything to do, so he took the firewood from under the tree. But then one day he wanted to make some money, and then he cut the tree up and sold it, or bits and pieces of the tree, and then that type of thing. But what basically the essence of the story was, the tree continues to give shade in whatever way it can, even if finally it was only the trunk that remained, because everything else had been cut and sold or something because of man's, I think what they're trying to say was the materialistic wealth and going behind due to greed and so on. But ultimately only the trunk remained, and even that was giving shelter. That was giving not shelter, but like a place to lean on right till the very end. But when you read something like that in the mundane world, like you said about the story of the tree, one then starts feeling for the tree.
Yeah.
It ends up like that. So it's like the Mamagasak story, and then you become the tree because you're feeling so emotional about the tree, and you think this man is so mean, such a bad person, because the tree is so good, right? So all this is just all that Abhisankarana and the ignorance at play, isn't it?
That's the thing. So the narrative becomes so active. In the sense it becomes alive.
Becomes alive.
So that's the thing for you to feel that it's actually not alive. It's a feel because of the sensory functions. Actually due to the speed. If the speed was not there, you're not going to feel anything, but the speed is there. There is always a vibratory nature. So if this is fully realized, none of the perceptions can trick you again. Actually, the word is wrong, not trick you, but
Deceive
when you
you,
try to say,
deceive,
But when you try to say this Dhamma also, every word is against this Dhamma. Because every word has a weight on
picture.
it. Yeah, weight on it. Like it feels like a thing. Let alone the mental picture, there's a feel. That's the alive feel now.
Yeah, true. That's why it's so powerful, and that's why if it is used in a negative sense, that it cuts like a knife, isn't it?
This is the most important aspect. The chair, feeling that chair is there is a feel, alive feel.
Yeah.
This is so tricky, but it is very important to even understand as a knowledge even that there was never a self, but the feel that the chair is there is a life feel. So that's what this piercing is. So when the piercing happens, when the actual chair is not felt as a thing, the life feel is not there.
Sorry, say that last one again.
If the chair, the thought of chair is pierced right vision, with the right vision,
Yes.
The
Then the life feel is not there.
once, when it is fully realized that it is just the vibratory nature of the sensory function, sensory faculty, the life feel is not there. But that's all about the chair.
Yeah, the chair is there, but without the life feel.
Yeah. So that it's fine, but fine level, but one has to know this. Then only even the practice becomes really interesting. Otherwise, you will go 1,000 times to a monastery. If you don't understand this, it will be difficult. Someone to ask, what happens if you take poison? That question that comes so superficial. It's not about the life field they are talking about. They are talking about the mundane world. So this is a different level. So that's the thing. So if someone asks, okay, there's nothing called poison. If there's nothing called poison, but you drink poison, you die. The argument, she thought there is a good argument in there. But there is no argument about the life field. Because it is felt by everyone. Can we argue about that? No, you feel a life feel. There's this whole mindful world. So in the mindful world, there is poison, there is honey, there is ice cream, there is pineapple, there's rice. Yeah. And if you eat rice, you will get fat. If you eat poison, you will die. So what? This alive feel is not actually this self vibration is not going to just vanish by breaking of this system. Imagine this poison got activated and the system stopped working. Nothing happens to this, this vibration. Yeah. It's going to telepathize somewhere else.
Exactly.
Even that sounds like, again, mundane world, but there's no way to express that. So the important thing is try and understand the depth of this Dhamma. So pineapple is tasty, you can say. Or someone can say durian is so horrible. Yeah. So everything is about the worldly perceptions. And the body, this is very tricky. So that question has the idea that the body is me as well. That we don't even talk about that much now, because that is actually the first kind of beginning. When the view drops, everything drops. Chair drops, self, I, myself, the view, when the view drops, everything drops, because you can't feel the non-alive feel while chair becoming a truth. So they coincide. You get the point? While the outside is real, you can't feel the non-self feel, no?
Yeah.
So they both coincide. It's like if the chair is not felt as a thing, only the non-alive feel is there. So these are just changing. If the chair is there, you are there.
Yeah, exactly.
It's so funny. I mean, no one will understand this unless you have heard them for a long time. This will be a very difficult conversation to listen, you know.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, yeah,
Because you
it
have
is so
heard
difficult. Yeah.
Dhamma for a long time. I'm like effortlessly talking like this. So the chair is there, you are there. When the chair is not there, you are not there. So that is how beautiful this Dhamma is. So if the thought of the poison is there, you are there. That's fine. But that's how this is like, if the pineapple is there, you are there. The rice is there, you are there. So how strong this perception is, who you are. Level of the perception. But in non-returner, this has nothing to do with that. Worldly perceptions has nothing to do with that level. It's all about the feel. It will be a good feeling because there's no worldly perceptions bothering that. That's the awakened feeling. So that there's still a feel, and that is slowly going to go down. Because one has to become that. Becoming is different. Because becoming is even non-avadya can't be a thing.
Yeah.
So it is fine. These are discussions that we usually don't do. And but it's important at least once in a while to talk about these things, because when you feel that the other person is close to understanding that there's, Aran Wahanse can say something, otherwise someone is telling, my daughter is doing this, Aran Wahanse can't talk about the non-alive field.
Yeah, exactly.
Because Aran Wahanse has to tell them, Amma, this doer is in your mind, the daughter is in your mind. So that's the first level that Aran Wahanse is trying to making them to understand, let alone about the life here. But
And that is why he has, separated these Zoom discussions also, because there are those in different stages where each of them require the guidance. So
yeah,
you
but I
can't
don't think that everyone actually talks properly, even in that even.
Yeah, I mean, they try in the Andolnatmaka, but then invariably a person who has listened for 2 months comes in and then the whole thing goes from the beginning.
But there was a man who, a gentleman who joined, and Aran Wahanse gave a fabulous
About 2-3 days ago, isn't it?
Yeah, it was so beautiful. I could feel that he automatically fell into that line, that gentleman. So that's the beauty of this Dhamma,
Because that person had, I think, got it
He
straight
started
away.
properly. So when he starts properly, it's very easy for you to continue from there onwards. Then you don't have to go to the basics again.
Yeah.
So that's the thing. It's very important to understand this form world. Form world is where the perceptions are still felt as real, even though there's no value in them.
Yeah, that's the thing that even if there's no value is the thing.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So it is by experience only we can really understand whether perceptions are still a matter. It's all in the thinking side now. So when vitakka vichara is all about this perceptions. So that to subside, I don't know if it's matching with the levels, but I'm just saying, just came. So yeah, it's just Satyajnana, I think.
It has to subside, and
it will, but it just understanding them throughout.
yeah. So and then if it takes longer, and then you go into the path of why is it taking long, and this has been going on for so long, and all that kind of thing, then again then again the Satyajnana is the part that is not clear.
Yes. Yeah. That's the thing. So the perception, worldly perceptions felt as a thing is different to feel felt as a thing. It's different. To get through that point, one has to liberate from mind.
Liberate from mind, because if the thought comes saying, why is this taking long, and this should have been like how long are you going to do this type of thing, that means the thought has become a thing.
Yeah.
And then to liberate,
and actually nirvana has become a thing.
Yeah.
But this is because this is the beginning of this path starts from no self-perception. If someone has no experience about the non-self, we can't talk about nirvana. So initial part is the most important part. Latter part, it will automatically follow. With the guidance of the noble friend. Because a lot of mothers feel good. I mean, obviously. They feel good. Even with the outside not feeling that strong, they feel good, but they don't know that they are still trapped inside the mind. Kind of thinking and thinking and thinking. So when he pushes, no, thinking is useless, then slowly it comes to the self vibration, feel. Then only important thing is whether the self vibration is felt or not. And even that R&Hansa is needed, because R&Hansa keep telling it is only the sensory function, it is only the sensory function, it is only the sensory function. How many times he has to say that? He will tell it million times, because like he tells million times the outside is a perception. And he tells million times the perceptions are not true, it's a vibration. And now he says this vibration is none other than just the sensory sensory vibrations. Yeah, million times, billion times repetition. Because this is difficult, So according to the person who comes to the Zoom, It is either the first level, either the second level, either the third level. But actually, if someone actually surpasses all these 3 levels and feel the non-vibration for at least first time, then this questioning and the doubts go away, because you know that when the chair is not felt as a thing, this life feel is not there, then definitely the self view is broken. Even the chair is broken. The view of the chair is also broken. The self view is also broken, because at that particular moment, both are not there. Do you get the point?
Yeah.
Yeah. So then there's no doubt about that. Then after that, you can't introduce any more defilements to that system. Only the defilements which had there in past, whatever the entanglements, they are going to slowly unfold. Not saying it's easy. None of these. I mean, that's why actually Arananse is giving us chances to talk and all that, because it improves your Satyajnana, I think, because you have the greatest responsibility of giving this right, yeah. So then when we try to give it right, we have to get it right. So we have to experience it. So then there's kind of right effort kind of thing, because you don't want to actually become anything. You just want to give this to someone. To give this to someone also, you need to get it right. So you need to get it right. So it improves the whole system. And it doesn't matter today, but it will matter in future, in 100 years' time, when it is only online forum. And people, the younger generation already, I can feel they can't be fooled by just norms and ideas. So they will be like kind of asking for evidence. So the truth becomes important at one stage, and that will also go away. Like only fraction of the world will go into this side, other side will go into the science side. It's mundane world science. But a fraction might go to find about who you are, who we are, what is happening is, what is this manifestation? Can we change the manifestation? Can we find a better place? And that's a good one. People will actually look into that, because they are trying to find a better world than Earth, isn't it? So definitely people will look into that. Is there a better place than this? Oh, Nirvana is better place. We'll go there. That might work. But yeah, even that attitude will not work. This is the thing. None of these mundane world attitudes are going to work here. But that is, according to the noble friend only, this is going to work. That's why it's not even 50%. It's kind of 100%. Noble friends support or the guidance. There's no much friends today. I think it's because of Saturday, maybe. All must be in the programs.
Yeah, possibly. I think even Sudama must be engaged in maybe Madhara or Goal or somewhere. And I think Dr. Sakuntala had to, yes, I think attend those programs and something else. I think she had written some other commitment. So Joel is also not here today. And some of the
But-
questions are interesting. When you actually have a question, it's easy to direct one's thought and it opens up certain
But there are
area.
limitations. There are
Yeah.
limitations, but those discussions are good for a beginner anyway. Because the beginner has so much questions about the mundane world, how to handle this and that, you know. And it's very
Yeah.
important to not to shatter their self-confidence.
Yes, I was about to say that because of the question yesterday or day before that Joel raised also, it's like
Yeah, we have to keep their spirits up, otherwise they will they can't understand this Dhamma.
But the thought did cross my mind, Dr. Vocal, at that time. Thought did arise that supposing he asked that, he posed that question to Aryan Mahansa, what would he have said? Came up as a thought, because one can't even predict what he would say. And he would eventually turn that so finely, so deftly and so skillfully back into the Dhamma that that person would know what hit him.
Yeah. Which question are you referring to?
I think it was the one where he talked about wanting a relationship and whether that
Yeah,
was
actually,
a
Aryan
bad
Mahansa
thing.
might say, actually, from experience-wise, I feel that Aryan Mahansa might actually say, yes, sure, you are all suitable for that, don't worry, you know. That's kind of the thing that, because Aryan Mahansa is very good at, you know, when Kisagotami came, Lord Buddha didn't start talking about Dhamma. When the person who killed so many people, Ahinsaka or the Angulimal, he didn't preach Dhamma. He just said few things, you know. So it's very important to lift at the level of the level where the most inferiority complex or the superiority complex, whatever, it is very important to have a balance, you know, otherwise this Dhamma can't seek in. This Dhamma is useless when you are hungry. Dhamma is useless when you are in kind of in an angry mood, or when you are in so much despair. You just can't. That's why you should understand this when you are young and when you are able-bodied and when you are kind of in a stable mindset, you know, without, that doesn't mean that you have an age limit. I'm just saying, you know, it's everything helps. So when Sagodami went from house to house, already Sagodami is getting the message slowly that the death is kind of a normal thing. And because she was so distraught, Lord Buddha didn't try to tell that at one go. Sagodami, what are you talking about? There is no death. There is no child. He didn't say that. So these are the tricky areas you should go with the field.
Yeah. So, yeah, I mean, I was, those examples, I suppose these have to be taken in varying degrees, isn't it? Because those two examples are extreme cases. Patachara and Kisagotami are quite extreme cases of complete, you know, whatever that they held near and dear.
And
so
even
there
Lord Buddha, when he met those 500 people, even that moment, they were trying to find a woman.
Yeah, but there the approach was quite direct, which is why
Quite
it's
direct. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They were kind of destined kind of thing, and it was direct. So we never know.
Yeah, you never know. Mm.
Whether it takes time or whether it's going to be so direct that. So it's the R&R is the best.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing about the feel, isn't it? And that's why R.N. Vase brings up the point about Sariyut Mugalan and then the uniqueness of Mahakashyapa Thero, because that kind of supersedes even the other wisdom and all that Sariyut Thero and all had, because the feel has that way of superseding all that. Which is quite rare, because what was I going to say about that? Yeah, so the other person was that Nanda, Prince Nanda.
Yeah.
Again,
and he didn't say that there's no woman, Nanda, just shut your mouth. He didn't say that.
That's right.
He said, I will find a better person.
Yeah. So again, a different deployment, different manipulation there to get him to come to the temple in the first place.
Yeah.
But yeah, the other one that you mentioned was actually a good example of being very direct, not even looking for a woman without looking at yourself type of thing. Was, I think, one of the most direct. Maybe there were so many others, but one of the direct ways of tackling it. And again, why the field is important is, if we take the example of Joel, although he asked that question and he may be feeling that, it is still possible that if one understands his wavelength and gives the message in the right way at the right point, that even the feel that he thinks he is feeling about wanting a companion can be turned upside down by the correct insight into the Dhamma, isn't it?
Yeah, true. Yeah.
So
it all, it differs. It differs. It's a different level. So, but it's beautiful, even to talk about it. That how beautiful this Dhamma is turning things upside down. And Nanda's mind was so engrossed in that lady. What was her lady's name?
No, I have no idea. Yeah, I can't remember. But yeah, basically, so
She must have been very
completely,
beautiful
what shall I
girl.
say, smitten by the beauty of that person. That is why the Buddha used the same temptation. The beauty, he said, not that person, there's someone that is unbelievably beautiful if you come to the temple, or something like that, right?
Yeah, similar thing, not exact
Yes,
thing.
something similar, yeah. And I mean, just even during the mundane world time, I mean, this is something that kind of shows that there is some kind of readiness in the system, isn't it, Dr. Vokila? Just like that Kalagiri Mengmidi thing, there was this feeling that there was something really, really profound in that statement, that in the sutra. I mean, I read it so many times those days. It felt as if that there was a sense of calmness that kind of swept through the body when that sentence was read. And you kind of felt just like you, I think, felt that you were searching for the truth, nothing else. That was foremost in your thought when you were in search of the Dhamma. It's certain little bits and pieces here and there that kind of shows the readiness for the non-vibration rather than continuing the ignorant existence of vibration, isn't it?
Yeah, and we can't even imagine Upatis Kolita. But is heard only. Is it but is heard one sentence and call it a heard two sentences, something like that. See how profound the is it Kashyapa Swaminathan, Venerable
Assaji,
Kashyap?
I think.
Assaji. So they didn't utter much.
Exactly.
Yeah. So when they come to this Zoom, I mean, imagine we trying to say 100 things and Aranvans is saying one thing. It's funny.
And the Angulimala's case also, you know, Mama Navati sitting in Ubanavaten, I have stopped or I have ceased and you stop. I mean, how much of a, you know, Umpatisanna kind of person who should he have been to be able to understand that there was something far, far more profound in that statement than what, you know, what was just expressed in words. So, and that is why our advancer also says that, you know, society and this mind and this vibration, everything has magnified to such an extent that that is why the wisdom, the penetrative insight also is difficult to, you know, kind of make it arise or make...
even venerables, venerables who are searching nirvana. I mean, what else are they doing? They are searching for nirvana, searching for the liberation, searching for the truth. Still, there's so much ego that this is so slow to reach them.
Yeah.
This is with so much thick views, you know. The truth should come from a person with the rules first. The truth person should be inside the jungle or something. There's so much views. So the views, you know, no one is above me, I know the most. If I don't know, no one else may have experienced anything other than, so if I haven't experienced this, nobody else could have experienced it, something like that. But they say in Gata, they're Buddothpada, but then keeps doing the other way around. So interesting. So the thickness of the waves, the heaviness of the waves, realness of the waves is so strong that this Dhamma reaches the normal, you know, the normal
cultivating
mother than the person out there trying to find the truth. So that's the thing. Because you already have some idea about the truth. So it comes as a comparison. Because you think there is a truth already, but that mother didn't know anything about the truth. Mother had all the problems of surviving, about the hunger, about the, you know, when someone dies, you feel sad. When someone is shouting at you, you feel sad. Hunger gives you sadness. There's a struggle to live that gives you sadness. That's all that person is aware. But the person who is searching for the truth has all the facilities and already have some idea about the truth. So it's complicated there. Because now there is a comparison. That's what the scientist who learns about the quantum theory it's very difficult to understand another theory, you know, because they're open to come to one point. The open-mindedness becomes less and less. You get focused to one aspect. So when you get focused to one aspect, the open-mindedness is vanishing. But this truth falls into very open-minded, feeling people. People are more in the fear. Yeah, that's the beauty of this and that's why the difficulty is none of us are that open-minded. We are already closed. We are already turned inwards. Like a pot closed. I think we will stop the discussion for today. We worship you are an answer with so much gratitude and thank you, Aryan answer. Thank you all Dhamma friends. Thank you, Surankar. May everyone understand this truth. May Triple Gem bless you all.
Therun Sannai, Dr. Kokilan, we are worship to Buddothpada and Therun Sannai. Therun Sannai, Dhamma friends. So let us continue with the talks that are being delivered through this Buddothpada 24-hour English Zoom channel, which if you're listening to is something that is taking place or being beamed from Sri Lanka. What just concluded was Zoom discussion from 3 to 5 p.m. Sri Lanka time, and for the rest of the day and overnight as well, there are continuous Zoom talks that are being delivered by practitioners who are understanding and being on the path of understanding the core Dhamma teachings, the pure truth expounded by Lord Buddha, and is being also expounded by Buddothpada and Mahansa, a noble teacher, under whose guidance there are many practical programs that are happening in Sri Lanka, and as well as several Zoom discussions. And this newly started English Zoom channel for 24 hours, which is going on, is also another one of his many endeavors to bring this pure truth to all listeners worldwide. So the pure truth that the Buddha expounded so many 1,000 years ago still holds true to this day, and it is destined to hold true for at least another 2,500 years to come. The R.N. Mahansa's uncovering of the truth more than 5-6 years ago. I mean, the realization happened more than 10 years ago, but there was a question whether mankind and society, just like Lord Buddha had this conundrum as well, whether the pure truth was so simple that it was, I think, the simplest nature of it was the thing that was making it more challenging, the most challenging, as to how could this possibly be conveyed to mankind to be able to understood. But finally, the truth and the benevolence and the compassion of the Buddha won through, and he exposed the Dhamma in a way by using various concepts, such as even the cause and effect Dhamma, to be able to explain it in some form, in a methodical manner, to human beings. And in that same manner, Buddothpada and Mahansa, once he realized the truth, so many years ago, I think maybe it was about 2015, if I remember right. But there was a bit of time, a couple of years, where he did not explain it. I think there was an attempt to explain, but it didn't succeed. And then it was only during the COVID days when there was a bit of news that he came across about so many deaths happening in India out of COVID or due to COVID, and that there were corpses flowing in the Ganges River. There was such a sense of compassion and deep sorrow, purely arising out of compassion to mankind, not the type of sorrow that mundane people encounter, but a great sense of compassion came upon him about the plight and the suffering of all mankind. And particularly because those deaths were causing so much of suffering and grief to the families that were left behind. Children destitute, children made orphans because parents, families died of COVID, and so on and so forth. So with that great compassion came the urge and the intent to uncover this Dhamma and to explain it and expose it to society. So with that noble intention, he embarked on and opened up a couple of YouTube channels and kept on explaining this pure truth from one YouTube clip to the other YouTube clip. If you go to the Buddothpada YouTube channel, you will find all these exposés of this pure truth, this pure Dhamma that has been propounded by Lord Buddha, being exposed in such a unique manner by Buddothpada and Mahansa as well. So the Dhamma that was this pure truth message has been somewhat hidden, somewhat subverted by different types of teachings and misinterpretations of the Sutra Pitaka over the years by different teachers and different monks. But the truth as it was expounded by Lord Buddha has been uncovered and was explained by Aryan Mahansa, and it was this truth that gradually started resonating with those in search of the truth. And over the last 5-6 years, there have been more and more people who have been drawn to the beauty and to the non-vibrational nature of this pure truth that has been imparted by him, because it is talking directly to eradicate or to dissolve this vibration. And when we talk about vibration, this is the self-vibration. The whole sense of mankind, and even any living being for that matter, having this sense of being alive, which is what we call, from a mundane point of view, living or life, being full of life. We use the expression so and so is full of life, or I feel it's a beautiful day, or I feel as if I'm alive. It's so good to be alive. Those things are kind of said in a way that you just feel as if things are happening to you. You feel as if you're so glad to be alive. Say, for example, you have your children about you, you have enough money to spend, and you have a happy life. You don't even have to have money to spend, even if you are content in your little lot, whatever it is. But if you have that feeling that all the things around you are nice and great and good, and you're also there, your children are also there, you have grandchildren, they are very loving, and you are loving towards them, and everything is really, these are the things that kind of trick the humans and living beings to think that this whole existence is so real that it has to be true. But this is where the Buddha uncovered the pure truth when he went in search of the truth and tried to find what was the cause of this suffering. What was the thing that could end this suffering? Because if there is suffering, then there must be an end to the suffering. There should be a reason for the suffering, and if there's a reason for the suffering and a cause, then there should be a way to end that suffering. So it was this noble endeavor that made him go in search of the truth. And with that full realization and super awakening, he discovered that the defilements and the sense of I and the self and this duality that gets created only through ignorance was all happening in the mind. And that it was this process of the senses giving rise to various manifestations. A world gets created by the senses, and this world is then taken to be real and is taken to be existing. And with that sense of existence comes a false sense of I or I-ness, a false sense of a self-view and a self being here and alive, savoring it, experiencing a world outside. But we learn through this pure truth that the so-called world that is experienced, that one thinks one is interacting with, so on and so forth, is only a world that gets manifested to these five sense faculties. The five sensory organs that human beings possess, the eyes, the ears, the nose, the tongue, and the body sensor are the five sensory organs. And to those organs, there is a manifestation of light for the eyes, sound for the ears, taste for the tongue, smell for the nose, and tactile sensations of heat, cold, temperature, solidity, and so on to the body sensor. So without these basic vibrations or sensations that arise out of vibrations, it's a vibratory pattern that gives rise to a notion of light, that gives rise to a notion that there is sound, and so on. If the vibration was not there and the vibration does not happen at speed, then there is no sense of light, no sense of sound, tongue, touch, taste, and smell, and so on. But these do happen. And when that happens, it gives rise to a false sense of there being a sensation of light, there being a sensation of sound. And then those are taken together and interpreted by the mind. What we call the mind is this false sense of construct that is happening, that sensations then give rise to perception. And these perceptions then give rise to a feeling that light exists, a feeling that sound exists, a feeling that smell exists, taste exists, and bodily sensations of heat, cold, temperature is also felt. So this is again a creation of the senses and the senses alone. But these are then taken to, and these are then combined to form another vibration called the mind consciousness. But what does the mind consciousness do? It spins a whole different world with those sensations, with those basic sensations, and it spins it into a story, this fantastic fairy tale, where every one of those sensations taken in different forms, in different permutations, is then given names, labels, coins, concepts of mother, father, tree, temple, Olympics, Italy, parents, sports, job, mortgage, house, riches, bank account. What else that is near and dear to you, or things that are not near and dear to you? War, USA. Children suffering, poverty, all these kind of things. This is what the mind spins. The mind spins a story from these basic sensations, these sensory perceptions. But the sensory perceptions are also just arising out of the speed of vibration. And if it is only arising out of the speed of vibration, these are not actually arising from outside. So the common notion is that there is light outside, there is sound outside, and then there is a me here experiencing the sound. We receive the light through the eyes was the common misnomer, isn't it? That's how we grew up. That's how we learn things in society. That's how we learned in school days or in childhood, in our nursery days. We learned that light existed outside and that through our eyes we see the light, and then the brain gives signals and then interprets that light for various purposes or shapes or sound shapes. And so too with sound, so too with all the other sensations. But the Buddha discovered that there was no way that the human being, or any being for that matter, could actually experience anything outside their own sense faculties. They cannot. It was impossible for any living being or species to experience anything that does not get manifested in their own sensory world. So from that itself, one realizes that this is not an external world, contrary to common belief. It is not an external world, but it is something that is only getting manifested within, that one gets tricked into believing is an external world. Because if the light was outside and the sound was outside, then shouldn't animals, all kinds of species, whether it is a worm, whether it is an amoeba, whether it is just a four-legged animal, everybody, whether it is a beetle, whether it is a scorpion or an eagle or a human being, all of these creatures living on this planet or even out of it should be feeling, seeing, hearing the same thing, isn't it? If it was existing outside. But in our discoveries of science and various researches that have been done, we understand that different species, different living beings have different senses. What is a unique sensor to the scorpion is not the same unique sensor to an eagle. The eagle is capable of seeing microscopic creatures and things because the vision is so acute, so special, that it can see and catch a prey which is like from very high up in the sky. It can spot a prey as tiny as a little mouse or things as small as that, and then zero in and zoom in to catch its prey. Such is its sharpness of vision. Similarly, we know that a bat has radar-like vision and can travel in the dark without. But how does that even happen? Human beings can't see in the dark. We have to grope our way in the dark. We can't see anything if we don't put on a light or shine a torch. So then how can you see it? That is the world of the bat. It's the world of the human being. It's the world of the eagle. It's the world of the scorpion. The same. What the scorpion is good at, the human beings are not. But what human beings are good at, maybe the animals are not. Each species has a unique sensor or sensors that would then make up that creature's world. In the same manner, these 5 senses make up the human being's world. So the Buddha found out that, it's not, we have just 5 senses and we think that's it. This is the world as we see it out there. What are you talking? Everybody has this world. We know that creatures have unique perceptions, but have we gone on to unique senses, but have we gone on to think in that case whether our world is true, whether these, surely these five senses, if this is only that is what is getting manifested here. No, they have not connected the dots. So this is where the Buddha very pointedly and over again says in the Sutra Pitakas that Salayatana Loko, which means it's the five, it's the senses, the six senses taken with the mind senses, collectively make up this world, as you call it. And if that world is understood as being only perceptions, in other words, thoughts, because it is the thought that constructs and makes up a name and projects it outside and gives the wrong belief that there is a family, there's a teacher, there's school, you are Jack, you live in this country, you belong to this religion, you are from this culture, you have blue eyes, you have dark hair, you're tall and slim, and so on. Or these are your likes, these are the sports you like. Here are your friends. All these things are given names and identified separately, distinctly. Names and labels are given in conventional society so that each thing can be separated from each other and learned. And with that learning, with that wrong learning and wrong belief, comes a notion that these things actually exist outside. The eye is only a camera. It has no capability of understanding or discerning or identifying a picture as such. It is simply acting like a camera. But what happens with the vibration and the manifestation of light occurring due to the sheer speed of vibration? There is a trick that happens where there is from that an arising that there is such a thing called light, which is what we call the eye consciousness. In a similar vein, when the sound vibration happens in the eardrum, and it happens continuously at speed, the perception of sound occurs. In the tongue, the perception of taste occurs. In the nose, the perception of smell occurs. But it is all stemming from one vibration. But through the different channels, it is discerned, it is manifested, it is considered as different things. Light, sound, and so on. So this is the great deception. And the Buddha shows that if one understands these senses and how this so-called world was made up of, one can then transcend the mind. Because it is in that mind, in that wrong belief of creating a world that even does not exist, the sense of existent feel comes about. It is from that world and that wrong belief that the continuous vibration and the momentum that arises out of it gives a wrong sense of existent feel, that everything is existing around you. And then that progresses and evolves to the point where there is then a notion that I yourself also exists. So there is, when anything is perceived, it is a perception, it is a thought. So everything is learned. Everything is learned. This is something that is sometimes, people don't think. People don't reflect. People go around because it is what we're used to. The mind is used to going from stimuli to stimuli, object to object, without, it can happen, it happens effortlessly. Because why? It is actually not the person doing this. We are not controlling one thought after the other and making one come, making it disappear, opening the gate for another one to come, closing the gate, that one disappears, another one comes. No. And then can we also start filtering, saying, okay, good thought, you come, bad thought, you stay away, depressing thought, yeah, we don't need you as well. Thank you very much, happy thought, come again. Can we do that? No. So it is in this thought process that the perception of various objects, persons, animate, inanimate, whatever that is learned in what we call the so-called world and worldly objects is felt. And with that comes that notion of existent field and the life field. But if the stimuli after stimuli is only identified, recognized from the mind or the mind consciousness, which is nothing other than form and sound, or touch and taste and sound, or different basic sensory perceptions coming together to form a thought. So the thought then becomes, for example, ice cream, or your house, your home, cricket, Olympics, whatever it is. But all these then give about a sense of existence. So it is in that perception itself that is arising by way of a thought. It is in the thought that the mind consciousness has combined the earlier sensory perceptions to form the thought of, example, an apple, form the thought of, example, cricket, form the thought, for example, of technology, and so on. So when you say tech, did the baby in the cot know what tech was? Did the baby in the cot know what a laptop was? Did the baby in the cot know about systems or platforms? No, nothing whatsoever. Did the baby know about a mother, a father, a child, a teacher, school friends, and so on? No. All these are learned concepts. And with that learning, which then keeps on getting added as the child grows older into various forms of education. Some of these are learned at that young age, but then it is continuing in the form of education through the reading of books, high school, tertiary education, and so on. And then this is the way the world gets created. All these things start to become real, and then the world gets created. But these are actually only perceptions. Because if you think about it, in the ice cream, there is a feeling of coldness. If you hold it against your skin, there is a feeling of coldness. But who called cold? Even that too is a thought. Ice cream is what? There is solidity in some form, but there is liquidity also, because the capacity for it to liquidize is very much present in an ice cream. If there is sweetness to the taste, again, who identified it as sweet? How did the word ice cream come about? Weren't all those learned? So this is how the great deception happens, but they all happen in one thought, one perception. I mean, consider the things that you would do on one of your days in your daily routine. For example, you might wake up, go and have a shower, have a cup of tea, maybe pack up your lunch or cook lunch in the morning, pack it up and then get ready to go to work. And you take your bag, take your files, maybe you brought some work home the previous night, so you collect your files. And then you have to either take your car to the train station or you walk to the train station. You can, for example, miss the train and then you get worried or annoyed about it. And then you catch the train and eventually go to work. You might have a meeting or two. You might go out and have a catch up with a friend. Then you might spin a couple of yarns with your friend and have a cup of coffee. And you'll come back and face more meetings with colleagues. You might have to continue to work towards the evening because you have a deadline. Then you might think about dinner and think, oh, shoot, now there's no time to make dinner. Perhaps I might have to take away before we're getting home. So then you go to a nearby Chinese shop and buy some takeaway and then catch the last train back, maybe around 7, 8 o'clock in the night. So this can be just a part of your daily routine, but consider for a moment from the time you woke up and the thoughts that came across the mind. Isn't every one of those aspects, the bathroom, the shower, the brushing of the teeth, the breakfast, the cooking of the lunch, cooking, even the act of cooking, even the act of preparing lunch. Where is lunch? Lunch is a thought, isn't it? Cooking is also a thought. There's no such thing as cooking. Cooking is something which has been given a word to. An action has been given a name to, and then that is what we call cooking. Is there a separate thing called cooking? No. Is there a separate thing called breakfast? Breakfast is a name given. Breakfast is a thought. And so it is for every aspect that we just described. Getting ready to go to work, catching the train or missing the train, the annoyance that comes from within, the thinking that you might get late to go to work, having a meeting with colleagues. All these are thoughts, all these are perceptions. Because there's no meeting outside, there is no train outside. Who gave the concept? Who made up the concept of train? Who made the concept of a train station? Who made the concept of a meeting? Colleagues, lunch, breakfast, takeaway dinner, Chinese. Aren't these all just learned words? And with each of those learned words, there has been a perception and a feeling that arises out of it. And it is that is then considered to be real. And the more one considers it to be real, there is desire towards wanting to keep these, giving it value, wanting to be able to hold those around, maintain those around oneself. And the fact that those are then making one feel as if one is alive. That alive feel comes about, all happening in one thought, occurring in this very moment. There are no series of thoughts that are occurring. There is always only one thought occurring in this moment. When one understands this true Dhamma, one then realizes that all that is there is this moment. The thought that arises in this moment is all that is there. When that is understood, and whatever object that comes to mind, say for example, your house. If the house and the value attached to it also does not become a thing, that is where the nirvanic state is, right here in this very moment. But if you say, for example, Aralia tree, and the moment you say Aralia tree and you telepathize to something that is from your childhood, if there was no listening to the Dhamma, the moment the Aralia tree, depends on the perceptions that are thick and more prevalent in different systems. Because the main thing that arises out of this whole realization is that whilst the thought gives this wrong view of there being an external world and an existent field, and then there is a self here experiencing it, the understanding arises through Vidarsana practice. By understanding these sense faculties, there is an understanding that it is the mind or the thought, the mind consciousness, what we call the thought, that perceives that something is there. And in that perception itself, the feeling of existence, the feeling of being alive, both also exist in that same moment. When the perception becomes true, when the mother becomes true, the train becomes true. The fact that one missed the train becomes true, because when you use the word miss, who missed the train? The moment you have the word train, there is someone who actually perceives the train. That automatically gets born. It gets born in that very thought. And that is why there is a deception, because the wrong view settles in, that there is a person here experiencing it, a person here who is suffering, a person here who has missed the train, a person who is going to work diligently, a person who gets up early morning, prepares the breakfast, cooks the lunch, eats for the kids, and then takes the stuff and then runs to the train station, catches the train, goes to work. That's a hard day of job work, comes back, brings dinner, and so on. So with every one of those stimuli, and if those stimuli or mind objects become real, there is always invariably a person that gets created on this side, experiencing and guiding those thought process and actions and so on. Or that is how one thought it was. But in this understanding of the true Dhamma, we realize, there is a realization that actually this is all happening automatically. These are all happening involuntarily. No one is doing it. Contrary to the worldwide view, that there are individual people, human beings, so on and so forth, that are there, that are existing, that have unique different skill sets and so on. There comes an understanding that depending on different living beings' sensory perceptions, different worlds get created to various living creatures, and so it is the same for mankind, and that it's the world that gets manifested in these senses that then one interacts and projects to the external world, considers them to be true, and then desire, aversion, and so on. The defilements occur then and there. Because if the stimuli is taken to be real, then there's an I, a self here. Because the perceptions are very, very true. Because you don't understand the truth or you have no access to the truth. And as long as there is no access to the truth, they are not considered perceptions, they are not considered thought, they are considered to be real living people, human beings, animals, and so on. Everything around you have become real. But in this truth, we shine a light to that end-to-end process. We know, we get the understanding through the penetrative insight because we are being asked by a noble spiritual teacher to reflect, to use the penetrative insight with Darshana practice, to be able to drill deeper and deeper to understand the core truth. Where is the suffering beginning? What is the root cause of suffering? And how does that whole thing come about? And if this is no self-dhamma and there was never a self here, why do we still get this sense of being alive? How is that coming about? So one has to drill deeper, one has to keep going back. With every stimuli, keep going back and see how did this thought of mother become so significant for me? Why do I feel so strongly about it that I can really feel my vibration when that thought arises? So then in that sense, was it actually your mother or was it the thought of your mother that gave you that anxiety? And why is it that when you're asleep or you have fallen unconscious for some reason, none of these things hold true, isn't it? And so this is how one has to gradually understand this whole thought process. And by doing so, the defilements that have been besetting through the life cycle of samsara, through the cycle of samsara, gradually starts fading away. Because with the understanding and vipassana practice comes an innate understanding that all this is actually a mind construction. And with that, the requirement for, and with that, the significance of the thought starts gradually diminishing. And when that happens, the subject matter of the thought, the objects, the stimuli, the father, the mother, your job, your exam, whatever that is giving you the most amount of stress and worry, and it can be not one thing, it can be 50 things, 50 things currently. But in any one moment, there is only one moment. And even if that doesn't become a thing, then there is a sense of liberation. But until such time one is caught up in this maelstrom of suffering, not knowing sometimes that they are suffering, but the suffering is realized to be coming from only the mind. Because the mind is constantly just a flow of thoughts, but every thought happens and arises and ceases in this very moment. It comes out completely out of the blue. It has no rhyme and reason, and it has to be directed towards a particular thing. But if that is well understood, then the power that is behind that single vibration right at the beginning, which then manifests into different types of sensations via the eye sensor, the ear sensor, the tongue sensor, the nose sensor, and the body sensor is understood. That, and then it is that same vibration after the manifestation of light, sound, touch, taste, and smell combines then to form another vibration called the thought, which is the mother, the father, the baby, whatever you want to call it, mortgage, house, check, school bag, orange, trips, children, siblings, anything. All these are words with form or shape being associated with a sound, and taste is associated with the sound. And in this manner, we have given everything names, and it is these names that are then associated and identified with by all human beings. So when that is understood, the power that is behind the vibration, or the power underlying the vibration, gradually starts to diminish. The more one analyzes the thought, more one analyzes the mind object which comes at this moment and this moment only, one can keep going back to the start or arising of where this whole thinking about, and then realize that actually war was introduced as a concept, was learned as a concept, mother was learned as a concept, father, sister, brother were learned as concepts. School, teacher, school bag, children, playing games, all these things, whether it is in a sentence, whether it is in a word, whether it is in the alphabet. All of these are learned. And I think this is something that everybody who wants to end suffering should try to really understand deeply. Because the more one understands that this is just a process, this is just the way the phenomena of the mind works, and that it is no different to nature out there. If you take, for example, the tree. The tree has its own root system. The tree takes nutrients or whatever from the sun. It uses oxygen. So all these things are inherently happening as a mechanism in the tree. And there is no one doing it. And we don't impose. We don't impose a self-perception of an I-ness to the tree, do we? But it still continues to happen. All those things happen. There are times that it is the leaves turn golden during fall, perhaps if it is a deciduous tree. Then there are times that the leaves will fall off completely during winter. Then during summer, it will again start coming back with nice little green leaves, light green leaves coming up before they darken and mature into dark green leaves. There are different trees will give different flowers. Some will have fruit. Then at certain times there can be a disease that comes on the tree, and some of the branches and leaves will wilt and fall. Sometimes the tree might die completely, or it might recover again of its own and start thriving again. But in any one of these instances, whether it was getting sickly out of disease, blooming with flowers, or having ripe fruits ready to be plucked, at whatever stage, in whatever instance, did we ever impose the perception of an I or a self on the tree? No, we didn't. But why do we then, out of ignorance, create or impose a false sense of I on things that are happening and occurring in this mind and body. If there was an I in the body, would we be able to surely control that body? Would mankind allow that body to grow old, to get sick, to have various ailments, and to eventually die? No. So clearly, the body and the bodily mechanisms are not within anybody's control. So despite us saying that, oh, this body, this is my body, this is my leg, this is my shoulder, this is my arms, and so on, where is the mind coming from? Always the mind is coming from a reference to various names, various parts of the body to which names have been given. So who gives the names? Where does identification and the separation and the distinctness of different body parts come? It's coming from the mind. The construct happens in the mind. The construct is these basic 5 sensory perceptions, or 2 or 3 of those perceptions are taken together to form another vibration or the thought, and that can be perceived as this body, whereas the word body is just a sound and a shape. A shape has been given a sound, and that is what we call body or physical body. The same thing with the leg. If the foot touches the floor, what is felt? Only solidity. The ironic part of it is, even to say the word solidity, that too is a thought. But if we leave that aside for a moment, if the foot touches the floor and there is a sensation, all that is felt is solidity. When did that become the plush carpet under one's foot, or the cool tile under one's foot, or the green grass under one's foot, or the hard pavement under one's foot? How did that come about? Aren't all those words, the plush carpet, the cool tile, the hard pavement, and the green grass, or the turf, or the lawn, come true? Weren't these all learned concepts? So every one of these thoughts is only a perception, what one perceives from that sensation is, in other words, the thought. But if this mechanism is not well understood from end to end, and how this I and the self evolves into becoming this magnified thing, basically out of nothing, there can be only suffering that is the destiny. Because suffering happens when a thing is made, an object is considered to be true, and then that becomes a thing. And if that becomes a thing of that, the belief that it exists outside, then there is value attached to it. And if it gets lost, there is depression, there is stress, there is worry, there is sadness. If one wants it and it is the way one wants it, there is happiness. But can you see that happiness is always relative or temporary? At any moment, if that object is true, the possibility of it getting lost, ending, ceasing is also possible. And in doing that, there is a path almost paved to sorrow, lamentation, suffering when that object is lost, when that object does not remain the way one wants. So again, can you see that the object cannot be talked about as an object unless there is a doer or a person experiencing here? So this is where that false sense of duality occurs. By taking something to be true, the duality occurs. But if one understands the true mechanism of this whole process, the construct is then understood as only a construct. It is not true. And then the clinging, the desire that one had to different worldly objects starts to dissipate, because that whole notion, the whole misunderstanding that an external world outside is there outside also starts dissolving. This requires active contemplation, the Vidarshana practice, taking the time to understand how did the light get formed, how did the sound get formed. If you're deaf or if there was something wrong with your eardrum, there wouldn't be sound. And if the sound doesn't emanate, then there won't be a hearing of a train, there won't be a hearing of a bus, there won't be a hearing of a bird crying. None of those things. But if the eardrum is working and a vibration occurs, that can give rise to a sensation which then telepathizes. And that matching frequency then gives rise to something we call sound. And so on. So each of these elements, each of these 5 sensory organs and what they can do and can't do, the functionality of it, should be well understood. Similarly, how it then progresses to the point of being a thought, a perception, also should be well understood. And so that understanding then brings a gradual fading of these defilements, the clinging that one had to various precious things start to become not so important, because their objects are understood as being just a creation of the mind rather than actually existing. So the sense of existence with regard to that object also starts dissipating. And along with that, the sense of existence and then the sense of self starts to occur. The dissipation of the self starts to occur gradually. It happens until the point that in a fraction of a second, there can be that moment where all these things one understands through the vibratory pattern of all these things not being a thing. And that ultimately, in that moment, that there was no self either. It was only that stimuli. The path to nirvana is only by undertaking penetrative insight vidarshana practice. And with that comes that inner transformation. But in order to awaken the inner transformation, the thought has to be well understood by going back to see the science of the thought in the past vibrations, and then applying that to the thought that arises in this moment, and understand that there was nothing of substance in the thought, and with that comes the innate understanding and the awakening for the defilements to gradually fade away. So in my talks, I think I talk a lot about the beginning, about this whole aspect about the mind construct, the sensors forming and how they form and how this world gets constructed. So you will find different speakers talking about these aspects and in different angles, as well as probably other areas of the pure truth as well. So try to piece it together, whether you have questions about certain things in the mundane world or how the mechanics of the mind work. In all these aspects, keep an open mind is what we can ask our listeners. And in that sense, try to see and apply some of these learnings or teachings to your daily life. There is enormous benefit in being able to understand how this mind works, whether there was an I here at all. How did we get this notion of an I or a self? And finally, to get to the point where there is a realization that this was only a mind creation is so beneficial to be able to start the process of ending this suffering, ending this cycle of birth and death in this so-called samsaric cycle where birth and death becomes inevitable. If a thing becomes a thing, a mind object becomes a thing, but there can be an end put to that suffering and that cycle by the true understanding of this pure truth and pure Dhamma and the realization and the inner awakening and the liberation of mind. So thank you, Dhamma friends. I'll hand over to the next speaker, Thirwan Sarnai, and let me pay homage to Buddothpada and Mahansa. With his noble guidance and teachings, let those be a shining light to all human beings in search of the truth and to end their suffering. Thank you, Dhamma friends, and Thirwan Sarnai.
Thank you very much. Teruvan Saranai to all Dhamma friends. Now it's time for 6 to 7 p.m. the Dhamma discourse. First of all, I would like to pay my utmost respect to our Kalyana Mitrayanan Wahanse. Pada Namaskara Karami Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse Avsarai. Today, as usual, we all are going to listen to these Dhamma sermons, to this Buddothpado PeoTV. So, this Buddothpado discourses have become very precious among all of us today. Not only in our country, to the whole world, it has opened now. So, we are really fortunate to listen this true Dhamma just like 2600 years ago. The same truth. Although everybody talks about the truth, we hear the noble truth in these Buddothpado discourses. More than 10,000 discourses are revealed. So those who are in search of this true Dhamma are really fortunate to grab this true Dhamma. So, the path of Nirvana has opened to most of the people all over the world today. Even in Sinhala, English, as well as in Tamil, anybody who likes to listen in these languages, they will be able to listen, they will be able to hear it as they wish. So, we are really fortunate to hear this type of truth today, as we didn't know earlier, it was completely different. So today everybody hears this true Dhamma through these Buddothpado discourses. So our Kalyana Mitrayanan Wahanse has taken utmost courage to give this true Dhamma to each and every one in the world. Even now, the practical sessions, the most important, where we don't find it anywhere. So the practical sessions, Pratipada program, that is also now we will be listen to it with the help of this media. So we are very fortunate in which way we are unable to catch it, in which way we are unable to grasp it. Now it's time for us to go with this true Dhamma. So that is up to us who has not taken it as a granted. So if we have courage, the first thing that we must have is courage. We must have utmost courage to follow these discourses first. First of all, we will have to take it as knowledge, because we didn't know. We were totally doing something else with the mundane world where we didn't know.
So the truth Dhamma, before knowing this truth Dhamma, we were in the mundane world. So, so it is not that easy come to this real world. What these discourses in these discourses are revealed. So we have to take keen interest on it, and we must have utmost courage to listen to these discourses, and also we must honestly, we must trust it. That is another thing. Trust. We must trust it. Otherwise, it is not a simple thing for us to take it into consideration. So today, everywhere in Buddothpado discourses, we hear this. Even we are talking with our friends, relatives, in our with our family members. So, because once you follow this true Dhamma, this noble Dhamma, actually, what Lord Buddha has preached 2006 years ago, the true Dhamma. So once you start following it, you feel that the true Dhamma is there, and you feel that you feel it actually. So earlier, when we go to a sermon or something like that, most probably in search of tranquility, peace and calm. So we went to the temple. If not, we went for a meditation center or somewhere else. So here it is completely different. What we went there, after that, after coming home or after coming to a place where you live, so you forget it. You start suffering. Once you when you are weak, you start suffering. So that is how we understand that this is not that is not actually what we did was not actually permanent. It is really temporary. It is just like patchworking. So when we feel sorry, or when we are not happy, when we feel sad, we just go to the temple, we offer flowers, we said God, or whatever that pujas and all we did. We did a little bit of meditation and just came home, and again the same thing we do in search of peace. But here it is not so. Here actually we can eradicate. Once you follow this true Dhamma, you can eradicate that suffering. Suffering was there earlier. It was actually temporary. We did all these things, but here it is not so. Once you experience this, you can eradicate your sufferings. You can keep the full stop for your sufferings. That is the difference between these two. The Dhamma that in the mundane world, we don't find this. So, but here in Buddothpado discourses, we identify that there is no suffering once you enter this path of nirvana. It becomes less, it becomes peace, and gradually it becomes zero. So that is how with the experience we can say this is true Dhamma, this is the Dhamma, this is true Dhamma, and also this is Dhamma that 2006 years ago, what Lord Buddha has preached. Now, with this Abhijñā Ñāna, our Kalyana Mitrayan Vahanse has revealed it to this world. So, which nobody would have done. Nobody has done, actually. So, we should worship Aryan Vahanse with utmost respect for helping the people in this suffering. So, actually, that we can understand this is the true Dhamma. So once you start following these discourses, listening to these discourses, and practicing this pratipada, you can understand how you feel it. It's type of a feel actually. So it's interesting once you start feeling it. It's really really interesting because there is no suffering at the end of once who have realized this, once who have realized this true Dhamma. So it's really interesting. That is why it is really important to listen to this type of truth. So it is not that easy. It is not that easy. It is not that easy to jump into the river and swimming against the river, which is very difficult. It is really difficult because it is easy when you swim in the same direction where the river flows. This is not what even Lord Buddha has preached, that this is just like swimming against a river. So swimming against, that is the called patisotaya. Swimming against the river is that patisotaya, where it is easy for you to swim with the with the where the river flows. That means anusotaya. So most of our Buddothpado followers, those who are following these Buddothpado discourses, not most actually, everybody has started to swimming against the river now. That is what, so everybody does now. So while following this, we can stop this burning and suffering. So while observing it, we can actually enter this, as Aryan Vansi says, this Arya Bhumiya. So before that, we have to have a good knowledge about this. If not, we can't go forward. Even it starts from the, actually it is start from the baby in the pot. This is how Aryan Vansi gives the knowledge first to everybody, those who follow this. A baby in the pot doesn't know anything. Even they have only feelings and vibrations. Baby, although baby has a radiant mind, they react to this feeling. From the very beginning, they don't recognize even mother, father. Do you think they have mother, father? No, they don't have. They just react. That's all. They can't recognize family, what is around him. They don't recognize anything, even when even a toy, whatever it is, they don't recognize it by its name. They have feelings, but they don't know what is around them. We are the one who form names for all of these things, which the baby in the cot doesn't know. The baby reacts only to the vibration of the nature. Maybe the baby cries, smile, and raising hands likewise. So likewise the baby reacts. So this is what actually from the very beginning, the practical or in discourses, this Aryan Mahanse is starting to give this to each and everyone, very simple way, very easily. A baby in the pot. Then once actually if we give a toy or an apple, he doesn't know it's an apple. He doesn't know what it is. No name for the baby. Taste, shape, smell. But we give that. So once the baby starts going to the preschool stage, the teacher is the one who is teaching all these things. Teacher gives the shapes, colors, names, and everything. So there he starts numbers, father, mother, everything is given by the teacher. So this is the place where this child starts learning the names. So there he starts his own world. There he starts to accumulate everything, then starts to give values to the things. That is how everything happens. So this is the practical actually where this Buddothpado followers get. So very simply, Aryan says giving the ideas how this gradually, how from by examples of the small child, the baby in the pot, then it comes to this preschool child. So likewise, gradually, how the words, things, I, my, mine concept is coming to this. So how the power of I, my, mine comes to this. So this is just not actually, this is not just actually, this is not actually words, but from the very beginning, we have to understand this by getting the knowledge. We have to learn about it. So later on, we have to get the experience and we have to have some kind of feeling. So while practicing this, even day-to-day life, you can practice this. You can practice this even in day-to-day life. If not, there are centers, Metmal Meheni Vivekashrama, as well as Aramas, Ikshuni everywhere. Now we can see they are increasing day by day. So people gather there to know about this. So this is how this teaching was taught. Teaching is taught. So with the help of the teachers, many nuances, and also Zoom discussions and all, Aryan Mahanse is always monitoring everything, giving directions and giving advices to everybody. That is how people get to know this. So what we have to think is this is today actually, this is not the very this is actually not a very simple thing, simple idea, but we have some more to think about, the very foundation of our existence. What follows is not merely philosophy. Actually, it is a direct reflection on reality itself. It changes everything we assume about ourselves, about the world, and about the life. It actually does not merely invite reflection, it demands transformation. At its core, the contemplation points towards one thing. That means the realization of the ultimate truth. Because you know, we are living in this oscillating between happiness and also the sadness. Always be happiness and sadness. Sometimes we are very happy. sometimes the next day we are really distressed. Sometimes we can't bear up our sorrow, that much of happiness sometimes, but the next day it is not so. It is not permanent. Although we are happy, it is not permanent. And also we cling. If we are very happy, we cling to pleasure. And once you cling that pleasure, you are fear of pain. So we try to protect what we think is mine and resist what we think is against me. That is what actually. So when we talk about why do we suffer, we are suffering. Most of the time we are suffering. Why do we suffer? We suffer because we do not see the reality as it is truly. That is what we do not see the reality. We are lost. Actually, we are lost in a world constructed by thoughts which we do not know. We are lost in a world constructed by thoughts. That's what happening. We are lost, just like we are lost in a jungle. Because we believe that what we see is real. We believe that what we see is real. So believe that what we feel is solid. That is what we always think what we see is that is real, and also the feelings that we get is solid. And because of that, we believe that ourselves exist as a permanent entry, that aliveness. That is what it says, the aliveness. And also this existing, we feel that we are existing. So there we that is that where we feel that we are existing, that atmiya aropana balaya, that is that. So feeling alive feeling, and also existing feeling. That is what we have always, because once we see outside, if we think that this is the wall is there, and the one who is the observe that myself is inside. So always the wall is there, and myself is inside and outside is there. That is what. So but what if all that is an illusion, right? It is an illusion, a thought. We think it, we are thinking. That is at always, because always these Buddothpado sermons, it says that the thought is an illusion, because illusion is that the thought is a lie. Actually, it is a lie. It is a lie which we think. So our entire world is built upon thoughts. The whole thing is constructed upon thoughts, which we do not know, because we don't believe it even. If only you know the truth, that only you can understand. Until then, our entire world is built upon thoughts. That is the thing here actually. The illusion of things. The illusion, actually the illusion of things. Let's take an example. For an example, we can take a book. When we see a book, actually, what happens? When when we see a book, actually, there is color and also the shape. And also there is learned sound, that the word book. So it has become a book because there is shape, the sound is there, the book, and also the color. So we identify this as a book. So even when we were in that Montessori age, the teacher has shown a shape and thought a name, because the teacher has given us that name, the book. The sound and the image became connected in the mind. That is what happened. The sound and the image becomes there, become connected in the mind. That is how the from that moment onwards, whenever we see the shape, the sound, book arises. That is how it formed. But is there truly a book outside, or is there only a color and form interpreted by the mind? What we call a thing is the coming together of these sensory signals. Sensory signals, actually, these 6 senses: sight, hearing, smell, taste, touch, and mind consciousness. This is the sita, thought or aramuna is created as a thing. So with these 6 senses, with the help of sight, hearing, smell, taste, touch, and mind consciousness. Their speed creates this illusion of continuity. That is what it happens. So we believe there is a solid world outside, but in reality, there are only in reality we are only experiencing momentary mental events. The world we think exists outside is constructed within. That is constructed. That is that nama and rupa, as we name and form. This reflection actually centers on nama and rupa, name and the form. Mental labeling actually, and also the appearance. So together they create the illusion of reality. So that illusion, together all these things, they create the illusion of reality. When the sound and color meet, a spark arises. That is the thought actually. That spark becomes what we call a thought. That thought becomes what we call a thing. But if we examine deeply, will we be able to find a thing anywhere? What exists is only the arising and ceasing of mental impressions. That is what that mental impressions is arising and ceasing, coming. The teaching of dependent origination shows that phenomena arises due to cause and conditions. Nothing exists independently. Nothing exists permanently. Nothing exists actually as a self. Even the sense of existence itself is a construction. It is a construction. Now, when we talk about it inside and outside, inside and outside, in the sense we call it in Ajjatta and Bahidda. So that is how we divide this into two. The world is outside and I am inside. So that is how we divide this reality into two, that I am inside and the world is outside. This is what always we see. So when there is a thing outside, I am here to see that thing. I am here, the object of that world is outside there. So everywhere it is the same. When we something, is it truly outside actually? Is it truly outside? Or is it a perception within this consciousness? So it's not that easy to understand this, because the division between inside and outside is itself a thought. That is a little bit difficult to understand. You should have that feel. You have to have a good understanding about that. So you should feel it. That actually that is the duality between the if we say observer and the observed. That is right. Observed and the, if there is no solid observer and no solid observed, what it remains, that is the awareness actually. Awareness in the sense it is not that easy to understand it, that there is, that means outside and inside both becomes the same. That is the awareness really, because it is the point that you should understand. Even when you thoroughly practice this pratipada and all, there while practicing you get this knowledge, not at once actually. It takes time, maybe for some it takes time, but for some it don't get that much of time. It depends on the way you understand it. So the awareness is awareness, awakening to the moment, awareness actually. It is something which is very, very important at some stage. When we talk about the illusion of the self, we say this is my body, this is my child, this is my husband, this is my house, and this belongs to me, this is my car, this is my friend. So likewise, you always say, this is my. But what is this my? Just imagine if the body ages, do we diminished? If a finger or leg or something cut, just imagine if something is cut, are we reduced? If thoughts change, now while changing these thoughts, do we disappear? So this means the sense of I is only another thought, another spark actually arising in consciousness. It is also in this consciousness, another spark arising in consciousness. We mistake that spark for identity, because this thought has no life. This thought has no substance, because it is arising and ceases instantly. Ceases it. So this thought arises and ceases instantly. If our self is only a thought, just imagine if it is only a thought, then the self is not solid or permanent. This realization actually is the end of the false view of self. That is what this awakening to this moment does not mean entering a trance. It does not mean withdrawing from life. It means seeing clearly in this very moment that what arises is only a thought. If we truly observe one thought arise and cease, we understand the nature of all things. That's true, because if we can observe one thought arising and the cease, we understand the nature of all thoughts. That is also not that easy actually, but when a thought loses its value, it loses its power. When we no longer believe in thoughts as solid and real, attachment fades. So that is that power. When a thought loses its value, so most of the time we had to have that particular thing, because when we are not too much of attached to that, even when we say something outside, when we are not attached, when the thought loses actually its value, it loses the power. When we no longer believe the thoughts as solid and real, attachment fades. So that what remains is pure awareness. So awareness without labeling or without duality. That means without me and mine. That duality disappears there. Once that duality disappears, there is no me and mine actually, without me and mine. It is actually this like the mind of that new baby, the radiant. Seen but not naming. Experiencing but not conceptualizing. This awareness is not actually blankness, it is clarity. It is freedom from illusion, which is very valuable, very beautiful. When we talk about this emptiness, it does not mean that nothing exists. It means that what we believe exists as solid and independent does not actually exist in that way. There is no permanent entry, no permanent self, no permanent world. Nothing is permanent. Once you realize this, when thought cease to be believed, the illusion collapses. That is what happens when thought cease to be believed, the illusion collapses. What remains is like boundless space actually. It is like a boundless space. In this stage, there is no greed, no hatred, no delusion, because those depend on behalf in self and object. Actually, this stage is no greed, no hatred, no delusion, kindness, loving, empathy. So everything, all these good qualities, good things, happiness, that sukha, because of this unbelief in self and object. Because when the foundation collapses, the structure cannot stand. That is what. That is how the foundation collapses. The structure cannot stand. Actually, after realization of this life, it continues. It is not something unusual. Maybe the path of nirvana, once you have stopped this suffering and all, the same way when we talk about the one can walk, speak, even working, all these things are happening, even interacts. But the thing is that there is no cling, there is no suffering without a strong belief, without identifying. So likewise, it is like watching a reflection in a mirror actually. You see everything clearly, you understand everything clearly, you can do everything better than what you did earlier actually. So, but you don't try to grasp it, that is what. You don't try to cling on it. No hatred, no anger, nothing is there. So, it is like actually watching a reflection in a mirror. Because anger fades. There is anger fades because there is no one to defend. Greed actually, that is fading away because when we talk about I myself, so there is no I my mind because there is nothing to own. No, you don't want anything. You are not greedy for anything. No anger at all. Likewise, fear. When we talk about fear and all, that also fades. That is also fading away because once there is no self, no need to protect anybody. So no self means there is nobody to protect. So you are not afraid of anything. You are not fear. You are not afraid of anything. You are not scared of anything because there is no one to protect. You are not greedy for anything because there is nothing to own. Greedy, no greediness actually. All these things fades away, fading away because no one is depending on you. That is what. No need of. So that is really interesting where you stop suffering and all, burning and all. So once you you must have courage to see this. This contemplation is actually not easy. So when you reflect deeply, also you can feel and everything collapse, the body, relationships, the world, even identity itself. But this collapse is liberation. Freedom, you are seeing this freedom through, you feel it. Actually, it requires courage. If not, it is not that easy. So there, you can't identify anybody is there. If somebody asks, where are you? What are you? What is truly here? So there is nobody actually. If everything we cling is to is thought, and we identify that the thought is only a spark, then what is worth holding? No need of holding anything. This is something awakening to awareness actually beyond the thought. It is a path towards nirvana, not as a place, but as the extinguishing of illusion. So it is not that easy. This path is very, very difficult path because you must have courage, a lot of experience as also. It takes time for not for everyone. It depends, as I mentioned earlier, it depends on one person to be another because no two people are alike in the world. So it depends on the way you acquire it. That is how. So anyway, it is your duty to follow these discourses, Dhamma discourses, these golden discourses given to this world by our Kalyana Mitrayanan Vahanse, Buddothpado, Aryan Vahanse. So there you can conquer your mind actually. Mind has to be conquered by mind. That is true. So once you conquer it, because conquering in the sense actually you can't stop thoughts. Thoughts are coming to the mind, but you can let it go. You can let it go. That is what the freedom of mind you see right after you, once you understand this Dhamma. So that is really golden. That is really golden Dhamma. So inside the noble silence you feel, the noble silence, the difference you feel thoroughly. That is why this Aryan Vahanse, this Kalyana Mitrayanan Vahanse wants to give it to the whole world. He is trying his best to give this to the whole world because you can eradicate your suffering. Actually, that is zero. Suffering becomes zero. So you can eradicate your suffering. So once you eradicate your suffering, you belong to this nature actually. You feel that sukha. So those who are experiencing it, they feel it. No burning sensation there. So to get it, you have to have a good courage, be there. You have to have that courage, and also first you have to take it as a knowledge. Then it becomes some kind of feeling. You feel it. So once you feel it, you understand that you have come to this path of nirvana. So it is something inside, inside that transformation, inside transformation it seems. So that is really, really beautiful, and also there are many avenues when to aware this. Now we have in Buddothpado these discourses, more than 10,000 discourses, and also 24-hour Zoom discussions, even in English, Sinhala, Tamil, and also these YouTube and all these media, social media and all awareness programs are done. So even these Pratipada programs are done every day in different places in the country, in the world also. Now it has started. So there are a lot of opportunities for everyone for liberation. So once you start, you will never stop. No, you will never give it up, because once you start this, you feel that you feel some kind of some kind of I mean that burning sensation. That burning becomes less. It becomes less because when you're listening to these sermons, actually, gradually it happens. That burning sensation, it is becoming less. Once you feel that thing, from the very beginning you feel it, you try to follow it up. That is the most important thing. Once you start feeling it, the feeling starts. So once you start feeling that, so you try to follow it up, because you know this is true Dhamma. Most of you have gone here and there in search of this Dhamma, but here you find in Buddothpado discourses, this Aranvasi has revealed the truth Dhamma, only one truth in the whole world, whole universe. That is the truth of this Buddothpado. So you try to follow this. So that is how it starts. So I think most of us are in the path. It is the path towards nirvana. So I think today we have come to, we have the time, we have ran out of the time. So, as usual, I would like to say, may we have the courage to look deeply. May we have the wisdom to let go. May we awaken to the moment. And may all beings be free from suffering. Yes, may all beings be free from suffering by listening and practicing the discourses, practicals, and all of this Buddothpado. Teruvan Saranai. පාද නමස්කාර කරමි ආර්යයන් වහන්සේ අවසරයි. Thank you very much for all our Dhamma friends. Teruvan Saranai.
like a leaf of feather, because he doesn't know that it's really valuable, because value hasn't come to his mind. But then he will like it as a feather, maybe. So that feeling, still there is a feeling, even though that child doesn't know about the million. The feeling of the paper might give a pleasure to that mind. A feeling of the lightness of that paper might give pleasure to that mind. Or the beauty of the paper, because it has some pictures in that might give pleasure to the child. Does that matter? Yes, it does matter. Even it's in that level, the mind, even though mind is not that fully developed, still there is a self arise there, because there is a thing. Even if it's not that bad as an adult. So this changes do occur until we hear Dhamma. And when we hear Dhamma, we understand how million arise in a child's mind and then in our mind. How we are tricked into things. How the mind play tricks on us. The more we understand that, how the sound has incorporated into values, how it has like a picture, how it has the feeling that it can give you. So more you understand, the more you feel it's something happening even without our knowledge. It's happening, and it has put us into a great dilemma, great trouble. This doesn't stop there, because the more you become stronger, because the more you think the million is important, more you become strong, because they are both similar. So suffering is the same. Whether you like it, you got the million, that doesn't really matter, because if you are there, if self has arisen, if the perceiving of self has arisen, the sadness is there, the suffering is there. Actually, I'm not talking about the sadness that we feel like crying. No, I'm not really in that way, but suffering in having a self. But how did this self arise? Because we have something which we have a value. It can be in the face value as well, even though when we understand Dhamma, the value slowly goes away. We actually let go. We don't really think and let go. We just let go. Basically, we understand how these senses are working. Because if we don't have a sense, like imagine we don't have the ability to hear from birth, we will never know about hearing, will we? Then we don't have an idea even. Like that. All the senses are there already. Now we just have the senses. But the senses are not the problem. Problem is the feeling that it gives us that everything is real. Even the sound, it's giving a feeling of like the perceiving something real happens. Even if the million doesn't matter to the child, still it can give rise to something that is happening in that sense. So if you perceive in it that way, which is our usual way of perceiving, we perceive the million, the sound, we perceive the sound, even though it doesn't give a meaning to the child, still we perceive a sound. But with time, with this value, the self becomes really prominent. And when you are like older, sometimes we might say, now it doesn't matter to me. I'm really old now. I don't care about the million anymore. Well, that's not really true. That's not really true. It's just in the mind you say, it doesn't matter to me now. Because you can't really do anything because you're on the bed now. You can't really do anything with the million. You can't go around the world. You can't go do anything. So, but still, that's in your mind. You have all these perceptions. Is the word sanya the perceptions?
We can use Hitler's perceptions. Randima, you can correct me.
Is it the perception?
I think we can use perception. Yeah, Dr.
Is the Vedana the perception or the?
It's
a sequel, kind of, no?
Vedana is sensation. Sanya is perception, Doctor.
Yeah, so I'm correct, yeah.
Yes,
So
yes.
yeah, the perception, so there can be so many perceptions. So the perception can be still there, even though you, in your mind, you would say, million doesn't matter to me now. I'm very old. I'm on the bed now. I'm dying. Million doesn't matter to me. Give it to my son. But still, the perception is not gone. The vibration of self that came from that value has not subsided. Until you know true Dhamma, you will never ever understand how a perception can persist in the system, even though in your mind you would say, oh, I don't mind. Give it to someone. I don't care. I can't do anything. But still, the perceiving part of it still perceive with a value. So you still persist. Still, the voltage, if you say, as in examples, Mararan once say 33,000, but still it will be the same. Even though in the mind it might say, oh, I don't mind. I don't care now. Doesn't matter. I'm okay with letting go now. Well, actually, that's a lie, because it's not the letting go. It's the letting go because you can't do anything. That's not actual letting go, because you haven't actually understood how a million works. If you really know it's just a perception, everything becomes very easy to let go. And you may even actually have a million working for you. Maybe you have a company where a million people work for you. I have a million under me. Still, it doesn't matter if you know how this story can bring about all the perceptions and how that perception can arise the self-perception. Self-perception is tricky. In Nirvana, we actually try to understand how this self-perception started. That's the main thing. And in that, we learn everything, because that doesn't start without the stimulus. The value of the stimulus is the self-perception. We can't separate them. We really can't. And the more you understand Dhamma, more you become aware about this, you become wary about your mind, because mind is where all the perceptions are. And perceptions become very, they don't give you any value. When there's no value to your perceptions, the word me or my the value doesn't come to you. Even if there's 1 million people working under you, that doesn't really bother you. That doesn't really give a kick to your self-perceiving, because you know that how it arises. So I think it's a long story, but it's still very nice story. We are learning it every day, and the more you learn about it, the more fascinating it becomes, because it's talking about your own mind, and also you become free of your own mind. And I know it's a bit of a thing to learn, but it doesn't really matter, because we are not stopping anything. We are just listening to Dhamma discussions. We talk about this, we discuss, we talk, we actually listen, and in the other thing is we go deep into this. We see how the million shook me, how chair arises, how the sun arises, how the moon arises. And then when you realize that it's just a natural phenomena which happened in the way of chitta, how the thought process occur in humans. It may not be similar to others, but in humans, it's 5 senses, and the 5 senses, because of the great speed that these things happen, they seem to be occurring at the same time. And then the mind arises. The mind is the main reason that we achieve nirvana. Mind is the same reason that we actually go into these, all the realms, and suffering continue. So mind is the same thing, same reason for both ends. Because to understand what nirvana is, or liberation of mind, you only have to do one thing. You just have to understand mind. More you understand mind, more you let go of mind. More you let go of mind, you are close to liberation of mind. People talk about in English speaking countries specifically, they talk about letting go. But you know what? They actually let go of other things. They will let go 1 million, but they still keep the self, because they don't know that it's the same thing. They don't know how actually this works. A keen mind about liberation will hear this Dhamma, and the one who hear this Dhamma will get more keen to understand this Dhamma. The more you get keen to understand this Dhamma, more you listen to it, and more you try to understand it. That's all you can do. You can't really push the mind anywhere, because who is pushing the mind? It's the self. If you are doing anything, it's in the mind. You push, you try to do something, it's actually in the mind. But more you understand about the mind, you let go of mind, and then mind is just another sense. So all the senses become obvious to you. They become really clear to you. They become like toys to you. They're just working. They're like acting. They're acting. Can you do anything about it? No, you don't want to. You're not trying to control anything here. You just understand the 6 senses. That's all you can do. I reiterate that, because if we feel that we are going after something, and that's the mind. Letting go is not about letting go things or people. It's about letting go of your own mind. That's not easy because we have practiced so long to take this mind seriously. My mind is very important. My mind said this. I felt this. We have told this so many times. And whatever felt by the mind was so real to us. But then we know now it's just a collaboration of five senses. It's just how it works. We don't have any control over that. It just works. So let it work. Who cares? Just let it work. But in that, you stop putting any value to that. And when you stop putting value to that, what happens is mind, understand the mind, and mind let go of mind. How is that? That's really interesting. And that's how I can put it to words. But to do this, even to feel even few fraction of seconds, that liberation of mind, if you want to feel it, you have to practice letting go. Because if you don't do that, if you're always thinking or always putting the fuel to the mind becomes very important. It becomes powerful. Doesn't let you understand that there is something beneath mind. Doesn't let you, because that's how powerful the mind is. That's how powerful this mirage is. So my only advice would be listen to Dhamma, and then you try to practice the path that Aranwanse has taught. You see how these five senses work. More you understand how the five senses work, the mind is part and parcel of that. You can't actually separate them, but you can, but you can't. So it becomes a puzzle. But to let go of the mind, you how can I say, just perceive whatever given to you, but just stop thinking too much, maybe I would say. And one day, if you understand that there's actually, you feel that how the mind works, and you feel that how liberation of how you feel the liberation of mind, then you know mind is not actually that important. The feelings can overpower the mind. This doesn't come easily when the mind is really powerful. That's the thing I'm trying to say. When mind is really powerful, your feelings will be suppressed, because that's how we have practiced it so far. We have given priority to the mind. We practice mind. We know how to be governed by mind. We are fooled by mind. We have become servants of the mind. But when you start to feel, you are not a slave of the mind anymore. I think I will stop there. Thank you so much. I'll try to join again when possible. Do you have any questions?
Madam. Yes, madam.
I can't hear you. What is your question?
Actually, it is not question. Realizing something according to your explanation, madam. Actually, you point out accurately what's the feeling and what's the thought. That because you say how to liberation of mind. All the thoughts are the mind. If we want liberation of mind, we have to feel it. Actually, can we feel million? We can't feel million. That because the toddler don't want to. He is playing with that papers. And if you have a million people's under works, can you feel it? No, we can't feel it. We can thought, oh, millions of people's under me, and I have huge company or something like that. And if you have money in your bank account, million, can you feel it? No, every thoughts we can't feel. Feel is another thing without mind. Mind is full of thoughts. That means thoughts became us to according to the vibration, and thoughts.
Million has a value in the mind. Yeah.
Yeah. But we can't feel it. No. Can we feel million?
If you are in the mind, sorry, I'm just interrupting. If you are in the mind, yes, you can feel it. When you say, if you are in the mind, the million can be felt,
yes,
and that's you. Yeah.
I agree. But we are in the feeling. But we try to feel the million. We can't feel it because it is thought. Actually, we can't feel the thoughts. When we liberation our mind, liberation the thought, then after we have some sort of feelings. That's why today's Sinhala session that Miss
Try to explain. Yeah. She was
try
trying
to explain her feelings. Actually, at that moment, most of us who are participant that program, we have need, or we also want to reach this place, isn't it? It is also thought.
Yeah, you have to be careful when you word it in that way, because the words do matter in some way. Because if you say, I want to achieve that, it doesn't work that way.
Not I want. Most of person who participate that Zoom meeting,
they will be inspired. They will be inspired. How
they
letting
have
go will
another target. That is not me. That target is what we want to reach that place. It is also thought. We all are bonding with that thoughts. That's why we can't liberation our mind. We have to not reject. We have to realize it is the barrier to us, because of we want to achieve a target. Achieve a target mean is also again we are in mind. That's why we can't achieve that. If we realize it is also thought, all the thoughts are only vibration. Actually, we can see all these things happening because of the energy. We are transforming energy. Money also energy. It used to complete our needs. And sunlight also energy, all the things we are got external, it flows as a energy. That's why we have that's called
company can telepathy. We telepathy these things according to these energies. When we are liberate this, how we can liberate this mind is we can see the thought, rising the thought and vanish the thought. According to that, there is a thoughts became towards and it goes. At that moment, the present moment, we can take never mind moment. It is the way, it is not a thinking. It is, we can't do it through the thoughts. We can't do it through the thoughts. Only we can realizing that we want to real focusing to the rising thoughts and vanishing thoughts. All of we can feel rising thoughts, but we don't know it is when.
I would intervene there.
Yeah.
I just would intervene there.
Yeah.
In someone who has completed the liberation of mind, that's Arahat Chitta.
Yeah.
That's where the actual arising of the mind and that thing you were talking about is actually felt. But we can talk in that way.
Madam,
It's okay to talk in that way. It's fine to talk in that way, but we just have to understand it's very difficult to put into words.
Explain. Yeah. It is
because every word we
also,
say. Yeah.
Day-to-day life we can experience these moments, never mind moments. But if someone go through this path, it is permanently see this, or it became must to and vanish. It is only a thought, never mind, I don't want to feel it. Actually not the, it is also thought, but in that never mind moments we can't explains, but we have feeling, happy feeling and very relaxation is in there, and nothing to worry about it, and a lot of things we there are also some types of feelings at that moment. Metta, Karuna, Mudita, Upeksha. But we tied the that is tied our mind, and we tied the thoughts and make there is a me. That is the reason we have to burn. Me times we can identify when we are focusing to this creation and realizing this creation, we can identify me times. There is me. This is mine. Just like we, if we can realize at that moment there is me, it is vanished. It is the thing what we have to. I don't know. Really, I can express this experience, but it is the way we have to identify. Oh, there is a me. But actually it is only thought with my mind. It is I can't feel it. If we realize I can't feel it, and that there isn't burn and anything, actually all the thoughts became towards and it is vanished, but we can't realize it according to our memories that you call the million early stages. We don't know the value, and actually then after we got some experience from the others and from our education, then after we make
Your mic stopped working.
Put it in your memory. Yeah, it is only a vibration. It's not the permanent thing, external world or internal world. Actually, that madam say there is no external world and the internal world also.
Yeah, this we may talk like that. It's actually how can I say?
It is practical experience, no?
Yeah, you have
We
to
can
feel it, but
realize it.
but the
Can't
problem is
transform it.
we don't have to concentrate more on the fact that how it is going to be felt, because in Chitta Rupa also, in
Yeah,
that sense, in the mind also, you can develop these things upon
yeah,
hearing other
yeah,
people
madam.
how they talk. So you have to be very careful, and
Okay,
because mind can play tricks, and as I
yeah,
said, you might feel that okay, because the more you understand Dhamma, what after actually knowing it fully, what you realize is whatever you feel, that
actually,
vibration is not actually a vibration. So you more get more you go deep into that, the more you understand there's no self. That's the main thing. You keep understanding,
okay,
more you keep feeling. So when we try to put it into words, there's so many difficulties, and also in English it's very difficult to understand. Also the way you put it, also it's difficult for me to understand whether you have that angle, because the angle is really important. The
yeah, madam.
non-self angle doesn't come naturally. It's we hear about it, we discuss about it, we actually keep thinking about it. It's an angle that we have never practiced before. It's a really a new angle that we look at. That's the most difficult part of it, to catch this angle, to look at it in a way that there is no self. To get that angle, after getting that angle, actually everything becomes easy, I would say. And even
Yeah,
if there is a vibration, you don't put it into that angle. You don't
okay,
put it
madam.
in previous angle. So the angle, the way you look at things, the angle you look at the things or the people or self changes once you realize there's no self. Then you actually you don't look at it in that way. Whether there is a vibration or not, you don't look at it in that way. That's what
Yeah.
I think. I don't know whether we are running behind now. Are we starting a singular Zoom discussion now?
Yes, Dr. Fakila. So
I
we had
think
to
we
have
have to stop.
yeah, yes,
Everyone
Doctor.
Sanai.
Kokila,
Yeah.
thank you to help me
Okay. Okay,
realize.
thank you very much for both of you for conducting a very nice discussion. So we have to leave this session right now. So we'll meet again tomorrow. So thank you very much, and Teruvan Saranai to all of you. So we can conclude
Everyone
this session.
Sanai. Everyone Sanai.
Everyone
Have a good
can,
day.
everyone can.
Good morning, Dhamma friends. Theruvan Saranai. Let us begin by paying homage with deep gratitude to our noble friend and Kalyana Mitra Buddothpado Waranse. Having transcended personhood, he guides others to directly see the Dhamma within themselves, enabling an inner transformation that leads beyond the notion of self. Through this rare guidance, we are invited not to believe, but to observe and realize the truth through our own experience. For more than 5 years, he has tirelessly served by expounding over 12,000 sermons for the welfare of those seeking liberation. We offer our heartfelt appreciation for this compassionate effort to illuminate the path shown by the Buddha. May he be blessed with a long life and good health. Ayubo Veva and Theruvan Saranai. So, the mechanism in the mind is created, which is the same mechanism in which the world is created. The world, not the world that we think, is shared by 8 billion or 7 billion people in the world, but the world that belongs to you, that you draw happiness and sadness from. We've discussed how these two are different things. And when asked from Buddha, Venerable Sir, what do you mean by the word? We say the word and the word, what it's meant by the word. And Buddha said, the world that's created through the sense basis is the world. Meaning whatever, in this moment, whatever the experience you have right now, whatever your human experience is, whatever your personal experience is, whatever you see, whatever you hear, whatever you smell, taste, touch, think, right now is your world. Whatever happens with the next door neighbor, it's not part of your world because you have no idea, no way of knowing what's happening inside your neighbor's house, what's happening in the next city, what's happening in the neighboring country. Unless you watch news, you have no idea what's going on. And it doesn't matter too. It doesn't affect you unless some known person from the neighborhood or the neighboring city or the neighboring country or some other country comes to your awareness. Even then, passing away of Nelson Mandela might or might not affect you. If you were following his life and his courses for a while, then if you had some sort of an attachment, then it will affect you. Then you will be upset or happy upon hearing the news of his passing away. But if you have no idea who he is or what kind of work he did, or then it doesn't affect you. What affects you is whatever is in your world, your parents, your siblings, your relatives, your friends. So those thoughts about them throughout the day, as we go through the day, affects us. And this, we discussed how everything is a system. Even when you think you're giving a presentation in front of so many people, it is something that's happening through you. You must have heard good artists, maestros talking about things happening through them. Universe is doing things through them, that sort of thing. There's a certain truth to it, because that is how things actually happen. But it's not universe or somebody doing. And in that statement, to say that there's someone here is also a wrong view. In Buddhism, we talk about right view and the wrong view. Right view is whatever the way in which you think, you talk, you act. If the underlying assumption is this world exists, that's a wrong view. When you understand that there's no self, there's no the so-called world, and this so-called self is a mental construct that's created moment to moment in this moment. And then that wrong view is slowly turning into a right view. Right view, wrong view is a view, worldly view. But right view is the transcendence of the wrong view to see its faulty nature. The right view is not a view of another view, but it's a transcendence of the wrong view. So it's not easy to be in the right view. There are many definitions to the right view based on which school of thought you come from. But here we've been under Buddothpado school of thought, we've been sharing that we are guiding you to your inner transformation. It's not something that we are boasting about or whatever. It is something that we have experienced within ourselves and we like to share with you. So if you give yourself that chance to see it within yourself, you will eventually see what it means to transcend the mind, transcend thoughts, and transcend the personhood. So however much a person who has been living in this world, even though you don't know, there's this whole cycle of rebirths that we've been going through. All that time period, the underlying assumption that there's a being, not just a person, there's a being is there. Personhood, beinghood has always been there. It's like how a fish has never been out of water. A fish who's been living is always inside the water. Fish doesn't know of an experience outside of water. We do not know of an experience outside of thinking. With thinking with the assumption that I'm a person, I'm a being. And we talked about how seeing is a vibration, hearing, smelling, tasting, and touch, and thinking, all those are vibrations, and thinking is a vibration created from the interference of the vibration of seeing. smelling, hearing, tasting, and touch. So underlying there's a power. And no vibration can come into existence without a power. For us to move something from point A to point B, then there needs to be some sort of a force, some sort of a power. Any vibration, there's an underlying power or a force that gives rise to the vibration. So that vibration, that force is felt. When seeing happens, it feels like something's out there. When hearing happens, it feels like something is out there making the sound. The sound is out there. When smelling happens, it feels like the smell is out there. But out there, meaning in our visual or our spatial experience, it feels like something is out there at a distance. But that feeling is, it seems like, seemingly it's created in an inner place. What we call out there is felt from a seemingly internal place. That is because there's no external and internal, as we discussed earlier too. There's only one vibration. And that it's so fast. The frequency is so fast. Let's zoom in on what we see. We talked about how motion picture is created. Motion picture is pictures in motion. That's why we are able to see the video in a movie. That's, we as kids, we draw different images on pages of a book, and we turn the book so fast, and we see it seems like somebody's moving. Let's say we draw a running horse or whatever. Legs on the first page we draw, the horse with the front legs up, and in the next picture with the front legs a little down. In the next page, the legs on the ground and the hind legs off the floor. Like that, if you continue to kind of draw the next image of the motion of a horse running, on respective pages, one after another, and turn the pages, it seems like a horse is moving. This is the same way in which vision